Let me know where in the world you are watching. And please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Imagine, if you will, that everything you have ever known is a lie. Not a deliberate deception, but something far more profound and unsettling. Imagine that the world you inhabit, the reality you trust, the very foundation of your existence is nothing more than shadows dancing on a wall. And worse still, imagine that you have no idea you are watching shadows. You believe with absolute certainty that these flickering shapes are the totality of existence, the fullness of what is real. This is not science fiction. This is not a thought experiment from our modern age of virtual reality and digital illusion. This vision comes from a man who lived 2,400 years ago, in the golden age of Athens, when the world was still young and philosophy had barely learned to speak its own name. His name was Plato, and he saw something that almost no one else could see. He saw that we live in a cave. But before we descend into that cave, before we confront the shadows that define our existence, we must understand the man who first imagined this prison and dared to describe the painful journey toward freedom. We must meet Plato himself, a figure whose influence on human thought cannot be overstated. The philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once remarked that all of Western philosophy is merely a series of footnotes to Plato. This is not hyperbole. It is perhaps the most accurate description of 24 centuries of human thinking. The year is 428 before the Common Era. Athens is at the height of its power and the beginning of its decline. The city gleams with marble temples, the Parthenon standing proud on the Acropolis, a monument to human achievement and divine aspiration. The streets buzz with merchants, soldiers, slaves, and free citizens engaged in the grand experiment of democracy. Philosophy walks these same streets, still finding its footing, still learning what questions to ask. Into this world, a child is born to an aristocratic family. His father traces his lineage to the last king of Athens. His mother descends from Solon, the great lawgiver who laid the foundations of Athenian democracy. They name him Aristocles, but the world will know him by another name: Plato. Some say this nickname came from his wrestling coach, referring to his broad shoulders and chest. Others claim it derives from the breadth of his forehead, or perhaps the breadth of his ideas. The truth is lost to time, but the name endures. Plato, broad, expansive, comprehensive. Young Aristocles grows up in a world torn by war. The Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta defines his childhood, a conflict that will ultimately humble Athens and shatter its dreams of empire. He receives the education befitting his station, studying music and poetry, mathematics and gymnastics. He writes tragic dramas, they say, and shows promise as a poet. But then something happens that changes everything. He meets a man who will alter not only his life but the entire trajectory of human thought. The man is Socrates, ugly, pug-nosed, with bulging eyes and a protruding belly. He wanders the marketplace barefoot, engaging anyone who will listen in conversation. But these are not ordinary conversations. Socrates asks questions. Simple questions, or so they seem. At first, what is justice? What is virtue? What is knowledge? And then he listens as his conversation partners attempt to answer. And then he asks more questions, and more, and slowly, methodically, gently. He reveals that no one actually knows what they claim to know. The confident sophist is reduced to confusion. The self-assured politician admits his ignorance. The respected craftsman realizes he cannot define his own craft. This is what Socrates does. He exposes ignorance disguised as wisdom. And he does it not out of malice, but out of a genuine love of truth and a belief that wisdom begins only when we admit we know nothing. When young Plato encounters Socrates, something fundamental shifts in his soul. The poetry he has been writing suddenly seems hollow. The political career his family envisions for him seems pointless. He burns his tragic dramas, according to legend, and becomes a devoted follower of this strange, questioning man. For 8 years, perhaps longer, Plato learns at the feet of Socrates. He learns to question, to probe, to never accept easy answers. He learns that the unexamined life is not worth living. He learns that true knowledge is not accumulated facts, but the understanding of eternal truths that exist beyond the flux of daily experience. And then, in 399 BCE, Athens makes a terrible mistake. The democracy that Socrates has questioned, the citizens he has challenged, turn against him. They charge him with impiety and corrupting the youth. The charges are transparently political, a way to silence a voice that has become too uncomfortable, too probing, too honest. Socrates is convicted. He is sentenced to death. Plato is there or nearby as his teacher faces this injustice with perfect calm. Socrates refuses to flee, though his friends arrange his escape. He refuses to compromise his principles, though compromise might save his life. Instead, he spends his final hours discussing the immortality of the soul with his friends, comforting them rather than seeking comfort for himself. And then he drinks the hemlock poison, the execution method prescribed by Athenian law, and dies with the same composure he showed in life. This event traumatizes Plato. How could the city that gave birth to philosophy murder the greatest philosopher? How could democracy, ruled by the people, result in such profound injustice? These questions haunt him. They drive him. They become the engine of his philosophical project. In the years following Socrates' death, Plato travels. He visits Egypt, studying the ancient wisdom preserved in that timeless land. He journeys to southern Italy and Sicily, encountering the Pythagoreans with their mystical mathematics and their belief in the transmigration of souls. He observes different forms of government, different ways of organizing human society, different answers to the question of how we should live. And then he returns to Athens. He is approximately 40 years old. He purchases a piece of land in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, outside the city walls. There, in 387 BCE, he establishes a school. He calls it simply the Academy. It is not the first school in Athens, but it will become the most important. It will operate continuously for 900 years until the Christian Roman Emperor Justinian closes it in 529 CE, believing it a threat to the new faith. But those 9 centuries will change the world. At the Academy, Plato teaches. But more importantly, he writes. Over the next 4 decades, he composes dialogues, dramatic conversations that bring philosophy to life. Most feature Socrates as the main character, engaging in the kinds of discussions that so fascinated young Plato. But these are not transcripts of actual conversations. Plato is not recording history. He is doing philosophy, exploring ideas, testing arguments, following truth wherever it leads. Through these dialogues, Plato constructs a comprehensive philosophical system that addresses every major question humans can ask. What is reality? What can we know? How should we live? What happens when we die? What is justice? What is beauty? What is love? The breadth of his thought is staggering. No area of human concern escapes his attention. But at the center of everything, underlying all his specific arguments and proposals, stands one fundamental insight, one vision that makes sense of all the rest. It is the insight that gave birth to the allegory we are about to explore, the vision that explains why we live in a cave and what we must do to escape it. Plato sees that the world we experience through our senses, the world of particular things that come into being and pass away, is not the deepest level of reality. There is something beyond, something more real than the physical objects we touch and see. There are eternal, unchanging forms or ideas that exist in a realm beyond space and time. These forms are the true reality, and everything we experience in the physical world is merely a copy, an imitation, a shadow of these perfect archetypes. This might sound abstract, even mystical, but Plato is not being vague or mystical. He is being precise. He is observing that we recognize instances of things, equality or justice or beauty, only because we have some prior knowledge of equality itself, justice itself, beauty itself. We judge particular just acts by reference to justice. We recognize beautiful things by reference to beauty. These universal standards cannot come from our experience of imperfect particulars. They must come from somewhere else. They must exist somewhere else. And if they exist somewhere else, then that somewhere else must be more real, more fundamental than the world of our sensory experience. This is the foundation. This is the insight that makes everything else make sense. And it is this insight that gives birth to the most famous, most influential, most profound allegory in the history of philosophy. The allegory that begins now as we descend together into the cave where humanity has always dwelt, where we have always been prisoners, and where most of us will remain for our entire lives unless something miraculous happens. So settle in. Let your breathing slow. Prepare yourself for a journey from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge, from comfortable illusion to painful truth. Prepare yourself to discover that you have been living in a cave. And more than that, prepare yourself to discover what it might mean to climb toward the light. There is a cave, deep underground, a vast cavern carved from living rock. The entrance lies far above, so distant that its light barely penetrates the depths below. And in this cave, in the deepest, darkest section, there are prisoners. These prisoners have been here since childhood. Some were born here. They have never known anything else. They sit in a row, facing a blank stone wall, their necks shackled so they cannot turn their heads. Their legs are bound so they cannot walk. They cannot move. They cannot look away from the wall before them. This wall is their entire world. Behind the prisoners, perhaps 30 feet back, a fire burns. Its flames cast light and heat, providing the only illumination in this underground darkness. Between the fire and the prisoners runs a low wall, like a puppet theatre screen, about waist high. And along this wall, other people, free people, carry objects back and forth. Statues of animals, models of trees, representations of people, all manner of carved figures. These puppet masters hold their objects above the wall as they walk, casting shadows from the fire onto the wall that the prisoners face. The prisoners see these shadows. They see the silhouettes of animals moving across the stone. They see the outlines of trees and people. They hear echoes bouncing off the walls, the voices of the puppet masters behind them, though they believe these sounds come from the shadows themselves. And because the prisoners have never seen anything else, because they have no other reference point, no other experience to compare this to, they believe the shadows are real. They believe the shadows are the totality of existence. Imagine their world for a moment. Imagine knowing nothing but these shifting shapes on a wall. You would develop an entire understanding of reality based on shadows. You would become expert at predicting which shadow would appear next. You would notice patterns, regularities. You might even develop a primitive science of shadows, creating theories about why they behave as they do. The prisoner who could best predict the shadows would be honored as wise. The one who understood shadow patterns most deeply would be considered the greatest thinker in your community. And you would never, could never suspect that these shadows are merely representations of representations. That the carved figures casting the shadows are themselves imitations of real objects. That the entire reality you know is third-hand at best, removed by multiple layers from true being. You would have no vocabulary for truth, no concept of reality beyond the shadows. The shadows would be your truth. The shadows would be your reality. This is Plato's vision of the human condition. This is how he sees us, not metaphorically, not as mere illustration. He genuinely believes that most of humanity lives exactly like these prisoners, convinced that the shifting appearances we perceive through our senses represent ultimate reality, unaware that there is something more real, more true, more fundamental than anything we can see or touch. The cave is not just ancient Athens. The cave is not just the historical moment Plato inhabited. The cave is the world. The cave is now. The cave is always. The cave is the condition of embodied existence, of souls trapped in physical form, perceiving shadows and mistaking them for substance. But then something extraordinary happens. One prisoner is freed. We are not told how. Perhaps the chains simply break. Perhaps a liberator comes from outside. Perhaps the prisoner somehow works himself free through years of patient effort. The how does not matter. What matters is the moment of freedom and what follows. The freed prisoner turns his head. For the first time in his life, he can look away from the wall. And immediately he is confused. His eyes, accustomed only to the dim shadows on stone, cannot process what he sees. The fire behind him is too bright. It hurts. He squints, turns away, wants desperately to return to the comfortable familiarity of the shadows. But something, curiosity perhaps, or fate, or the hand of a guide, compels him to keep looking. Gradually, painfully, his eyes adjust. He begins to see the fire clearly. He sees the wall where the puppet masters walk. He sees the carved figures they carry, and, slowly, with mounting shock, he realizes that the shadows he has watched his entire life are not real things, but projections. The solid reality he trusted was never solid at all. It was always derivative, always dependent on something more primary. This realization is not pleasant. It is not a joyful epiphany. It is disorienting, frightening, threatening to every assumption he has ever held. The entire structure of his understanding collapses. Everything he thought he knew reveals itself as ignorance. And the natural response, the human response, is to reject this knowledge, to turn back toward the shadows, to cling to the comfortable lie rather than embrace the painful truth. But something prevents him from turning back. Perhaps that same curiosity. Perhaps a guide who will not let him retreat. Perhaps an inner strength he did not know he possessed. And so he continues. He turns toward the passage leading upward, toward the distant entrance of the cave, toward the light bleeding down from above. And he begins to climb. The journey is arduous. The path is steep. The rock is sharp. And with every step, the light grows brighter, more painful to his cave-adjusted eyes. He stumbles. He falls. He wants to quit, to descend back to the familiar darkness where the shadows make sense and his eyes do not ache. But he continues, one foot in front of the other, one handhold after another, upward, always upward. And then, after what feels like an eternity of climbing, he reaches the mouth of the cave. He emerges into the world above. And he is completely, utterly, overwhelmingly blinded. The sun, the actual sun, not the fire's pale imitation, floods his vision with light more intense than anything he has ever experienced. He cannot see. He cannot process this. His eyes, those organs that defined his entire relationship with reality, have become useless. He falls to his knees, shielding his face, certain that this light will destroy him, that leaving the cave was a terrible mistake, that the shadows were better than this burning blindness. But slowly, so slowly, his eyes adjust to this new world. At first, he can only look at shadows even here. The shadows of trees, of animals, of other people. These shadows are different from the ones in the cave, sharper somehow, more defined, but still shadows. Then he progresses to reflections. He looks at a pond and sees the reflection of the sky, the mirror image of trees. These reflections are one step closer to reality than shadows, but still not the things themselves. Gradually, as day follows day, and his eyes grow stronger, he can look at actual objects in the light of day. He sees a real tree, not its shadow or reflection, but the tree itself. He sees an actual animal, flesh and blood and movement. He sees other human beings, not silhouettes on a wall, but living, breathing people. And each sight fills him with wonder and also with horror. wonder at the richness and complexity of true reality, horror at how impoverished his previous understanding was, how much he mistook shadows for substance. Finally, after weeks or months of gradual adjustment, he can look at the sky in daytime. He sees the sun itself, the source of all light, the power that illuminates everything else and makes vision possible. And in seeing the sun, he understands. He understands that this is the ultimate reality, the final source, the thing that makes everything else visible and comprehensible. Without the sun, nothing could be seen. Without this light, no truth could be known. The sun is to the visible world what the form of the good is to the intelligible realm. It is the source and standard of everything. This freed prisoner has completed a philosophical journey. He has ascended from ignorance to knowledge, from opinion to understanding, from the many changing particulars to the one eternal truth. He has become a philosopher in the truest sense, a lover of wisdom who has actually attained the wisdom he loves. He has seen reality as it is, not as it appears. He has escaped the cave. And now comes the most important question, the question that defines not just this allegory, but the entire purpose of philosophy and the entire responsibility of those who attain truth. What should he do? Should he remain in the sunlight, basking in his knowledge, enjoying the blessed vision of reality, denied to those still in chains below? Should he spend his days contemplating the sun and the truth it represents, living in perfect understanding while his former fellow prisoners remain in darkness? No, this is not what he does. This is not what he should do. Because knowledge without compassion is empty. Truth without love is sterile. Understanding that does not attempt to liberate others is a form of selfishness disguised as wisdom. And so, despite the comfort of the light, despite the pain he knows awaits him, the freed prisoner makes a choice. He turns away from the sun. He walks back toward the mouth of the cave. He begins the descent. Going down is in some ways harder than climbing up. He is moving from light to darkness now, and his eyes, so recently adjusted to the sun, must readjust to shadow. He stumbles in the dimness. He cannot see clearly in the cave, even though he once navigated its darkness perfectly. He has become, in a sense, less capable than those who never left, at least in the realm of shadows. He reaches the bottom. He approaches his former fellow prisoners, still chained, still watching the wall, still utterly convinced that shadows are reality, and with great excitement, with joy at the truth he has discovered, and eagerness to share this gift, he tells them what he has seen. He describes the fire, the carved figures, the passage upward, the world outside, the actual trees and animals, the sun itself. He explains that the shadows are not real, that true reality exists beyond this cave, that they are prisoners who could be free. And the prisoners laugh at him. They mock him. They call him mad. Look at his eyes, they say. He went away and came back damaged. He can barely see the shadows now. He who once was honored as wise among us can no longer even predict which shadow will appear next. He trips over stones in plain sight. He cannot function in the real world, the world of shadows that we all know is reality. Whatever he experienced, outside has ruined him. It has made him useless, and if any of us were to follow him, we would be similarly destroyed. More than mockery, there is anger. His words threaten their entire understanding of reality. If he is right, then everything they believe is wrong. If he is right, then their lives are based on illusion, their honors are meaningless, their wisdom is ignorance. This is not a comfortable thought. This is not something they can easily accept. And so they reject it. They reject him. And Plato tells us that if they could get their hands on him, if they could reach him with their chained limbs, they would kill him. They would murder the one who tried to free them, the one who offered them truth, because the truth is more threatening than any lie, and liberation is more terrifying than any chain. This is the allegory. This is Plato's vision of the human condition and the philosopher's mission. We are the prisoners. The cave is the physical world, the realm of sensory experience, the domain of changing, temporal, imperfect particulars. The shadows are the objects we perceive through our senses, things that seem real but are actually images of something more fundamental. The fire is the sun in the physical world, providing the limited light by which we perceive shadows. The sea, ascent from the cave, is the journey of the soul toward true knowledge. The world outside is the realm of forms, the domain of eternal, unchanging, perfect reality. And the sun itself is the form of the good, the ultimate reality that makes all other knowledge possible. The freed prisoner is the philosopher, the rare individual who breaks free from conventional opinion and sensory illusion to attain genuine understanding. And his return to the cave is the philosopher's duty to attempt, however futilely, however dangerously, to liberate others from the chains of ignorance. Plato is not being poetic here. He is not speaking metaphorically. He genuinely believes that most humans live their entire lives in a state comparable to those prisoners, perceiving only shadows, believing only in the evidence of their senses, never questioning whether there might be something more real beyond their immediate experience. We mistake the changing flux of particulars for reality. We believe that what we see with our eyes and hear with our ears and touch with our hands is the fullness of what exists. We honor those who are best at navigating the world of shadows, the successful business people, the clever politicians, the skilled craftspeople. And we ignore or mock or even murder those who try to tell us that there is something beyond shadows, something more real, something that would require us to question everything we think we know. But Plato's allegory does not end in despair. It ends with a mission. The philosopher must return to the cave, not because it is easy, not because it is safe, not because it will be appreciated, but because it is right, because knowledge creates responsibility, because those who see the truth are obligated to attempt, however imperfectly, to help others see it too. This is the essence of Plato's vision. This is the heart of his philosophy, and every argument he makes, every proposal he offers, every dialogue he writes, flows from this central insight. We live in a cave. Most of us will remain in the cave, but some can escape, and those who escape must try to free the others, even knowing that the attempt will likely fail, even knowing that it might cost them everything. Now, as you rest in the darkness behind your closed eyes, consider this. What are the shadows on your personal wall? What comfortable illusions define your understanding of reality? What would it mean for you to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light? What truths have you been avoiding because accepting them would require you to abandon everything you think you know? These are not easy questions. They are not meant to be. The allegory of the cave is not meant to comfort. It is meant to challenge, to disturb, to awaken. It is meant to make you wonder whether you are living in truth or merely in the most convincing lies you have ever encountered. But there is hope in this vision too. The chains can be broken. The ascent is possible. The sun can be seen. Reality can be known. And once known, that knowledge changes everything. It makes the shadows lose their power. It makes the cave less confining. It makes the truth, however painful, preferable to the most comfortable lie. This is Plato's gift. Not easy answers, not simple solutions, but a vision of human possibility that refuses to accept that shadows are all we can know, that the cave is all we can inhabit, that ignorance is the natural and permanent condition of humanity. The cave has an exit. The question is whether we have the courage to find it. If the allegory of the cave describes our condition, the theory of forms explains why we are in this condition and what exists beyond the cave walls. It is Plato's most distinctive contribution to philosophy, his attempt to solve the deepest riddles of existence, knowledge, and value. And while the theory of forms can seem abstract at first encounter, it addresses the most concrete and practical questions we can ask. What is real? How do we know anything? Why are some things better than others? Let us begin with a simple observation. The kind of thing so obvious we usually never think about it. You recognize instances of things. You see multiple dogs and know they are all dogs, despite vast differences in size, color, and shape. You see multiple circles and know they are all circles, despite being drawn in different sizes and materials. You encounter multiple just acts and recognize them all as just, despite differences in circumstance and culture. This capacity for recognition, this ability to identify many particular instances as examples of one universal type, is so basic to human thought that we rarely question it. But Plato questions it. How do you do this? How do you know that a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are both dogs when they share almost no physical characteristics? How do you know that a circle drawn in sand and a circle drawn on paper are both circles when they are made of completely different substances? How do you recognize justice when you see it, given that just acts take infinitely varied forms? The obvious answer, the one most people would give, is that we learn from experience. We see many dogs and abstract the common features that make them all dogs. We encounter circles repeatedly and extract the essential characteristics that define circularity. We observe just acts and induce the general principles of justice. But Plato sees a fatal flaw in this explanation. Before you can recognize multiple things as instances of the same type, you must already have some understanding of what that type is. Before you can abstract the concept of dog from multiple dogs, you must already know what you are looking for. You must already possess some standard, some template, some idea of dogness that allows you to recognize these particular animals as examples of the same kind. Consider a child learning the word dog. The parent points to the family pet and says, dog. The child forms some understanding, but then the child encounters the neighbor's dog, which looks completely different. Smaller, different color, different shape. Yet somehow the child recognizes that this too is a dog. How? If the child was simply memorizing the physical features of the first dog and calling anything similar a dog, he would fail, because the second dog might share almost no features with the first, yet the child succeeds. The child recognizes dogness in both animals. Plato argues that this is possible only if the child, indeed all of us, already possess innate knowledge of what a dog is in its essential nature. Not knowledge of this or that particular dog, not a memory of specific physical features, but knowledge of dog itself, the form of dog, the perfect, eternal, unchanging archetype, of which all particular dogs are imperfect, temporary, changing, copies. This might sound mystical, but Plato is being rigorously logical. The alternative, that we build up universal concepts purely from sensory experience, cannot account for how we successfully apply these concepts to new instances that share no obvious perceptual features with previous instances. Something must provide the standard by which we judge whether new instances belong to the category, and that something cannot come from the instances themselves, because they are too varied, too particular, too changing to serve as stable standards. Therefore, Plato concludes there must exist forms. These forms are not physical objects. They do not exist in space or time. They are not accessible to the senses. You cannot see the form of dog, or touch the form of justice, or taste the form of beauty. Yet they are real. In fact, they are more real than any physical object you can perceive. Because physical objects come into being and pass away. They change constantly. They are never perfect, but the forms are eternal, unchanging, and perfect. They are, in Plato's technical language, what truly is, while physical objects only partially participate in being. Let us take a different example to make this clearer. Consider equality. You have seen many instances of equal things. 2 sticks of equal length, 2 stones of equal weight, 2 portions of equal size. You recognize these instances as equal. You can point to them and say, these are equal. But have you ever seen equality itself? Have you ever encountered perfect, absolute equality in the physical world? Plato would say no. Every instance of equality you perceive through your senses is imperfect, approximate, Two sticks that appear equal always differ at some microscopic level. Two stones that feel equal on a rough scale show differences on a precise balance. Every physical instance of equality is, upon close enough examination, not quite equal. And yet you possess a concept of perfect equality, a standard by which you judge these imperfect instances and find them wanting. Where does this standard come from? Not from sensory experience, because sensory experience only gives you imperfect examples. It must come from somewhere else. There must exist equality itself, the form of equality, the perfect standard that particular equal things strive toward, but never fully achieve. And you must have some innate knowledge of this form, some pre-existing acquaintance with perfect equality, that allows you to recognize imperfect instances and understand them as attempts, however inadequate, to embody the form. This is true not just for geometric or mathematical concepts, though those provide the clearest examples. It is true for all the fundamental categories that structure our understanding of reality. There is a form of beauty, and all beautiful things are beautiful only insofar as they participate in this form. There is a form of justice, and all just acts are just only to the degree they approximate this eternal standard. There is a form of goodness, and all good things derive whatever goodness they possess from their relationship to the form of the good. These forms exist in their own realm, what Plato sometimes calls the intelligible world, to distinguish it from the sensible world of physical objects. The forms are not scattered throughout space, competing for room with tables and trees. They exist in a different mode entirely, accessible not to the eyes of the body, but to the eyes of the soul, to reason, to intellect. And here we come to the crucial point, the insight that makes the theory of forms not just an abstract metaphysical doctrine, but a practical guide to living. If the forms are more real than physical objects, and if true knowledge is knowledge of what is most real, then true knowledge is knowledge of forms, not of particulars. The person who has perfect perception of the physical world, but no understanding of forms is less knowledgeable than the person who understands forms, but cannot perceive the physical world clearly. The blind mathematician who understands the form of circle knows more about reality than the sighted person who has seen 10,000 circles but understands nothing of what makes them circular. This explains the ascent from the cave. The prisoner chained before shadows is perceiving images of physical objects. When he turns and sees the carved figures, he is perceiving physical objects themselves. When he climbs out of the cave and sees trees and animals in sunlight, he is perceiving physical objects more clearly, illuminated by the sun rather than by fire. But he has not yet achieved true knowledge. He is still in the realm of the sensible, still perceiving with his bodily senses, rather than understanding with his soul's reason. True knowledge comes only when he uses these physical perceptions as stepping stones to something higher. When he sees many beautiful things and asks himself what beauty itself must be, if all these beautiful things are beautiful by participating in it. When he encounters multiple just acts and seeks to understand justice itself, the form that all just acts imperfectly reflect. This movement from particulars to universals, from instances to forms, from the many to the one, is the essence of philosophical thinking. It is the path from opinion to knowledge, from belief to understanding. And at the pinnacle of this ascent, beyond and above all other forms, stands one form that Plato calls the form of the good. This is the sun in the allegory, the ultimate reality that makes all other reality comprehensible. Just as the sun provides the light by which we see physical objects, the form of the good provides the intelligibility by which we understand all other forms. It is the source of being and the source of knowledge. Without it, nothing else could exist or be known. What exactly is the form of the good? Plato admits this is the hardest question to answer. He offers analogies, comparisons, suggestions, but he insists that the form of the good transcends precise definition. It is beyond being itself, he says mysteriously, beyond even existence. It is the principle that makes existence possible and intelligible and valuable. Perhaps the best way to understand the form of the good is through its effects. Everything that exists participates in the good to some degree, which is what makes it exist rather than not exist. Everything we can know is knowable because it participates in the good, because the good provides the structure and order that makes knowledge possible. Everything we value as good, whether pleasure or virtue or beauty or truth, is valuable precisely because it participates, however imperfectly, in the form of the good. The philosopher's ultimate goal is to ascend beyond knowledge of particular forms to understanding of the form of the good itself. This is the moment of seeing the sun, the achievement of perfect wisdom. And just as the sun is difficult to look at directly, just as the freed prisoner must adjust gradually before he can gaze at the sun without being blinded, so the form of the good cannot be grasped suddenly or without preparation. It requires years of training, decades of study, a lifetime of philosophical discipline. But once achieved, this knowledge transforms everything. The person who has seen the form of the good no longer mistakes shadows for reality. She no longer values physical pleasures as if they were ultimate goods. She no longer fears death as if bodily existence were the only existence. She understands the true structure of reality and can order her life accordingly. She becomes wise not in the sense of knowing many facts, but in the sense of understanding what truly matters and what does not. And this brings us back to the allegory. Why must the freed prisoner return to the cave? Why can't he remain in the sunlight, contemplating forms, understanding reality as it truly is? Because knowledge of the good creates responsibility. The form of the good is not just an abstract principle. It is the source of value, the standard of rightness, the goal toward which everything should strive. And if you understand the good, you are obligated to attempt to bring others toward it, to help them escape ignorance, to liberate them from the cave, however difficult and dangerous that may be. This is not altruism in the modern sense. It is not self-sacrifice for the sake of others. It is something deeper and more compelling. When you truly understand the good, you understand that all souls are fundamentally oriented toward it, even when they mistake shadows for reality. You understand that the prisoners in the cave are not choosing ignorance. They are simply unaware that anything beyond shadows exists, and you understand that helping them toward knowledge is not imposing your values on them, but awakening them to what they already, deep down, desire, even if they do not yet know it. The philosopher returns to the cave because the form of the good demands it, not because someone commands her to return, not because she will be rewarded for returning, but because understanding the good means understanding that attempting to extend knowledge of the good to others is itself participation in the good. It is what the good requires. It is what reality itself, at its deepest level, calls for. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, consider what this means for you. What are the forms in your life? What perfect standards do you reference, consciously or unconsciously, when you judge particular instances? When you call something beautiful, what is the beauty you are measuring it against? When you call an act just, what is the justice it partially embodies? And beyond these particular forms, what is the good that gives them all meaning and value? These are not idle questions. They are invitations to the same ascent that the freed prisoner undertook. You do not need to travel to ancient Athens. You do not need to join Plato's academy. The journey from opinion to knowledge, from shadows to forms, from ignorance to wisdom, is available to you now, in the quiet darkness of approaching sleep, in the stillness of a mind temporarily freed from the constant demands of the sensory world. The forms are not far away. They are the deep structure of reality itself. They are what you have always been seeking, even when you did not know you were seeking anything at all. Every time you recognize beauty, you touch the form of beauty. Every time you admire justice, you brush against the form of justice. Every time you prefer truth to lies, you participate however slightly in the form of the good. The question is not whether the forms exist. The question is whether you will consciously pursue them, whether you will treat the philosophic ascent as the defining project of your life, or whether you will remain content with shadows, with the comfortable illusions of the cave, with the easy opinions of the unexamined life. Plato cannot make this choice for you. No teacher, no guide, no philosopher can. The decision to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light, belongs to each soul individually, but the possibility is always there, waiting, calling, inviting you to discover what is most real and most valuable, beyond all the changing particulars of daily experience. The forms are eternal. They will wait for you to notice them. The question is whether you will. Picture a warm Athenian evening in the month of Gamaliel, late winter of 416 before the Common Era. The sun has just set, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. A group of men recline on couches in the spacious andron, the men's room, of the house belonging to Agathon, a successful tragic poet. He has just won first prize at the Lenaea festival, a significant achievement, and his friends have gathered to celebrate. These are not ordinary men. Among them is Aristophanes, the comic playwright whose satires of Athenian society remain hilarious 2 millennia later. There is Pausanias, a legal expert, and Eryximachus, a physician, both respected in their fields. And there, reclining somewhat awkwardly because he is perpetually uncomfortable with material comforts, is Socrates. He arrived late, as is his habit, having stopped in a neighbour's porch to think, standing motionless for who knows how long, lost in philosophical contemplation. They have eaten well, the servants have cleared away the dishes. Wine has been poured, mixed with water in the Greek custom. Normally this would be the time for serious drinking, for the symposium proper, the drinking party that follows the deepen or dinner. But Eryximachus makes a suggestion. They are all still recovering from yesterday's celebration, he points out. Perhaps instead of drinking to excess tonight, they should entertain themselves with speeches. Agathon agrees, and a topic is chosen. They will each deliver an encomium, a speech in praise of love, specifically in praise of Eros, the god of desire, of longing, of the force that draws one being toward another. What follows is one of the most remarkable conversations in philosophical literature. Each speaker offers a different perspective on love, and together these perspectives build toward a vision of love that is profound, challenging, and ultimately transformative. It is a vision that has shaped Western understanding of love for 24 centuries, a vision that remains as relevant today as it was in that Athenian andron all those years ago. We will not recount every speech, though each has its merits. Instead, we will focus on 2 contributions that illuminate Plato's understanding of love and its relationship to philosophy, to the forms, and to the good life. The first is the speech of Aristophanes, which presents love through myth and image, in a way that has captured human imagination ever since. The second is the speech of Socrates, or rather, the speech that Socrates attributes to Diotima of Mantinea, a wise woman who supposedly taught him about love years earlier. Together, these 2 speeches offer complementary visions. Aristophanes explains why we desire love. Diotima explains what love truly is and where it should lead us. Aristophanes begins with a myth, a story from the ancient past, when human nature was different from what it is now. Back then, he says, there were 3 sexes, not 2. There were males, females, and androgynes, a third sex that combined characteristics of both. But the appearance of these original humans was strange and wonderful. Each human being was spherical in shape, with 4 arms and 4 legs, 2 faces on opposite sides of a single head, and 2 sets of reproductive organs. These round people moved not by walking, but by rolling, spinning like wheels across the ground. And these original humans were powerful, terrifyingly powerful. They had twice the strength of modern humans, twice the speed, twice the capability, and they knew it. In their pride and confidence, they decided to challenge the gods. They attempted to storm Olympus, to scale the heights where Zeus and the other immortals dwelt, to overthrow divine rule and establish themselves as the new masters of the cosmos. Zeus was troubled. He could not allow this rebellion to succeed, but he also did not want to destroy humanity entirely, as he had other rebellious creatures in the past. Humans, after all, offered sacrifices to the gods, and Zeus appreciated the worship and honor these sacrifices represented. So he devised a clever solution. He would weaken humanity without destroying it. He would split each round human in half. Zeus called Apollo, god of medicine and archery, to execute this punishment. Apollo took his bow and arrows and carefully, precisely, split every spherical human down the middle, separating the four-armed, four-legged creatures into two two-armed, two-legged beings. Then Apollo took the loose skin that resulted from this splitting and gathered it together at the front of each new creature, tying it off at what we now call the navel, leaving that peculiar scar as a permanent reminder of our original wholeness and subsequent division. But something unexpected happened after this splitting. The newly separated halves were miserable. Each half wandered the earth seeking its other half, the piece of itself that had been torn away. When two halves found each other, they would throw their arms around each other and cling together, refusing to separate even to eat or drink, content to starve to death if only they could remain united. They were dying of longing, dying of incompleteness. Zeus took pity on them. He moved the genitals around to the front of the body, allowing the halves to come together in sexual union. This provided some temporary relief, some momentary sense of completion, even though it could never fully restore the original unity. And from that day to this, Aristophanes concludes, love is the name we give to the desire and pursuit of wholeness. We are all seeking our other half, the piece of ourselves from which we were severed. And when we find it, or find someone who resembles it closely enough, we experience the overwhelming desire to unite with them, to become whole again, to overcome the separation that defines our existence. This is why love feels like recognition, Aristophanes explains. When you meet the right person, you feel like you have known them forever, like you are reuniting rather than meeting for the first time. This is why love creates such intense longing. You are not simply attracted to another person, you are reaching for the part of yourself that was taken away. This is why nothing else satisfies when you are in love. No amount of success or wealth or honor can fill the void left by separation from your other half. Only reunion can ease that primal pain. Aristophanes' myth is charming, humorous in its imagery of round people rolling across the ground, yet deeply serious in what it says about human nature. We are fundamentally incomplete. We are defined by lack, by absence, by the sense that something essential is missing. And we spend our lives seeking to overcome this incompleteness through connection with another. The myth of the soulmate, the idea that somewhere out there is the one person perfectly suited to us, the other half of our soul, originates here in Aristophanes' speech. But is this really what love is? Is it fundamentally about overcoming personal incompleteness? Is the goal of love to find someone who makes us whole? Socrates, speaking last among the symposiasts, offers a very different vision. He does so not in his own voice, but by recounting a conversation he once had with Diotima, a priestess from Mantinea, who initiated him into the mysteries of love. Socrates begins by challenging some assumptions made by earlier speakers. They have all praised love, as if love were a beautiful, perfect God. But Diotima asks, if love desires beauty and goodness, can love himself possess these qualities? We only desire what we lack. The hungry person desires food precisely because they do not have it. The poor person desires wealth precisely because they lack it. If love desires beauty, then love must not possess beauty. If love desires goodness, then love must not be good. So what is love then? Not a god, Diotima explains, but a daemon, a spirit intermediate between divine and mortal, between immortal and mortal, between wise and ignorant. Love was conceived, she tells Socrates, on the day of Aphrodite's birth. Poros, the god of resource, and Plenty attended the feast celebrating the goddess's arrival. He drank too much nectar and fell asleep in Zeus's garden. Meanwhile, Penia, the personification of poverty and need, came begging at the feast's edge. Seeing Poros lying unconscious, Penia conceived a plan to ease her perpetual lack. She lay with the sleeping god and became pregnant with love. From his father Poros, love inherits resourcefulness, cleverness, the ability to devise means toward desired ends. From his mother Penia, love inherits neediness, longing, the constant awareness of lacking something essential. And this mixed nature defines what love is. Love is neither complete poverty nor complete wealth, neither total ignorance nor perfect wisdom, neither purely mortal nor purely divine. Love is in between, always seeking, always striving, always moving toward what it lacks, but never fully possessing it. This, Diotima insists, is what philosophers are. Philosophers are lovers of wisdom, which means they desire wisdom precisely because they do not possess it. The wise person, if such a person exists, would not philosophize because she would already have what philosophy seeks. The ignorant person, if truly and completely ignorant, would not philosophize because he would not know that he lacked anything. Philosophy exists in the space between ignorance and wisdom, perpetually reaching for understanding without ever fully grasping it, and this is the space that love inhabits. But what does love desire? What is the object of this perpetual longing? Beautiful things, Diotima answers at first, but then she probes deeper. Why do we desire beautiful things? What do we hope to gain from possessing them? Socrates fumbles for an answer, and Diotima guides him. We desire beautiful things because we want the good they provide, and we want the good because we want to be happy. And we want to be happy permanently, not just momentarily. What love ultimately desires is the permanent possession of the good. But mortals cannot achieve permanent possession of anything. We age, we change, we die. Everything we grasp slips away eventually. So how can love, this desire for permanent possession of the good, ever be satisfied? Through reproduction, Diotima answers. Through creating something that outlasts us. This is why animals and humans feel such intense drive to reproduce. It is not simply biological instinct, though biology expresses it. It is a spiritual need, a desire for immortality, for permanence, for creating something that will continue after our temporary existence ends. But reproduction is not only physical. There is spiritual reproduction, intellectual reproduction, reproduction in soul rather than body. And this spiritual reproduction is higher than physical reproduction, more noble, more valuable, because its offspring are more lasting and more beneficial than mere children of flesh. Consider Homer. Diotima suggests he died thousands of years ago, but his poems remain. They educate generation after generation. They shape souls and inspire virtue. Are these poems not better offspring than biological children, who themselves die after a single lifetime? Consider, Lycurgus and Solon, the great lawgivers. Their laws brought justice and order to entire cities. These laws are their children, offspring of their minds rather than their bodies, and these children have granted them immortality in memory and honor. This begins to reveal the true nature of love. Love is not simply desire for another person. Love is desire for immortality through creative production, and the highest form of this creative production is giving birth not to bodies, but to ideas, not to physical offspring, but to wisdom, virtue, beauty, justice. The philosopher seeks to give birth to true ideas. The politician seeks to give birth to just laws. The artist seeks to give birth to beautiful creations. All of these are expressions of love in its highest form. But Diotima is not finished. She has described what love does and why. Now she reveals where love should lead, the path it should follow, the ascent it makes possible. And here the symposium's teaching explicitly connects with the theory of forms and the allegory of the cave. Love is the force that carries the soul, from the realm of shadows to the realm of forms, from the many to the one, from changing particulars to eternal perfection. The journey begins, Diotima explains, with attraction to a single beautiful body. A young person sees another young person and feels desire. This is love in its most basic, most accessible form. Physical attraction to physical beauty. There is nothing wrong with this beginning. It is where love naturally starts for embodied beings like us. But if the lover is wise, he will not remain at this level. He will notice that the beauty in this one body is similar to the beauty in other bodies. He will realize that beauty itself, the thing he responds to, is not unique to this one person, but appears in many persons. And gradually, his love will expand from this single body to beautiful bodies in general. He will love bodily beauty as such, not just this particular instance of it. Next, if he continues to ascend, he will notice that the beauty of the soul is more valuable than the beauty of the body. A person with a beautiful character, someone virtuous and wise, is more genuinely beautiful than a person with an attractive physique. And so the lover's focus shifts from physical beauty to spiritual beauty, from the body to the soul. He begins to love people not for their appearance, but for their character, their wisdom, their virtue. Continuing upward, the lover will discover beauty in activities and laws and institutions. He will see that a just law is beautiful, that a noble custom is beautiful, that a harmonious society is beautiful, and his love expands again to encompass not just individual beautiful souls, but the beautiful structures that souls create together. From here, the ascent becomes more abstract, but also more profound. The lover discovers beauty in different kinds of knowledge, in mathematics and science and philosophy. He sees that true ideas are beautiful, that understanding itself is beautiful, that knowledge possesses an attractiveness that transcends any physical or institutional beauty. And finally, if he persists, if he climbs the entire ladder of love, he will arrive at something extraordinary. He will have a vision of beauty itself, the form of beauty, eternal and perfect, unchanging and absolute. This beauty is not beautiful in some respects and ugly in others. It is not beautiful at one time and ugly at another. It is not beautiful to some people and ugly to others. It is simply, absolutely, eternally beautiful. It is the source and standard of all particular beautiful things, the reason anything else can be beautiful at all. And when the lover beholds this form of beauty, Diotima says, he will understand what he has been seeking all along. Every particular, beautiful thing he loved was beautiful only because it participated in this form, only because it imperfectly reflected this eternal beauty. His love was always for this form, even when he did not know it, even when he mistakenly believed he loved only the particular beautiful body or soul he first encountered. At this final stage, the lover can contemplate beauty itself and give birth, spiritually, to true virtue and wisdom. He becomes productive in a way he never was before, creating not mere images or opinions about goodness, but actual virtue, actual wisdom, because he is now in contact with what is actually good and beautiful, rather than with pale copies of these realities. And because he is in contact with what is immortal and eternal, he himself achieves a kind of immortality. Not literal bodily immortality, but immortality through his spiritual offspring, through the wisdom and virtue he creates and passes to others, through his participation in something that transcends the mortal realm. This is love according to Plato, according to Diotima, according to the vision presented in the symposium. Love is not fundamentally about finding someone to complete you. It is not about overcoming personal inadequacy through union with another. It is about ascent. It is about using the natural human capacity for desire, for longing, for reaching beyond oneself, as a ladder that leads from the physical to the spiritual, from the particular to the universal, from the temporal to the eternal. Love begins with physical attraction, yes, but it should not end there. The lover who remains fixated on a single beautiful body is like the prisoner who remains focused on one particular shadow. He has mistaken the first step for the destination. He has stopped climbing when the ladder still stretches infinitely above him. The truly philosophical lover uses each level of beauty as a stepping stone to the next, never resting, always ascending, always seeking the beauty that lies beyond all particular beautiful things. And this explains the connection between love and philosophy. Philosophy is love of wisdom. Wisdom is knowledge of what is truly good and truly beautiful. Knowledge of what is truly good and beautiful requires ascending from particulars to forms, from the many to the one, from the physical realm to the intelligible realm. Love provides the motivation, the energy, the driving force for this ascent. Without love, without desire, without longing for something beyond what we currently possess, we would have no reason to climb, no motivation to question, no drive to seek truth. Philosophy is love directed toward its highest object, and love is philosophy's engine, the power that moves souls from ignorance toward knowledge, from the cave into the light, from shadows to reality. Now, as sleep begins to pull you under, consider your own loves. What do you desire? What attracts you? What do you long for with the intensity that defines genuine love? And more importantly, are you using these desires as a ladder, or have you mistaken the lowest rung for the top? Are you climbing toward beauty itself, toward goodness itself, toward the forms that give all particular things whatever beauty and goodness they possess? Or are you clinging to one particular beautiful thing, refusing to see that its beauty points beyond itself, refusing to climb higher? The ladder is always there. Diotima's teaching, Plato's vision, remains available to anyone willing to ascend. You do not need to abandon earthly loves. You do not need to reject physical beauty or deny your attraction to particular people. But you can learn to see these loves as beginnings rather than endings, as invitations to climb rather than destinations, at which to stop. Love begins in the body. Love ends in eternity. The question is whether you will make the journey, whether you will trust love enough to carry you beyond the comfortable and familiar into the vast and frightening realm of perfect beauty that exists beyond all changing, dying, imperfect, beautiful things. The ladder stands before you. Diotima calls from above. And love, that resourceful and needy daemon, stands ready to guide you upward, if only you will let him.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Tonight, we journey into the life and mind of perhaps the most dangerous philosopher who ever lived. Picture, if you will, a young man standing before the elders of his community. He is 23 years old. The year is 1656. In moments, words will be spoken against him that have never been spoken against anyone before, words so filled with fury and rejection that they will echo across centuries. He will be cursed by day and cursed by night, cursed when he lies down and cursed when he rises up. His name will be blotted out from under heaven. No one will be permitted to speak with him, to be under the same roof, to read anything he writes. And this curse, unlike all the others before it, will never be lifted, not even 350 years later, when scholars and rabbis gather to consider whether it is finally time to forgive. What could this young man have said? What ideas could be so threatening, so fundamentally dangerous, that they required not just exile but eternal damnation? The young man's name was Baruch Spinoza, and his crime was offering humanity a new way to see God, nature, and ourselves. A vision so radical, so breathtaking in its implications, that it would shake the foundations of religion and philosophy itself. A vision that would influence minds from Goethe to Einstein, that would secretly circulate through the Enlightenment like contraband, that would be declared as dangerous as any weapon ever forged. But here is what makes Spinoza's story so remarkable. He did not respond to his excommunication with bitterness or revenge. He did not recant or beg forgiveness. He simply walked away from everything he had known, picked up the tools of a lens grinder, and set about thinking his way to truths that would outlast empires. In the quiet of his workshop, between the careful grinding of glass that would help others see more clearly, he constructed a philosophy of such serene power that even those who condemned him could not ultimately ignore it. Tonight, as you settle into rest, we will follow Spinoza's extraordinary journey. We will stand in the Amsterdam synagogue as the curse is pronounced. We will follow him into exile and watch as he transforms rejection into revelation. We will explore his audacious claim that God and nature are one and the same. We will discover his revolutionary understanding of emotions, freedom, and what it means to be human. And perhaps, in the gentle unfolding of these ideas, you will find the same strange peace that Spinoza himself discovered in the face of absolute rejection, the peace that comes from seeing yourself not as separate from the universe, but as a wave in an infinite ocean, temporary in form, but eternal in substance. So let your breathing slow. Allow the concerns of the day to settle like dust, and prepare to meet a mind that refused to accept easy answers, a heart that found divinity in everything, and a spirit that discovered freedom in the very necessity that seems to bind us all. The world Spinoza was born into was one of fear and precarious hope. To understand what would happen to him, we must first understand the community that both nurtured and ultimately rejected him. Amsterdam in the early 17th century was unlike any other place in Europe. While the Inquisition raged across Spain and Portugal, while Jews were expelled, forcibly converted, or worse, the Dutch Republic offered something precious and rare. Not full acceptance, perhaps, but tolerance, room to breathe, permission to worship according to conscience, as long as one did not disturb the public peace. And so they came. The Portuguese Jews, who had lived for generations as conversos, forced Christians who practiced their ancestral faith in secret cellars and locked rooms, always one whispered accusation away from the dungeons of the Inquisition. They came to Amsterdam, this city of canals and commerce, this haven at the edge of Europe, and they began to rebuild not just their homes and businesses, but their very identities. They learned again how to be Jewish openly, to gather in synagogues instead of hiding in shadows, to speak Hebrew without fear of being overheard. But their freedom was conditional, and they knew it. The Dutch were tolerant, yes, but tolerance had its limits. Disturb the social order, cause scandal, give the Christian authorities reason to question whether Jews could truly be trusted as citizens, and that precious tolerance might evaporate like morning mist. The Portuguese Jewish community of Amsterdam lived with this knowledge every day. They policed themselves rigorously. They watched one another for signs of deviation, not out of cruelty, but out of survival. One person's heresy could endanger everyone. Into this world, on the 24th of November, 1632, a boy was born. His parents named him Baruch, which in Hebrew means blessed. The Portuguese form of the name was Bento. Later, he would adopt the Latin version, Benedict. 3 names, all meaning blessed, for a child who would grow up to challenge every traditional understanding of what blessing might mean. His father, Michael de Spinoza, was a merchant of moderate success, respected in the community, involved in the synagogue's affairs. His mother, Hannah Deborah, was a woman history has largely forgotten, leaving us only the bare facts of her existence. She died when Baruch was 5 years old, a loss that would haunt the boy in ways we can only imagine. To lose a mother at such an age is to lose the very ground beneath your feet. Perhaps it taught him early that nothing is permanent, that even the most fundamental relationships can dissolve without warning. Perhaps it planted the first seeds of the philosophy he would later develop, a philosophy that would insist we must find our peace not in the temporary, but in the eternal. The boy grew up in a household where books were valued, where Hebrew learning was taken seriously, where the great questions, of theology and law were discussed around the table. He attended the Talmud Torah school, the community's center of learning, and from the beginning his brilliance was obvious. He absorbed Hebrew, he mastered the Torah and Talmud, he excelled at the intricate logical arguments that Talmudic study required. His teachers must have looked at him with pride, seeing perhaps a future rabbi, a scholar who would bring honor to the community that had suffered so much. But something was stirring in the boy's mind that his teachers did not see or chose not to see. Questions without easy answers, contradictions in the texts he was studying, claims about God that seemed to make God small, petty, almost human in weakness. If God was truly infinite, truly perfect, how could he be moved by prayers or sacrifices? How could he make mistakes, change his mind, feel jealousy or anger? These were the emotions of humans, not of anything that could be called divine. As he entered his late teens, Baruch began to seek learning beyond the synagogue. He found his way to Franciscus van den Enden, a former Jesuit who had become something quite different. An atheist, some whispered. A radical, certainly. A man who taught Latin and introduced his students to the new philosophy flowering across Europe. Descartes, who had dared to doubt everything until he found something certain. Hobbes, who had looked at human society with cold, clear eyes and seen not divine ordination, but natural force. These men were rebuilding philosophy from the ground up, sweeping away centuries of scholastic cobwebs, insisting that reason alone must be the guide. For Baruch, it must have felt like emerging from a dim room into sunlight. Here was a way of thinking that did not start with scripture and twist logic to fit predetermined conclusions. Here was a method that asked only, what is true? What can we know with certainty? What follows necessarily from clear principles? The young man who had memorized so much rabbinic commentary, who knew the Torah so thoroughly, began to see these texts differently, not as eternal revelation, but as human documents shaped by their times, full of contradictions because humans are contradictory. And once you see text that way, once you begin to question whether these words truly came from God, everything else begins to unravel. If the Torah is not literally divine, then the laws it contains are not binding. If Moses did not receive the commandments on Sinai, then why observe them? If the soul is not immortal, then why worry about divine reward and punishment? If God does not intervene in human affairs, then why pray? These thoughts were dangerous beyond measure. In a community still traumatized by persecution, still desperate to maintain its fragile security, such ideas were not just wrong, they were threatening. They threatened the very cohesion that kept the community safe. If young people started thinking this way, what would become of the religion their parents had risked everything to preserve? Baruch's father died in 1654 when the young man was 21. Michael de Spinoza left behind a failing business and substantial debts. Baruch and his brother Gabriel inherited not wealth, but obligations. The young philosopher, brilliant as he was, found himself responsible for an import business he had no interest in, dealing with merchants and contracts when his mind wanted to grapple with substance and infinity. The business struggled, creditors circled, and Baruch, in a move that would enrage the community's leaders, appealed to Dutch civil courts rather than the Jewish community's internal arbitration to resolve his father's debts. This was not just a practical matter, it was a statement. By going to Dutch authorities, Baruch was effectively saying that he did not consider himself bound by the community's jurisdiction. He was asserting his rights as a Dutch citizen over his obligations as a Jew. The community's leaders saw this clearly. Here was a young man who had already been heard expressing heretical views, who was now publicly defying community authority. They could not allow this to continue. They tried first to bring him back quietly. There were meetings, conversations, arguments. Some sources suggest they even offered him money, a stipend, to keep quiet about his views, to at least maintain the appearance of conformity. Imagine that scene. Baruch, perhaps in his early 20s, sitting across from the community elders, men he had known his whole life, men who had known his father. They are trying to help him in their way, trying to save him from himself. Can he not see the danger? Can he not understand that some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud? But Baruch could not, would not conform. The truth, as he had come to see it, was too important. More important than money, than community, than belonging. He had glimpsed something vast, something that made the small rituals and rules seem like children's games. How could he go back to pretending? And so they were left with no choice, or so they believed. In July of 1656, the community's leaders made a decision that would echo through centuries. They would issue a herem, a ban of excommunication. But not an ordinary herem. This would be the harshest punishment they had ever pronounced. A curse so comprehensive that it would leave no room for ambiguity, no possibility of reconciliation. Picture the scene. The 27th of July, 1656. The synagogue of Talmud Torah, the magnificent building that represented all the community had built in Amsterdam. The scrolls of Torah are brought out. The ark is open. The community has gathered, though whether Baruch himself was present, we do not know. Perhaps he stood in the back, watching calmly as his fate was sealed. Perhaps he stayed away, having already accepted what was coming. One of the elders begins to read. The document is in Portuguese, the language the community uses for official matters. The words roll out with terrible formality. By decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Espinosa. The voice continues, gathering force. With the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls, with the 613 precepts which are written therein. Then come the curses themselves, pulled from every corner of Jewish tradition, piled one upon another like stones, meant to crush utterly. Cursed be he with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law. The list goes on. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. No aspect of existence is left uncursed. The ban extends to everything. The Lord will not spare him, but the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And finally, the practical implications. No one should communicate with him neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor come within 4 cubits in his vicinity, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. It was comprehensive, total, final. The community that had nurtured him, that held his family history, that connected him to generations of ancestors, was cutting him off completely. He was to become as one dead. His name, which meant blessed, was to be erased from the book of life. He was to wander the world alone, without community, without the support system that had defined Jewish survival for millennia. How did Baruch receive this? We have no record of his immediate reaction. He left no letter describing his feelings in that moment. But we know what he did next. He left Amsterdam's Jewish quarter. He moved first to the outskirts, then to other towns, Leiden, Rainsburg, finally The Hague. He took up the trade of lens grinding, a skilled craft that required steady hands and precise measurements that would provide him enough income to live simply while giving him hours each day for the work he really cared about. The work of thinking. There is a story impossible to verify but telling in what it reveals, that shortly after the excommunication, Baruch was leaving the synagogue when a young man approached him with a knife, perhaps a fanatic who thought he was defending God's honor, perhaps someone looking to prove his loyalty to the community. The attack failed. Baruch was not seriously injured, but he kept the cloak he had been wearing, slashed by the knife, and would later point to it as a reminder, not of bitterness, but of something else, perhaps of the cost of truth, perhaps of the violence that fear and dogma can inspire. And now, alone, rejected, cursed by day and by night, the young man who had been called blessed began the work that would make his name immortal. He began to write down the vision that had cost him everything, the vision of a universe so ordered, so necessary, so beautiful in its iron laws that it would transform how humans understood their place in existence. At the heart of Spinoza's philosophy lies an idea so simple in expression and so revolutionary in implication that it would shake Western thought to its foundations. 3 Latin words that would be whispered in philosophical circles like a secret too dangerous to speak aloud: Deus sive natura, God or nature. God or nature, as if they were interchangeable, as if there were no difference between the divine being who supposedly created the universe and the natural world itself. To understand how radical this was, you must understand what people believed about God in the 17th century. God was understood as a being separate from creation, existing before the universe began, choosing to create it through an act of will, then remaining apart from it, intervening occasionally through miracles, judging humans, rewarding the righteous, and punishing the wicked. God was like a king on a throne, infinitely powerful, but also separate, distant, other. You prayed to this God, you pleased or displeased him through your actions. You hoped for his mercy because his justice was terrifying. Spinoza looked at this picture of God and saw nothing but projection. Humans imagining the divine as a magnified version of themselves. A cosmic father figure, a supernatural emperor. And what Spinoza proposed instead was not quite atheism, though many called it that, but something stranger and in some ways more profound. He proposed that we drop the distinction entirely, that we stop imagining God as separate from the universe and recognize that God is the universe, that the universe is God, that there is nothing but this one infinite reality expressing itself in endless modes. In his magnum opus, The Ethics, which he spent years writing, and which would only be published after his death, Spinoza laid this out with geometric precision. He began with definitions, as Euclid had done with geometry. What do we mean by substance, by attribute, by mode? And then, step by step, proposition by proposition, he built his argument. There can be only one substance, infinite and eternal. This substance is what we call God. This substance is what we call nature. They are not two things, but one thing seen from different perspectives. Think of it this way. When you look at the ocean, you see waves. Each wave seems distinct, separate, with its own identity, its own moment of rising and falling, but no wave is truly separate from the ocean. Each is a temporary form that the ocean takes. The wave is not something other than the ocean. It is the ocean, expressing itself in that particular way at that particular moment. And so Spinoza would say, with all of existence, you are not separate from God. You are a mode of God, a temporary form that the infinite substance takes. Everything you see around you, every tree and stone, every person and animal, every thought and feeling, all of it is God expressing itself, nature in its infinite creativity. Now, this might sound beautiful and perhaps mystical, and indeed many later thinkers, particularly the Romantics, would embrace Spinoza for this apparent unity with nature. But Spinoza meant something more rigorous and more challenging than mystical union. He meant that everything that happens follows from the nature of God with the same necessity that the properties of a triangle follow from its definition. There is no room for chance, no room for divine whim, no room for miracles that violate natural law, because natural law is divine law, is simply how God necessarily acts. This means that when terrible things happen, when children die and earthquakes destroy cities, these events are not punishments from an angry deity. They are not even mysterious workings of divine providence that we cannot understand. They are simply the necessary unfolding of natural causes and effects. God does not intervene because God is not separate enough from the universe to intervene. God is the system of natural law itself. You can perhaps see why this philosophy terrified religious authorities. If there are no miracles, then the foundation stories of every religion become suspect. If God does not judge and reward and punish, then what is the point of religious law? If everything happens by natural necessity, then what becomes of sin and salvation? Spinoza's philosophy seemed to drain away all the meaning that traditional religion provided, but Spinoza himself did not see it this way. He saw his philosophy as liberating us from fear of divine punishment, from the need to appease an angry God, from superstition and ritual that claimed to manipulate supernatural forces. Instead, we could study nature, understand its laws, work with them rather than against them. We could find our peace, not in begging favors from a cosmic tyrant, but in understanding our place in the eternal order of things. And yes, there was still room for something he called the intellectual love of God, but this was not the fearful love of a servant for a master. It was the joyful understanding of how we fit into the infinite whole. It was the pleasure of seeing clearly, of knowing things as they truly are. When you understand that you are not a lonely, isolated ego, but a wave in an infinite ocean, when you grasp that your existence is necessary and eternal in its essence, even if temporary in its current form, then you can rest in a peace that religious anxiety never provided. The great physicist Albert Einstein, centuries later, would declare that he believed in Spinoza's God. Einstein understood, as Spinoza had, that the natural laws themselves were so elegant, so beautiful in their mathematical precision, that they inspired something like religious awe. Not awe at a being separate from nature, but awe at the magnificent order that nature itself displays. The fact that we can understand these laws, that our minds can grasp the structure of reality, this itself is a kind of miracle, though not the kind that violates natural law. Spinoza's God does not love you back. This was one of his most shocking propositions. The God of tradition loves humans, cares about their suffering, responds to their prayers. Spinoza's God cannot do any of these things because God, being infinite and eternal, cannot be affected by anything finite and temporary. To expect God to care about your particular troubles would be like expecting the ocean to have feelings about one particular wave. The ocean does not hate the wave, but neither does it love it. It simply is, and the wave is a temporary expression of what it is. This might seem cold, even cruel, but Spinoza thought it was actually more comforting than the traditional view. Better to live in a universe that operates by consistent laws than to live at the mercy of a cosmic personality who might be pleased with you today and angry tomorrow. Better to seek understanding than to spend your life trying to please an unpleasable deity. And there was still room for joy, for love, for all the fullness of human experience. These things did not require supernatural sanction. They were natural expressions of what it means to be human, to be this particular mode of the infinite substance. As you lie here tonight, consider this vision. Not the God who watches and judges, but reality itself in all its lawful necessity. The same principles that move planets in their orbits also move thoughts through your mind. You are not separate from nature, but woven into it at every level. The boundary between you and the world is less solid than it seems. You are an eddy in the great flow, a note in an infinite symphony, a word in a book that has no beginning or end. And this, Spinoza would say, is not a diminishment but a strange enhancement. To know yourself as part of God is to know yourself as necessary, as eternal in your essence, as having always belonged to the infinite whole. But Spinoza was not content simply to describe the metaphysical structure of reality. He wanted to understand what it meant to be human within this structure. And central to his understanding of human existence was a concept drawn from medieval philosophy but transformed into something new, the concept of conatus. This Latin word means striving, endeavor, an innate drive to continue existing. Everything that exists, Spinoza argued, strives to persist in its own existence. The stone, if it could be imagined to have consciousness, would want to remain a stone. The tree strives upward towards sunlight, sends roots down seeking water, produces seeds to continue itself. The animal flees danger, seeks food, reproduces. And humans? We too, beneath all our complex thoughts and elaborate cultures, are fundamentally driven by this same principle. We strive to go on existing, we seek what enhances our power of existing and avoid what diminishes it. But Spinoza made an even stronger claim. He argued that this striving is not just something each thing does, it is what each thing is. The essence of any being is its conatus, its striving to persist and enhance itself. You are at your deepest level this drive to continue to flourish, to extend your being into the future. Everything you desire, every goal you pursue, every fear you flee, can be traced back to this fundamental striving. This might sound like a bleak reduction of human complexity to mere survival instinct, but Spinoza drew from this principle a rich psychology and ethics. Consider how he defined emotions. There are, he claimed, three primary affects from which all others derive. First is desire itself, the conatus made conscious. You want things because you are, in your essence, a striving being. Second is joy, which Spinoza defined as a passage to greater perfection, an increase in your power to act and think. When something aids your striving, when it enhances your capacity to exist and flourish, you experience joy. Third is sadness, the opposite, a passage to lesser perfection, a decrease in your power. When something hinders your striving, diminishes your capacity, you experience sadness. All other emotions are variations or combinations of these three. Love is joy accompanied by the idea of an external cause. You love what brings you joy. Hate is sadness accompanied by the idea of an external cause. You hate what brings you sadness. Hope is inconstant joy arising from the idea of a future thing whose outcome we doubt. Fear is inconstant sadness from the same source. Jealousy, pride, envy, compassion, Spinoza traced them all back to these fundamental patterns of striving, of passing to greater or lesser power. But here is what makes this analysis so profound. These emotions are not arbitrary. They are not mysterious forces that descend upon us from outside. They are natural expressions of our conatus encountering a world that sometimes aids and sometimes hinders our striving. To understand your emotions is to understand how your being is interacting with the world, where you are gaining power and where you are losing it. And this understanding, Spinoza argued, is the key to freedom. We feel most enslaved when we are tossed by emotions we do not understand, when anger seizes us, or fear paralyzes us, or desire drives us toward things that ultimately harm us. These states of being ruled by emotion, Spinoza called bondage. We are in bondage when external things determine our internal states, when we react rather than act, when we are passive rather than active. But we can move toward freedom by understanding our emotions. When you feel anger rising, you can ask why. What striving of yours has been blocked? What diminishment of power are you experiencing? And in asking these questions, in understanding the anger as a natural response to a natural situation, something shifts. The anger does not necessarily disappear, but it loses some of its compulsive power. You are no longer simply anger happening. You become someone who understands that anger is happening and why.
Spinoza worked out this psychology in extraordinary detail in Part 3 of the Ethics, cataloguing dozens of emotions, showing how they relate to one another, tracing their origins back to the fundamental principles of striving and the passages to greater or lesser power. He approached emotions with the same geometric precision he brought to metaphysics. And his goal was not to make us emotionless, not to turn us into cold, rational calculators, but to help us move from passive to active, from being controlled by emotions to understanding and thereby gaining some measure of control over them. The free person, in Spinoza's vision, is not someone who never feels emotion. That would be to cease being human. The free person is someone who feels emotions clearly, understands their origins, and acts from adequate ideas rather than confused ones. Joy is still possible, indeed more purely possible, when you understand what truly brings you joy and what is merely a temporary pleasure that will ultimately decrease your power. Love is still possible, indeed more deeply possible, when you love from understanding rather than from need or fear. Here, as you settle deeper into rest, you might consider your own striving. What is it that your being most deeply seeks? Not the surface wants that change from day to day, but the fundamental orientation of your existence. To flourish, yes, but what does flourishing mean for you? To understand more, to create, to connect with others. And what emotions have you felt today that pointed toward either enhancement or diminishment of this fundamental striving? Can you see them clearly, without judgment, simply as information about how your being is navigating the world? Spinoza would say that the very act of asking these questions, of turning the light of understanding on your own internal states, is an act of freedom. Not freedom in the sense of being uncaused, for nothing is uncaused, but freedom in the sense of being self-caused, of acting from your own nature, rather than merely reacting to external pressures. This is the freedom available to finite beings in an infinite, deterministic universe. The freedom that comes from understanding necessity rather than fighting against it. And this brings us to one of Spinoza's most paradoxical and powerful insights. In a universe where everything is determined by prior causes, where nothing could be other than it is, where even our choices are the necessary result of our nature and circumstances, what room is there for ethics? If you could not have acted differently than you did, how can you be called good or evil? Spinoza's answer revolutionized ethics. He argued that good and evil are not absolute properties that things possess. They are not judgments handed down by a deity. They are simply shorthand for what aids or hinders our striving. Good is what increases our power to act and think. Evil is what decreases it. And since different things have different natures, what is good for one might be evil for another. What helps a plant flourish might kill an animal. What enhances one person's power might diminish another's. But for rational beings, for humans who can think clearly and understand their own nature, there is a convergence. Because we all share the same fundamental nature, because we are all instances of the same human essence, what is truly good for me is, in large measure, good for you as well. Spinoza was not advocating a crude selfishness. He was advocating rational self-interest, which turns out to require cooperation, community, mutual support. Why? Because humans are not self-sufficient. We need each other to flourish. A person alone, even a person of great talent, can accomplish far less than people working together. And more subtly, we are social creatures by nature. Our striving is not just for physical survival, but for understanding, for connection, for the joy that comes from shared existence. The person who harms others, who takes pleasure in cruelty, who sees other people as mere obstacles or tools, has not understood their own nature. They have not grasped that their deepest good requires the good of others. This led Spinoza to a remarkable conclusion about virtue. Virtue is not obedience to divine commands. It is not the suppression of natural desires. Virtue is power. To be virtuous is to be fully yourself, to act from adequate understanding of your own nature, to enhance rather than diminish your conatus. The virtuous person is not the one who grimly restrains themselves from pleasure, but the one who has learned to find joy in what truly enhances their being. And the highest virtue, the summit of human existence, is understanding. To know things as they truly are, to grasp the necessary connections between causes and effects, to see yourself and the world clearly. This is the greatest power a human can achieve. This is what Spinoza meant by the intellectual love of God. It is the joy that comes from understanding your place in the infinite whole, from seeing the world sub specie aeternitatis, from the perspective of eternity. This eternal perspective does not mean escaping time or denying the reality of change. It means seeing the necessary pattern within change, understanding how each moment follows from what came before according to eternal laws. It means recognizing that while your individual existence is temporary, what you are in your essence participates in the eternal. Your body will die, yes, but the principles that organize your being, the patterns of thinking and striving that make you who you are, these are eternal truths about the infinite substance expressing itself through you. Spinoza was clear about death. The individual perishes. There is no personal immortality in the sense of your ego continuing forever. But neither is death the absolute end some fear it to be. What you are most deeply, the essence of your being, the patterns of understanding you have achieved, these remain as eternal modifications of the infinite substance. You return to the ocean, but the wave you were has left its mark on the whole. This might seem like cold comfort if what you want is to continue as this specific person forever. But Spinoza thought it was the only honest comfort available, and there was something in it that could bring genuine peace. To know that you are not an accident, that your existence is necessary, that you are an eternal part of an eternal whole, even if your current form is temporary, This can ease the anxiety that comes from feeling isolated and contingent. As sleep approaches, bringing its own small rehearsal of death, you might find some rest in this perspective. Your conscious mind will fade, thoughts will become dreams, then nothing you can remember. But you will wake, and the you that wakes will be continuous with the you that sleeps. The pattern persists through the discontinuity, and so perhaps with the greater sleep. What you are most deeply persists in the infinite pattern, even as this particular configuration of matter and mind dissolves back into the elements. Spinoza was not building a philosophy in isolation from the world. He lived in turbulent political times, and his ideas had profound implications for how societies should be organized, how religious and civil authorities should relate, how freedom should be understood and protected. And these implications would nearly get his books banned and destroyed. In the Dutch Republic of the 17th century, there was more freedom than in most of Europe. But that freedom was under constant threat. The Republican government that had thrown off Spanish rule was engaged in an ongoing power struggle with the House of Orange and with the Dutch Reformed Church. Different factions wanted different things. The Republicans wanted more openness, more tolerance for different religions and philosophies. The Orthodox Calvinists wanted tighter control over what could be thought and said, and the House of Orange played both sides, seeking whatever path would enhance their own power. Spinoza had been writing the Ethics for years, carefully working out his metaphysical and psychological system. But when he saw religious authorities gaining power, threatening the tolerant atmosphere that made philosophical inquiry possible, he put the ethics aside and wrote something more immediately political. The Theologico-Political Treatise, published anonymously in 1670. This book was explosive. Spinoza applied his philosophical method to the Bible itself, reading it not as divine revelation, but as a historical document produced by humans for specific purposes in specific times. He showed contradictions, inconsistencies, places where the text had clearly been altered or added to by later hands. He argued that miracles, if they meant violations of natural law, were impossible. He suggested that Moses did not write the Pentateuch, that many books of the Bible were composed centuries after the events they described. That prophecy was not supernatural knowledge, but simply the vivid imagination of certain individuals. For a culture that took the Bible as literally true and divinely authored, this was dynamite. But Spinoza went further. He argued that religious authorities had no right to control philosophical inquiry, that church and state should be separate, that freedom of thought and speech were fundamental rights that governments should protect, not suppress. He made a case for democracy as the most natural form of government, one that best aligned with human nature and best served human flourishing. The reaction was swift and furious. The book was called Forged in Hell by the Devil himself. Even some of Spinoza's friends were disturbed by how far he had gone. The book was banned, but it was too late. Copies circulated, the ideas spread. Young intellectuals across Europe read it secretly and felt their minds opened to possibilities they had not imagined. Spinoza never published the Ethics during his lifetime. He knew it would bring even more condemnation than the Theologico-Political Treatise had. He continued working on it, refining arguments, adding propositions, but he kept it in manuscript. Only after his death would his friends dare to publish it, and even then, it caused scandal. For more than a century, to be called a Spinozist was to be called an atheist, a subversive, someone dangerous to social order. But Spinoza's political philosophy would ultimately triumph. His arguments for freedom of thought, for separation of church and state, for democratic government, would influence the Enlightenment and, through it, modern liberal democracy. When American founders spoke of self-evident truths and unalienable rights, they were drawing on a tradition that ran through Locke back to Spinoza. When European nations gradually separated religious and civil authority, they were following a path Spinoza had helped clear. He did not live to see any of this. He died in 1677, 44 years old, of consumption, probably made worse by the glass dust he had inhaled during years of grinding lenses. He died quietly in The Hague, working on his political treatise which remained unfinished. His landlord found him one morning, dead in his room, surrounded by his books and papers. His friends gathered what he had written and published it all, the ethics, the political treatise, letters, even a Hebrew grammar he had been working on. And slowly, gradually, the world began to recognize what had been lost when this quiet lens grinder died so young. Imagine the life Spinoza lived in those final years in The Hague. A simple room, a workshop where he ground lenses, a desk covered with papers where he wrestled with the hardest questions humans can ask. He received visitors, engaged in correspondence with thinkers across Europe,
was offered positions at universities that he politely declined. He preferred his
independence, his quiet. He needed nothing but time to think, paper to write on, glass to work with, enough food to keep body alive while mind soared through infinite spaces. There is something almost monastically pure about how he lived. No family, no wealth, no status, no security beyond what his skilled hands could earn. Just the life of the mind, pursued with total dedication. But this was not world denial or ascetic punishment. Spinoza enjoyed moderate pleasures. He would walk, smoke a pipe, engage in friendly conversation. He simply did not need the things most people chase. Fame meant nothing to him. Wealth would only have been a distraction. He had found what he wanted, which was to understand, and everything else was secondary. His friends remembered him as gentle, good-humoured, patient, not the grim determinist you might expect from someone who denied free will, not the cold rationalist who cared nothing for emotion. He felt things deeply but was not ruled by them. He had achieved something of the freedom he described in the Ethics, the freedom that comes from adequate understanding. And he was not bitter about his excommunication, not still nursing wounds from his rejection by the community that had raised him. He had moved beyond that. He bore no grudge against the rabbis who had cursed him. They had acted from their nature and circumstances as all things do. To resent them would be like resenting a stone for falling. They could not have done otherwise, given what they were and what they believed. And in any case, their curse had freed him to become who he needed to become. There is a story about Spinoza and death. As his illness worsened, friends urged him to prepare himself, to think about his soul's salvation, to make his peace with God in whatever way he could. And Spinoza would smile and shake his head. He was already at peace. He understood that what he was would continue in the infinite substance, that his individual existence ending was no more tragic than a wave returning to the ocean. He had seen things from the perspective of eternity, and from that perspective there was nothing to fear. When he died, he left behind almost nothing. Some clothes, some books, a few guilders, his philosophical manuscripts. No children to carry on his name, no wealth to endow institutions. Just ideas. Ideas that had been too dangerous to publish during his life, that would remain dangerous for generations after his death, but that would ultimately change how humanity thinks about God, nature, freedom, and what it means to be human. The immediate aftermath of Spinoza's death was chaotic. His books were condemned, banned, burned. To own the ethics was dangerous. To be known as a Spinozist was social and professional suicide. The word itself became an accusation. Spinozist, atheist, subversive, materialist. All these terms were thrown around as epithets meant to mark someone as beyond the pale of acceptable thought. And yet, the ideas spread.
They spread precisely because they had been banned, because they were forbidden. Young intellectuals across Europe read Spinoza in secret, met in private to discuss his propositions, felt the foundations of their inherited worldviews cracking open. Here was a way of thinking that made sense of so much that traditional philosophy left mysterious. Here was a rigor, a clarity, a willingness to follow arguments wherever they led, regardless of whether the conclusions were comforting. The Enlightenment, that great flowering of rational inquiry and political reform, owed more to Spinoza than many of its proponents wanted to admit. Voltaire read him. Diderot was influenced by him. The great encyclopedia of human knowledge that Enlightenment thinkers compiled drew on his principles even when it did not cite his name. His critique of biblical authority, his insistence on freedom of thought, his vision of a society based on reason rather than revelation, all of this became part of the intellectual atmosphere of the 18th century. But it was the Romantics who really embraced Spinoza, who rescued him from the charge of being cold and mechanistic. Goethe read him and felt he was looking at the universe with new eyes. Here was not a dead machine, but a living whole, God and nature one and the same, divinity flowing through everything. Wordsworth and Coleridge, though they never mentioned Spinoza by name, were breathing Spinozistic air when they celebrated nature as the dwelling place of the divine. And in Germany, the philosophers who rebuilt metaphysics in the wake of Kant's critical philosophy, thinkers like Hegel and Schelling, they saw in Spinoza a precursor, someone who had glimpsed the absolute, even if he had not quite grasped it correctly. They argued with him, revised him, claimed to move beyond him, but they could not ignore him. He had become part of the bedrock of European philosophy. In the 19th century, Spinoza's reputation began to shift from dangerous heretic to honored philosophical ancestor. Universities included him in their curricula. Scholars wrote learned commentaries on the ethics. His metaphysics might be rejected, yes, but he was respected for his rigor, for the purity of his commitment to reason, for his personal integrity in standing by his convictions at such cost. And then, in the 20th century, something remarkable happened. Scientists began to see that Spinoza had been, in some ways, ahead of his time. His determinism, which had seemed so bleak to earlier generations, started to look less like fatalism and more like a recognition of natural law. Einstein's universe, ordered by mathematical principles where everything followed necessarily from the laws of physics, this was Spinozistic. Einstein himself said he believed in Spinoza's God, the God that reveals itself in the orderly harmony of everything that exists. More recently, philosophers of mind and cognitive scientists have found in Spinoza's theory of emotions
and his understanding of the mind-body relationship insights that anticipate modern thinking. His idea that mind and body are not two separate substances, but two aspects of one reality. This parallels what neuroscience tells us about the inseparability of mental and physical processes. His analysis of how emotions arise from our evaluation of whether things aid or hinder our striving, this has been revived in theories of affect and motivation. Even his ethical theory has found new defenders. In a world that has largely abandoned belief in divine commands or absolute moral laws, Spinoza's naturalistic ethics, grounded in what actually contributes to human flourishing, seems less radical and more sensible. If there is no God above to tell us what is good, then perhaps good is indeed what enhances our power to live well, and evil what diminishes it. And his excommunication? In 2015, more than 350 years after that terrible curse was pronounced, scholars and rabbis gathered in Amsterdam to debate whether it should finally be lifted. The Portuguese Jewish community, still existing in the same city though vastly changed, considered whether the time had come to acknowledge that they had been wrong, that Spinoza's ideas, however challenging, did not deserve eternal condemnation. The debate was passionate. Some argued that lifting the ban would remove a stain from Judaism's history, would show that the tradition could acknowledge error and embrace one of its most brilliant children, even posthumously. Others, including the chief rabbi, argued that Spinoza's ideas remained incompatible with basic Jewish principles, that to lift the ban would be to suggest the community accepted his pantheism, his rejection of traditional doctrine. In the end, the ban was not lifted. It remains in force, the only harem in the community's history that has never been rescinded. Perhaps that is fitting. Spinoza did not need their forgiveness. He had not asked for it in life, and his ideas do not require it in death. He stands as a figure who chose truth over belonging, understanding over comfort, the infinite perspective over the security of community. His excommunication, far from diminishing him, has become part of what makes his story powerful. Here is someone who paid the full price for his convictions and yet found peace, who was utterly alone and yet connected to everything, who was cursed and yet blessed with insight few humans have achieved. Tonight, as consciousness begins its nightly fading, as the thoughts that seemed so important scatter like dreams, you might hold lightly to something of Spinoza's vision. You are not separate from the universe, but woven into it at every level. Your striving is the universe striving through this particular form. Your consciousness is the infinite substance becoming aware of itself through you. When you disappear into sleep, you return momentarily to something like the ocean from which you arose, and in the morning, you will surge forth again as an individual wave, temporary but necessary, finite but participating in infinity. Spinoza offers no promise of personal immortality, no guarantee that suffering has meaning beyond itself, no assurance that someone is watching over you with love. What he offers instead is perhaps more valuable, the knowledge that you belong, that you are not an accident or an alien in the universe, but an essential expression of what is. That understanding itself is a kind of salvation, not from the world, but within it. That freedom is possible even in a determined universe, the freedom of acting from your own nature rather than being blown about by confused ideas and unexamined emotions. As your breathing slows and deepens, as the boundary between waking and sleeping grows permeable, you are enacting something Spinoza understood well. The self is not as solid as it seems. It is a pattern maintained by continual effort, the conatus asserting itself moment by moment. In sleep, that effort relaxes. The pattern loosens. And you do not cease to exist, but exist differently, in a mode less bounded, less defended, more fluid. And then, in the morning, the pattern reasserts itself. You wake as yourself, memories intact, identity resumed, ready to strive another day. This daily cycle of dissolution and reconstitution might be preparation for the greater dissolution that awaits us all. And if Spinoza is right, that dissolution is not annihilation but transformation, not ending but returning, the wave becoming ocean once more. The individual form releases, but nothing is lost from the total. You are eternal in your essence, even as you are temporary in your existence. You have always been part of the infinite whole and always will be, even when this particular configuration of matter and mind no longer maintains itself as a separate entity. There is peace in this, not the peace of being saved by an external power, but the peace of understanding where you actually are. You are already home. You have never left. The universe is not a place you inhabit, but what you are, a mode of, a temporary way that infinite being expresses itself. When you understand this fully, when you see from the perspective of eternity, fear dissolves. Not because nothing bad can happen to you, but because you recognize that what you are most deeply cannot be harmed, because it is not separate enough to be harmed, because it is the eternal substance itself looking out through these particular eyes for this particular span of time. This is what Spinoza called blessedness, and it is available in life, not just in death. Available to anyone willing to think clearly and honestly about what they are and what the universe is. Available through understanding, through the patient work of moving from confused to adequate ideas, from passive to active emotions, from being controlled by external things to acting from one's own nature. And now, dear friend, let these ideas settle into the background of awareness. You do not need to hold them tightly or figure them all out. They are seeds that can germinate in their own time. For now, simply rest in the knowledge that you are part of something vast and ordered and beautiful, that the same intelligence that moves the stars moves through you, that you are, in your own small way, the universe becoming conscious of itself, that your life, however brief, is necessary and eternal in its essence. Let your eyes close fully now. Let the day's striving subside. You have done what you could with the power available to you, and that is all any finite being can do. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities for joy, for understanding, for the enhancement of your conatus. But for now, rest. Return to the ocean for a few hours. Be wave becoming water, becoming wave again. Participate in the eternal rhythm of assertion and relaxation, form and formlessness, particular and universal. The curse pronounced against Spinoza has not been lifted, but curses are just words, and words cannot touch what is eternal. The young man who walked out of the synagogue into a life of isolation found more in his solitude than most people find in the embrace of community. He found the key to understanding suffering without being destroyed by it, to accepting necessity without becoming passive, to being fully human without needing the approval of any authority but truth itself. And his ideas, banned and burned and condemned for centuries, have outlasted all their opponents. They are part now of how thoughtful people think about the universe, about consciousness, about freedom and ethics. They have been absorbed into the intellectual bloodstream of humanity. The lens grinder's workshop in The Hague became a kind of monastery where a new vision of existence was carefully polished into clarity. And that vision still shines, still guides, still offers the possibility of the intellectual love of God to anyone willing to think deeply enough. Sleep now. Sleep with the blessing that Spinoza's name promised and that his philosophy delivered. The blessing of understanding, the blessing of seeing clearly, the blessing of knowing that you are an eternal mode of the infinite substance, temporarily individuated as this particular person, destined to return to the ocean but never truly separate from it. The blessing of being exactly what you are, where you are, part of the necessary unfolding of everything that is. And may you wake tomorrow with something of the freedom Spinoza described, the freedom that comes not from being uncaused, but from acting according to your own nature, from understanding rather than being confused, from striving according to adequate ideas rather than being blown about by every external wind. May you know the joy that comes from increased power, from growing in understanding, from becoming more fully who you are meant to be. The infinite substance expresses itself through countless modes,
And you are one of them. Rest in that knowledge. Rest in the eternal pattern of which you are a temporary but necessary expression. Rest as Spinoza rested, understanding that God and nature are one, that you are never separate from the divine, that understanding itself is the highest form of love, and that even death cannot touch what you are in your essence. Good night, blessed seeker. May the intellectual love of God bring you peace. May adequate ideas replace confused ones. May you pass tonight to greater perfection and wake to a morning full of the power to strive, to understand, and to joy. The universe continues its necessary unfolding, and you are part of that great pattern. Rest now, knowing that all is as it must be, that nothing is separate, that everything is within God, and God is everything. Blessed be the lens grinder who saw so clearly. Blessed be the excommunicated heretic who found his home in infinity. Blessed be the philosophy that transforms curses into understanding and solitude into union with everything that is. Sleep deeply, dream well, and know that you are eternal.
A simple question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating at first, complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing. But think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply have different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, call it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine injustice, a child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize immediately and with certainty that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences. An action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was A battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive aught from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions, where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. But meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured toward some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical landscape when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether they're right. Might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively receiving it. Now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, if you want to get good grades, you should study, that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on you wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, you should keep your promises, they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being. Regardless of your personal goals or desires, this distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict, they're treating morality as hypothetically, if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law, they're written into the fabric of reality. Social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment. Or I'll follow my first instinct. Or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not. But they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly, at least for you, in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it, but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways, in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent it ought to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make, including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves, because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but can't realize they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, you're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special, what gives them dignity rather than mere value, what makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means. An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense, and this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason, and to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. Because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying. Truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself, the test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial, because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will ... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction, whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? ... that it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim a factor. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will. And it marks actions that are imperfect due to things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John, and it's raining on a Tuesday in March, and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors. Like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases. But complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders, society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action. A way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order, trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. but Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible, and in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity, the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quote, ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's. ... Always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price. ... And never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, you're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals, or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agents, beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature, makes their claims valid too. But the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely precious and acting accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends, deserves support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment. Even suicide, in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise, rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off, rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork. But it's also liberating, because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it, and seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with, the same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it, and to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity. To claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable, to saw through the branch you're sitting on, to destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth. For yourself, this is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal, lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. The entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or their lies would have no effect, but their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely someone objects. We can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones, between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth, even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, "I'm not telling you that." You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible, and once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, you have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters except when it doesn't, that you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own. Good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie. About what we're claiming about ourselves and others. About whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what can't. Warned against an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. I'm not forcing anyone, the manipulator says. I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them. This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities. In personal relationships where one person constantly maneuvers the other. In institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors. In conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way, the manipulator always has the same defense. I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively. But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation? Exactly. It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it, but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to left in stock. They trigger social pressure. Everyone in your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only 2 in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on rather than a person to be reasoned with. But, someone objects, isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency, you're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create situations where saying no would be awkward. They make the person feel guilty about past refusals. They alternate between affection and withdrawal to condition the desired behavior. They frame the request in ways that make it seem unreasonable to refuse. This might be effective. It might even be unconscious. But it's manipulation. It treats the partner as someone to be controlled rather than respected. It undermines their capacity to make genuine choices based on their own values and judgment. The manipulator might say, but I know what's good for them better than they do. This is the paternalistic defense. I'm manipulating them for their own benefit. But this misses the fundamental point. Even if you're right about what's good for them, and you usually aren't, you have no right to override their agency. They're not children. They're rational beings capable of making their own mistakes and learning their own lessons. To manipulate them, even benevolently, is to deny them the respect their rational nature deserves. It's to assert that your judgment of their good matters more than their own judgment, that you're entitled to control their choices when you think you know better. This is precisely what the formula of humanity forbids. You cannot treat someone as mere means to an end, Devon, if that end is their own welfare. You must respect their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, live their own life. The universalization test makes this clearer. What's your maxim? I will manipulate others when I believe it will lead them to choices I think are better for them. Can you universalize this? Can you will that everyone manipulates everyone whenever they think they know better? Obviously not. Because you don't want others manipulating you based on their judgment of your good. You want them to respect your autonomy, present you with accurate information and genuine reasons, and allow you to decide for yourself. But if you claim that right for yourself while denying it to others, you're making the classic exception. You're saying your judgment is special, your manipulation justified, your paternalism warranted, while everyone else must respect your autonomy. You can override theirs when you see fit. This is the fundamental incoherence in all manipulation. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating them. They require a baseline of honest communication, rational engagement, and respect for agency in order to function. But they refuse to provide that baseline themselves when it's inconvenient. Consider advertising and marketing. An entire industry built on studying how to influence behavior through means other than rational persuasion. Finding the triggers that bypass critical thinking. Creating needs that didn't exist. Exploiting insecurities to sell products. The defense is always, we're just competing for attention. Presenting our products attractively. Giving people what they want. But look at the methods. Associating products with unrelated positive feelings. Creating artificial social pressure. Targeting children before they develop critical thinking skills. Using subliminal techniques. Exploiting psychological biases. These methods don't respect rational agency. They treat human minds as machines to be programmed, not persons to be reasoned with. The entire premise is, how can we get people to buy without appealing to their rational judgment of whether the product serves their genuine interests? Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone treats everyone else as a psychological system to be hacked? You cannot, because you don't want to be treated that way. You want honest information, rational arguments, and the freedom to judge for yourself what serves your interests. You want to be treated as an end, not as a means to others' commercial goals. But marketers claim this right for themselves, while depending on most people maintaining basic honesty and trust. They exploit the fact that people generally believe what they're told, generally assume good faith, generally don't expect systematic manipulation. This parasitic relationship depending on others. Good faith while refusing to practice it yourself is exactly what Kant's ethics exposes and condemns. The same pattern appears in personal manipulation. The person who constantly maneuvers their partner depends on that partner's honesty and good faith. They're exploiting trust while refusing to reciprocate it, using the other's openness as a vulnerability to exploit rather than something to respect. When discovered, the manipulator often becomes indignant. You're not trusting me. You're being paranoid. But the manipulator is the one who violated trust by treating it as a tool rather than a reciprocal commitment. Kant's ethics draws a bright line. Either you engage with people as rational agents, presenting them with reasons and respecting their judgment, or you manipulate them by bypassing their rationality. There's no middle ground where you can kind of respect someone's agency while also treating them as an object to be controlled. This doesn't mean you can never influence anyone. Rational persuasion is influence. Good arguments, influence. Accurate information influences. But these influence by engaging someone's rationality, not bypassing it. The test is whether you're willing to explain your methods. Can you tell the person, here are the reasons I think you should do this, and here are the psychological techniques I'm using to make you more receptive to those reasons. If revealing your methods would undermine their effectiveness, you're manipulating, because you're depending on the person not recognizing what you're doing. You're treating their ignorance as a resource to exploit. Genuine persuasion doesn't need to hide its methods. Here are the facts. Here's the logic. Make up your own mind. The conclusion stands on its merits, not on psychological tricks, but manipulation dies in the light. Once someone recognizes they're being manipulated, the manipulation fails, which proves it was never about genuine reasons, only about psychological control. The manipulator's defense collapses under Kantian analysis. You cannot claim to respect someone while manipulating them. You cannot treat them as an end while using them as a means. You cannot honor their dignity while overriding their judgment, and you cannot universalize manipulation without destroying the very conditions that make it effective. The manipulator depends on a world of generally honest, trusting, rational people. But manipulation, if universalized, would create a world where no one trusts anyone. Everyone suspects ulterior motives, and all communication becomes a game of deception and counter-deception. In such a world, manipulation itself would be impossible, because it requires targets who aren't expecting it. It requires a baseline of good faith to exploit. This is the trap Kant's ethics reveals. Every form of treating people as mere means depends on others not doing the same. Every violation of human dignity requires dignity to generally be respected, or there would be no stable expectations to violate. The manipulator wants to have it both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a world built on mutual respect while refusing to provide that respect themselves, to use others as tools while insisting on being treated as an end. But they cannot have both. The universalization test forces the choice. Either everyone can manipulate everyone, in which case manipulation becomes impossible, or no one can, in which case you must stop. There is no exception for when you think you know better. No justification based on good intentions. No excuse that your manipulation is sophisticated or subtle or for the right reasons. To be a rational being is to respect rational beings. To claim dignity for yourself is to grant it to others, and to grant it truly is to engage with them as agents, never as mere objects of manipulation. We have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. This phrase has justified countless actions over the past century. Exploitation of workers, environmental destruction, predatory pricing, tax avoidance schemes that deprive communities of resources, lobbying against regulations that would protect public health, offshoring to exploit cheaper labor and weaker safety standards. The logic seems airtight. A corporation exists to generate profit for its owners. Managers are legally obligated to pursue this goal. Therefore, any action that increases profit is not just permissible but required. To do otherwise would be failing in your duty. This is perhaps the most influential moral justification in the modern world. It shapes how billions of people work, consume, and think about economic activity. It's taught in business schools, defended by economists, enshrined in law, and it's completely incompatible with Kant's ethics. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying corporate behavior justified by profit maximization? I will treat employees, customers, communities, and the natural world as mere means to the end of generating profit for shareholders. Can this be universalized? Can you will that all corporations follow this principle without restriction? Think about what that world looks like. Every company treats its workers as interchangeable units, paying minimum wage, providing no benefits, firing at will, caring nothing for their welfare beyond what's legally required. Every company treats customers as sources of revenue, selling them whatever they can regardless of actual value or benefit. Every company treats the environment as a free resource to exploit, dumping waste wherever cheap is, extracting resources without regard for sustainability. In such a world, human beings exist to serve economic activity. Their dignity, their welfare, their very lives become subordinate to profit generation. They are means, not ends. But notice something crucial. The people making these decisions, the executives, the shareholders, don't want to be treated this way themselves. They want fair wages, safe working conditions, honest products, clean environments. They claim dignity as persons, not mere economic units. They're making the classic exception. The categorical imperative applies to how others must treat them, but it doesn't constrain how they treat others when profit is at stake. This becomes clearer when we apply the formula of humanity directly. Does treating workers as expendable resources respect their rational nature? Does selling harmful products to uninformed customers treat them as ends in themselves? Does destroying ecosystems for quarterly earnings recognize the dignity of all the human beings affected? Obviously not. These actions treat human beings as tools, as obstacles to profit that must be overcome or resources to be extracted. The entire framework reduces persons to economic functions. But, the defender responds, we're not forcing anyone. Workers choose to work here. Customers choose to buy. If they don't like the terms, they can go elsewhere. This is the consent defense. As long as people voluntarily participate, no wrong is done. But Kant would ask, what choice do they really have? A worker who needs income to survive doesn't have meaningful freedom to refuse exploitative conditions. A customer who lacks information about product harms or alternatives isn't making an informed choice. A community that has no say in whether a factory pollutes their air and water hasn't consented. To anything, real consent requires rational agency. The ability to make informed choices among genuine alternatives. When you exploit someone's desperation, ignorance, or lack of options, you're not respecting their agency. You're taking advantage of circumstances that compromise their ability to choose freely. This is using them as mere means. The fact that they agree doesn't change the underlying moral reality. A person who agrees to exploitative terms because they'll starve otherwise isn't exercising rational autonomy. They're being coerced by circumstances you're exploiting. Moreover, the consent defense itself can't be universalized. The corporation claims the right to pursue profit limited only by what people agree to. But do they grant others this same right? When workers organize to collectively bargain for better conditions, corporations resist. When communities try to regulate business practices, corporations lobby against it. When customers demand safer products, corporations fight disclosure requirements. When governments try to enforce labor standards, corporations relocate to places with weaker protections. In other words, corporations want freedom for themselves, but oppose others exercising freedom to constrain corporate power. They claim the right to treat people as means, while resisting when people try to assert their status as ends. This is straightforward hypocrisy. If the consent defense were genuinely principled, corporations would accept workers' right to refuse exploitative conditions, customers' right to full information, communities' right to protect their interests. But they don't. They claim freedom for themselves and resist it in others. The deeper problem is that the entire framework of profit maximization treats human dignity as negotiable. It says, respect for persons is a cost to be minimized, a constraint to be evaded, an obstacle to overcome. If paying workers fairly reduces profit, pay them less. If honest disclosure hurts sales, obscure the truth. If environmental protection costs money, fight the regulations. Always, always. The question is, how little can we respect human dignity while remaining legal and profitable? This inverts the proper relationship. Human dignity isn't a cost. It's the foundation of all value. Rational beings aren't resources for economic activity. Economic activity is supposed to serve rational beings. When you make profit the ultimate goal and treat everything else, including human welfare, as mere means to that goal, you've created a system fundamentally at odds with Kantian ethics. Kant would ask, what is profit for? Why does it matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because it serves human ends. People need resources to live well, pursue their goals, develop their capacities. Economic activity has value because it helps rational beings flourish. But if you organize economic activity to maximize profit without regard for human flourishing, you've made the means more important than the end. You've created a system where rational beings serve the economy rather than the economy serving rational beings. This is treating humanity as mere means on a massive, systemic scale. But capitalism has lifted millions out of poverty, the defender argues. Profit-seeking creates innovation, efficiency, growth. The system works. This is the consequentialist defense. Whatever the moral problems, the results justify the system. But remember, Kant rejects consequentialism. Good outcomes don't justify treating people as mere means. You cannot violate human dignity and then claim the violation was worthwhile because it produced benefits. Moreover, this defense assumes the benefits couldn't have been achieved while respecting human dignity. But that's not obvious. Maybe we could have innovation and efficiency and growth while also treating workers fairly, being honest with customers, and protecting the environment. The fact that we've organized things one way doesn't prove it's the only way. It might just prove we've chosen to prioritize profit over dignity. And notice what the consequentialist defense reveals. If you're justifying corporate behavior by pointing to good outcomes, you're admitting the behavior itself is morally problematic. You're saying, yes, we treat people as mere means, but it's worth it because of the results. This is exactly what Kantian ethics forbids. The moment you start weighing good outcomes against violations of human dignity, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made respect for persons conditional rather than absolute. There's also a deeper issue with the fiduciary duty justification. It assumes shareholders' interests override all other considerations. But why? Shareholders are rational beings. But so are workers, customers, community members, and everyone affected by corporate decisions. What gives shareholders rational agency priority over everyone else's? The answer is usually because they own the company. But ownership is a legal fiction, a social construct. It doesn't give shareholders metaphysical priority as rational beings. Their dignity isn't greater just because they hold stock certificates. From a Kantian perspective, all stakeholders are rational beings whose dignity must be respected. You cannot treat workers, customers, and communities as mere means just because. Shareholders have a different legal relationship to the corporation. The corporation itself isn't a rational being. It's a too illegal structure humans created to organize economic activity. And tools should serve human ends. All human ends, not just shareholders. When we organize corporations to maximize shareholder value while treating everyone else as mere means, we've created an institution fundamentally at odds with human dignity. We've built exploitation into the system's basic logic. Kant would say this is irrational. Not just morally wrong, but actually incoherent. Because the corporation depends on all those people it treats as mere means. It needs workers who show up, customers who buy, communities that provide infrastructure. It operates within a social order built on mutual respect and cooperation, but it's parasitic on that order. It takes the benefits while refusing the obligations. It depends on others acting morally while claiming exemption from morality itself. This can't be universalized. If every institution treated human dignity as subordinate to its organizational goals, society would collapse. There would be no stable expectations, no trust, no cooperation. The very conditions that make corporate activity possible would be destroyed. The corporation succeeds by treating people as means while depending on most of society continuing to treat people as ends. It's making an exception for itself that cannot be generalized. Some defenders try a different approach. They argue that corporations can pursue profit while also respecting human dignity. That good corporate citizenship is compatible with profit. Maximization. That the two goals align more than they conflict. Perhaps sometimes they do, but structural incentives matter. When quarterly earnings drive decisions, when executives are compensated based on stock price, when competition rewards whoever can cut costs most aggressively, the system pushes toward treating dignity as expendable. You see this in how corporations behave when they think no one is watching. When oversight is weak, when regulations are unenforced, when consumers can't easily tell the difference between ethical and unethical practices, corners get cut, people get exploited, communities get harmed. This reveals the underlying logic. Respect for human dignity happens when it's profitable or required, not because it's recognized as unconditionally binding. A genuinely Kantian corporation would be different. It would start from the premise that all stakeholders are rational, beings whose dignity must be respected. Profit would be pursued only within constraints set by this fundamental commitment. That might mean lower returns for shareholders. It might mean slower growth. It might mean competitive disadvantages against less scrupulous rivals. But that's the point. Moral obligations aren't conditional on convenience. You don't get to violate human dignity because respecting it is costly. The categorical imperative doesn't have an exception for but profit. The uncomfortable truth is that much of modern corporate behavior is simply incompatible with treating people as ends in themselves. The entire structure is built on the premise that profit justifies treating human beings as resources to be exploited rather than persons to be respected. This doesn't mean all business is immoral. It means we need to rethink how we organize economic activity, to ask whether the institutions we've created truly serve human flourishing or whether they've made humans serve institutions. From a Kantian perspective, the answer is clear. Any system that treats profit maximization as the ultimate goal, while treating human dignity as a constraint to be minimized, has inverted the proper order of values. Rational beings are ends. Economic systems are means. When we organize things the other way around, we've committed a fundamental moral error, one that corrupts everything built on that foundation. The greatest good for the greatest number. This principle sounds obviously right. Who could object to maximizing overall welfare? Isn't that what morality should aim for, making the world as good as possible for as many people as possible? This is utilitarianism, and is probably the most intuitively appealing alternative to Kantian ethics. While Kant focuses on duty and principle, utilitarians focus on outcomes and consequences. While Kant asks whether your maxim can be universalized, utilitarians ask whether your action produces the best overall results. The conflict between these approaches runs deep, and Kant's critique of consequentialism reveals something crucial about the categorical imperative. Consider a classic utilitarian scenario. 5 people are dying and need organ transplants. One person walks into the hospital for a routine checkup. That person is a perfect match for all 5. If you kill the one and harvest their organs, 5 people live instead of 1 dying. The utilitarian calculus seems clear. 5 lives outweigh 1 life. You should kill the one person. Most people recoil from this conclusion. But why? From a purely consequentialist perspective, what's the objection? You've maximized welfare. You've saved the most lives. You've produced the greatest good for the greatest number. The Kantian answer is immediate. You've treated the one person as a mere means. You've used them as a resource, as a source of organs, as a tool for saving others. You've completely violated their dignity as an end in themselves. That person didn't consent to being killed. They had their own life, their own project, their own rational agency. You've treated all of that as irrelevant, as something that can be sacrificed if the numbers work out right. This is the fundamental problem with consequentialism from a Kantian perspective. It makes human dignity negotiable. It says that respect for persons can be overridden when doing so produces enough benefit. But, Kant argues, this gets the relationship backwards. Consequences matter only because they affect rational beings. Value exists only because rational beings can recognize and pursue it. Therefore, rational beings themselves, their dignity, their agency, their status as ends must be prior to, and more fundamental than any calculation of consequences. You cannot coherently say we should maximize value, while treating the very beings who are the source of all value as expendable when the math requires it. The utilitarian might respond, but we're not saying individuals don't matter. We're saying every individual matters equally. One person's welfare counts the same as anyone else's. We're being perfectly impartial. This sounds fair, but consider what it means in practice. It means that if violating one person's rights produces enough benefit for enough other people, you should violate those rights. If enslaving a minority produces enough happiness for the majority, slavery is justified. If torturing one person saves many others, torture is required. The utilitarian might say these scenarios are unrealistic, that violating rights rarely produces net benefits. But that's an empirical claim, not a principled objection. If the numbers did work out that way, utilitarianism would endorse the violation. This reveals something crucial. Utilitarianism doesn't actually protect human dignity. It protects people's welfare only instrumentally, only when protecting it maximizes overall utility. The moment violating dignity becomes more useful than respecting it, utilitarianism requires. The violation, Kant would say, this makes dignity conditional. And if dignity is conditional, it's not really dignity at all. It's just another value to be weighed against other values. But the whole point of dignity is that it's unconditional. Rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on consequences, on utility calculations, on whether respecting them produces good outcomes. They have worth simply because they're rational agents capable of setting ends. To treat this worth as negotiable, as something that can be sacrificed for sufficiently good consequences, is to deny what makes human beings different from objects. It's to treat persons as if they were just a very complicated source of utility rather than beings with intrinsic value. The deeper problem is that utilitarianism can't be universalized in the Kantian sense. What's the maxim of utilitarian action? Something like, I will do whatever produces the greatest total utility, even if it requires treating some people as mere means. Can everyone follow this maxim? Can it be willed as universal law? Consider, what happens if everyone acts to maximize utility without constraints on respecting dignity? You get a world where anyone can be sacrificed at any time if doing so benefits enough others. There are no stable rights, no protected freedoms, no inviolable dignity. In such a world, you cannot plan your life. You cannot trust that others will respect your agency. You cannot know whether you'll be the one selected for sacrifice when the utility calculus requires it. More fundamentally, the entire framework of morality breaks down. Because morality requires stable expectations, reciprocal respect, and recognition of each other as agents with claims that bind others. But utilitarianism says these only matter when they produce good consequences. This is incoherent. The very idea of moral obligation of being bound to respect others, regardless of whether doing so benefits you, is incompatible with making everything conditional on consequences. Kant saw this clearly. Either morality is categorical or it's not morality at all. It's just sophisticated prudence. Doing what's useful while calling it duty. Utilitarians might object that this is unfair. They're not abandoning morality, just grounding it differently. Instead of abstract principles, they base ethics on the concrete reality of human welfare. But Kant would ask, why does human welfare matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because humans are beings whose well-being has value. But why does their well-being have value? Because they're rational agents capable of caring about their lives, setting goals, pursuing ends. In other words, human welfare matters because human agency matters. The value of good consequences derives from the value of the rational beings who experience those consequences. But if that's true, then you cannot coherently sacrifice the agency that gives consequences their value for the sake of those consequences. You're sawing off the branch you're sitting on. This is the deep incoherence in consequentialism. It depends on the value of rational agency to explain why consequences matter, but then treats rational agency as expendable when pursuing good consequences. Kant's ethics doesn't have this problem. It says, rational agency is the source of all value. Therefore, respect for rational agency is the fundamental moral requirement. Consequences matter, but only within the constraint of respecting dignity. You cannot produce good outcomes by methods that violate what makes outcomes good in the first place. The utilitarian might make one more argument. Maybe, in theory, utilitarianism allows rights violations. But in practice, respecting rights generally produces the best outcomes. So Kantian. Principles and utilitarian calculations usually lead to the same conclusions. This is true more often than not. But it's a contingent coincidence, not a principled convergence. Kant would say, if you're following moral principles only because they produce good outcomes, you're not actually following them morally. You're using them instrumentally. And the moment you encounter a case where violating principles produces better outcomes, you'll violate them. True moral action requires acting from duty itself, not from calculation of consequences. It requires recognizing moral principles as categorically binding, not as useful rules of thumb. This matters because humans are very good at convincing themselves that their rule violations will produce good outcomes. The person who betrays a confidence tells themselves it's for the best. The official who takes a bribe tells themselves they'll do more good with power than without it. The person who breaks a promise tells themselves that consequences justify it. If morality is fundamentally consequentialist, these rationalizations might sometimes be correct. And if they might sometimes be correct, everyone will think their case is one of those times. This is why Kant insists on categorical principles, not because consequences don't matter, but because making morality conditional on consequences opens the door to unlimited rationalization. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can maximize good outcomes while treating the beings who are the source of all value as means to those outcomes. But this is incoherent. Value exists because of rational agency. Therefore, rational agency must constrain how you pursue value. You cannot violate what makes value possible for the sake of producing more value. When you try, you end up with conclusions that shock moral intuition, killing the innocent to save the guilty if the numbers work, torturing one to benefit many, enslaving minorities for majority happiness, breaking promises when convenient, lying when useful. Each conclusion follows logically from utilitarian premises. Each reveals what's at stake when you abandon categorical respect for human dignity. Kant isn't saying consequences are irrelevant. He's saying they're not fundamental. They matter, but they matter within constraints set by respect for rational agency. You should produce good outcomes, but only by methods that treat people as ends, never merely as means. This is harder than pure consequentialism. It means sometimes you cannot do what would produce the best outcomes because doing so would violate someone's dignity. It means constraints on pursuing the good that have nothing to do with whether the pursuit would be successful. But Kant would say this: difficulty reveals moral truth rather than obscuring it. Morality is difficult because human dignity is unconditional. Because rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on whether respecting them is convenient or beneficial. Because some things are simply wrong regardless of consequences. If you abandon this, if you make dignity conditional on producing good outcomes, you've given up the substance of morality while keeping its language. You're left with sophisticated calculation, dressed up as ethical reasoning. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can avoid this while still being consequentialist. But you cannot. The moment you make consequences fundamental and dignity derivative, you've opened the door to treating people as expendable resources, to violating rights when the numbers require it, to sacrificing persons for impersonal goods. And once you've done that, you're no longer doing ethics in any meaningful sense. You're just doing accounting with human lives. In the real world, power matters. Ideals are nice, but survival requires strength. The strong dominate the weak. That's just how things are. This is perhaps the oldest justification for immoral behavior, before sophisticated philosophical systems, before appeals to greater goods, before elaborate rationalizations. There was simply power. The assertion that might makes right, that winners write the rules, that morality is just a story the strong tell to control the weak. This view has enormous, intuitive appeal. Look at history, look at nature. The powerful do seem to prevail. Resources flow to those who can take them. Those with strength impose their will on those without it. Why shouldn't we acknowledge this reality? Why pretend otherwise with talk of dignity and moral obligation? Kant's response to this position is devastating, not because he denies the reality of power, but because he shows that the power player's logic is self-refuting. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying pure power ethics? I will take whatever I can get through superior force, and others have no legitimate claim against me except their own power to resist. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? The power player might say yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let everyone exercise whatever power they have. May the best survive. But notice what this actually means. If everyone follows this maxim, you live in a world of pure conflict, a war of all against all, where every interaction is a test of force, where no commitments bind, where cooperation is impossible except as temporary alliance based on mutual threat. In such a world, you cannot sleep safely, cannot trust anyone, cannot plan beyond immediate survival, cannot develop anything requiring time and cooperation, cannot build, create, or achieve anything complex. More fundamentally, you cannot even assert claims. When you say this is mine, you're making a claim that goes beyond mere physical possession. You're asserting a right that should bind others, even when you're not actively defending the resource. But if might makes right, there are no such rights. There's only current ability to control. The moment you turn your back, lose your strength, or face superior force, you lose everything. Can you will this? Can you rationally choose a world where you have no stable claims, no protected space, no security beyond immediate force? You cannot, because willing requires planning. Planning requires stability. Stability requires that others respect claims. You're not currently enforcing with power. In other words, the power player depends on others not following the power maxim. They depend on a world where most people respect rights, keep commitments, and cooperate so the power player can exploit that cooperative order while refusing to be bound by it themselves. This is the classic exception Kant's ethics exposes. The power player wants the benefits of a moral, order-stable property, honored agreements, predictable behavior while claiming exemption from moral constraints themselves. But they cannot have both. If power is really the only reality, then their own claims based on power have no more validity than anyone else's. They cannot object when others use power against them. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, or violated agreements. Because, in a world of pure power, there is no justice. There is only force and counterforce. The formula of humanity reveals another dimension of this failure. When you treat others based solely on power relations, you're not engaging with them as rational agents. You're treating them as obstacles to overcome or resources to exploit. But you don't treat yourself this way. You regard yourself as an agent with legitimate projects, justified claims, and reasonable expectations. You think others should respect your interests, honor their commitments to you, and recognize your autonomy. This is inconsistent. Either rational agency creates legitimate claims, or it doesn't. If it does, then others' rational agency creates claims on you. If it doesn't, then your own rational agency creates no claims on others. You cannot coherently assert your own dignity while denying others, because the same rational nature that grounds your claims grounds theirs. The power player might respond, "I'm not making moral claims, I'm just taking what I can. I don't ask others to respect my rights, I defend them with power." But this is self-deception. The moment the power player expects others to honor agreements, the moment they object to theft or betrayal, the moment they appeal to any principle beyond immediate force, they're making moral claims. And they do this constantly. When someone steals from them, they don't just physically resist, they claim it was wrong. When someone breaks an agreement with them, they don't just shrug, they assert betrayal. When someone challenges their authority, they don't just apply force, they justify their position. All of this reveals that even the pure power player doesn't actually believe might makes right. They believe it when they're exercising power over others. But when others exercise power over them, suddenly principles matter. Justice matters. Rights matter. This hypocrisy is built into the power position, because power by itself cannot justify anything. It's just a fact about who can do what. To move from "I can do this" to "I should be able to do this," or others should not interfere requires normative claims that go beyond power. And once you're making normative claims, you're in the moral domain. You're implicitly asserting principles that should bind others, regardless of their power to resist you. But if those principles bind others, they bind you. You cannot claim rights for yourself while denying them to others based solely on power. Differential. Kant saw that power ethics is fundamentally incoherent. It tries to assert claims while denying the basis of all claims. It depends on moral concepts while rejecting morality itself. There's also a practical problem. The power player assumes they'll always have power, but power is unstable. Fortunes change. Today's dominant become tomorrow's vulnerable. Age weakens. Circumstances shift. Allies become enemies. When you've built your position on pure power, you have no recourse when power fails. You've granted everyone the right to dominate you if they can. You've eliminated any basis for appealing to their restraint, compassion, or sense of justice. This is profoundly irrational. You're willing a world where you have no protection except strength, knowing that you will inevitably experience weakness. A rational person would want principles that bind others even when you lack power to enforce them. Principles that protect you when vulnerable, constrain you when strong, and create stable expectations for everyone. But these are precisely the principles the power player rejects. They want freedom when strong and protection when weak. But they cannot have both without accepting moral constraints that operate independently of power. The categorical imperative forces consistency. If you claim others should respect you regardless of whether you can force them to, you must respect others regardless of whether they can force you to. If you think there are constraints on what stronger parties can do to weaker ones, you must accept those constraints when you're stronger. There's no middle ground where power justifies your actions, but not others. Where might makes right when you're wielding it, but wrongs you when others wield it. The power player's logic collapses into either pure nihilism, nothing matters. There are no legitimate claims, force is the only reality, or concealed moralism, where they make exception for themselves while denying others the same claims. If they choose nihilism, They've given up any grounds for objecting to anything. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, cruelty. They can only resist or submit. This makes rational agency impossible, because agency requires being able to make and receive claims. If they choose concealed moralism, they're admitting that moral principles exist and bind others. But then why don't those same principles bind them? What makes them special? Usually the answer is, because I'm stronger, because I can, because I have the power to make exceptions for myself. But this is circular. You're using power to justify, claiming exemption from moral principles, while depending on those principles to constrain others' use of power against you. This doesn't work. Either moral principles are binding regardless of power, or they're not binding at all. You cannot have it both ways. Kant would say, the power player's mistake is treating power as if it were a source of normativity, as if being able to do something gave you the right to do it, as if superior force made your claims more valid than others. But power is normatively neutral. It's just a capacity. What matters morally is how you use that capacity, whether you exercise it in ways that respect the rational nature of those affected. When you have power over others, you have greater responsibility, not greater permission. Because you can do more harm, can violate dignity more extensively, can create more suffering through careless exercise of strength. The person with power who uses it purely for self-interest, while disregarding others' dignity, is acting worse than the powerless person who would do the same. Because they're doing more damage to the moral order, treating more people as mere means, causing more violation of rational agency. This is the opposite of what power ethics claims. It says power gives you a pass from moral constraints. Kant says power gives you greater obligations precisely because you can do more harm. The fundamental insight is this: rational agency is what grounds moral claims. Power has nothing to do with it. The weakest person has the same dignity as the strongest, the same status as an end in themselves, the same right to respect. Power can't change this. It can only create temptations to violate it and opportunities to uphold it. When the powerful respect the weak, despite having no external compulsion to do so, they demonstrate genuine moral character. They show they recognize dignity as unconditional, not dependent on whether others can force respect. When the powerful exploit the weak simply because they can, they reveal themselves as morally bankrupt. They show they recognize no principles beyond convenience, no constraints beyond external force. And most tellingly, they show they don't really believe their own position, because they still expect others to respect them, still make claims, still appeal to principles when it suits. Then, the power player wants moral order for themselves and moral freedom over others. But this cannot be universalized. It depends on asymmetry that cannot be rationally willed. Either we all live under power alone, in which case no one has legitimate claims and life is nasty, brutish, and short, or we all live under moral principles that bind regardless of power, in which case the strong must respect the weak. There is no coherent middle position where power justifies the strong dominating the weak, while moral principles protect the strong from each other. Kant's ethics reveals that might doesn't make right, it only makes might. And if that's all it makes, then the mighty have no more justified claims than anyone else. Their power is just a fact, not a justification. the only thing that makes claims justified, that gives anyone the right to expect anything from anyone else is rational agency. And rational agency belongs equally to the strong and the weak, the powerful and the vulnerable, the dominant and the dominated. To recognize this is to see that power ethics is not just wrong, but incoherent. It asserts claims while denying the only possible basis of claims. It demands respect while refusing to give it. It wants the benefits of morality while rejecting moral constraints. And it cannot be universalized without destroying itself. The power player depends on others not being power players. Depends on a world of generally moral behavior that they exploit while contributing nothing to its maintenance. This is parasitism, not realism, and Kant's ethics exposes it completely. I had no choice. The situation forced my hand. Anyone would have done the same. It was necessary. This is perhaps the most common moral excuse. Not an assertion that the action was right, but a denial of responsibility. A claim that circumstances eliminated alternatives, that necessity overrode obligation, that the normal rules don't apply when you're backed into a corner. The excuse of necessity appears everywhere. The person who lies says they had to, that telling truth wasn't an option. The person who breaks a promise says circumstances changed, that keeping it became impossible. The person who betrays someone says they were forced, that they faced pressures, leaving no room for loyalty. Sometimes these claims are legitimate. Sometimes circumstances genuinely eliminate options, creating tragic situations where any choice causes harm. But far more often, the excuse of necessity is sophisticated self-deception. A way of denying agency when agency would require difficult choices. A way of avoiding responsibility by claiming helplessness. Kant's ethics cuts through this evasion ruthlessly. First, we need to distinguish genuine necessity from false necessity. Genuine necessity means literal impossibility. You cannot keep a promise to meet someone if you're physically prevented from traveling. You cannot tell truth if you're unconscious. You cannot fulfill an obligation if circumstances make the action literally impossible. But this kind of necessity is rare. Most claims of necessity aren't about impossibility, but about cost. I had to lie usually means telling truth would have been costly. I had to break my promise usually means keeping it would have been difficult. I had no choice usually means the alternative was uncomfortable. This is false necessity. Not the elimination of options, but the rejection of options. You don't. Like, Kant would ask, what's your maxim when you claim necessity? I will violate moral obligations when following them would impose costs I'm unwilling to bear. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone abandons moral constraints whenever they face significant difficulty? Obviously not, because moral obligations are binding precisely in difficult circumstances. When following them is easy, you don't need obligation, you denade. Anyway, from inclination. The whole point of moral duty is that it applies even when you don't want to follow it, even when following it is costly, even when alternatives would be easier. If everyone abandoned moral constraints when circumstances became difficult, there would be no moral constraints at all. Because circumstances are always difficult for someone. There's always some pressure, some cost, some reason why following morality is inconvenient. The person claiming necessity is making a classic exception. They want others to follow moral obligations even when difficult, but they claim exemption when facing their own difficulties. This is the familiar pattern. Universalization exposes asymmetry. You're asserting a right you cannot grant to others without destroying the very moral order you depend on. But there's a deeper issue. The claim of necessity often reflects confusion about what moral obligation requires. Kant distinguishes between perfect and imperfect duties. Perfect duties are strict and allow no exceptions. You must never lie, must never treat someone merely as means, must never violate the categorical imperative. Imperfect duties allow latitude in how and when you fulfill them. You should help others, should develop your talents, should promote your own happiness. But you have discretion about specific applications. When people claim necessity, they're usually trying to turn perfect duties into imperfect ones. They want discretion when none exists. They want to weigh costs and benefits when the obligation is categorical. I had to lie because telling truth would have been too costly. But truth-telling is a perfect duty. Cost is irrelevant. You're obligated to tell truth regardless of consequences to yourself. I had to break my promise because circumstances changed. But promise-keeping is a perfect duty. Changed circumstances don't eliminate obligations, though they might make them more difficult to fulfill. The excuse of necessity tries to smuggle consequentialist reasoning into a deontological framework. It says, this particular instance of following duty would produce bad results, so I don't have to follow it. But this contradicts the categorical nature of moral obligation. Duties are binding regardless of consequences. That's what makes them categorical rather than hypothetical. You might disagree with this. You might think consequences matter enough to override obligations. But then you're abandoning Kantian ethics entirely, not claiming its protection while evading its constraints. The formula of humanity reveals another aspect. When you claim necessity as an excuse for violating someone's dignity, you're treating them as expendable when circumstances require it. I had to deceive them, the situation forced me. But they're a rational being deserving respect regardless of your situation. Your difficulty doesn't give you the right to treat them as mere means. I had to break my commitment. I faced pressures they don't understand. But your pressures don't eliminate their legitimate expectations or their status as an end in themselves. The excuse of necessity places your concerns above others' dignity. It says, my convenience, my welfare, my ability to avoid difficult choices matters more than respecting your rational agency. This cannot be universalized, because others face pressures too. If everyone gets to violate dignity when circumstances are difficult, dignity becomes conditional on everyone having easy circumstances, which is the same as saying it's not real dignity at all. There's also a practical problem with the necessity excuse. It trains you to see yourself as helpless, as a passive victim of circumstances, rather than an active agent making choices. Every time you say I had to, you're denying your own agency. You're treating yourself as an object pushed around by forces beyond your control rather than a rational being choosing among options. This is a form of self-disrespect. You're failing to recognize your own capacity for autonomous choice. You're treating your own rational nature as if it were mere nature subject to causal forces but not capable of self-determination. Kant would say this degrades your own humanity. When you claim helplessness where you actually had choice, you're treating yourself as less than what you are, being capable of acting from principle regardless of pressure. Moreover, the necessity excuse becomes a habit. The more you invoke it, the more you train yourself to see obligations as optional when difficult. You develop character structured around avoiding responsibility rather than accepting it. This corrupts moral judgment. You lose the ability to distinguish genuine impossibility from mere difficulty. You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to principle. Over time, you become someone who always finds reasons why normal rules don't apply to you, why your situation is special, why circumstances justified the exception. But, of course, everyone's situation feels special to them. Everyone faces pressures they think others don't understand. Everyone encounters circumstances that make morality inconvenient. If necessity excuses everyone, it excuses no one. Because the excuse eliminates the very concept of obligation. Kant saw this clearly. Either moral obligations or categorical binding, regardless of cost, regardless of difficulty, regardless of what you'd prefer, they're not really obligations at all. They're just suggestions that apply when convenient. Guidelines that hold unless following them is hard. Ideals you nod toward while acting on entirely different principles. This doesn't mean Kant was naive about difficulty. He recognized that humans are finite beings with real limitations. That circumstances sometimes genuinely constrain options. That moral life involves genuine dilemmas, but he insisted on distinguishing genuine constraints from self-serving excuses, real impossibility from unwillingness to pay costs, tragic circumstances from convenient rationalizations. The test is simple. Are you claiming you couldn't do something that was literally impossible? Or are you claiming you had to abandon a moral obligation because following it would have been difficult? If the former, fine. No one can demand the impossible. If the latter, you're making an excuse, not stating a fact. And the excuse can't be universalized, because everyone faces difficulty. If difficulty eliminates obligation, obligation eliminates itself. There's one more aspect to consider. The excuse of necessity often reveals failure of moral imagination, an inability to see options that would allow you to fulfill obligations. Despite difficulty, when you claim I had no choice, you're usually wrong. You had choices, you just didn't like them. You didn't want to pay the price of acting morally, but moral life requires creativity. Finding ways to honor obligations despite obstacles, discovering paths through difficult circumstances that respect everyone's dignity. The person who immediately claims necessity has often simply stopped thinking. They've identified the easy option that violates obligation and declared all others impossible without seriously considering them. Kant would say this shows insufficient commitment to morality. A genuinely moral person would exhaust all options before concluding that obligation cannot be fulfilled, would accept significant cost to themselves before violating others. Dignity. This doesn't mean moral heroism is required of everyone, but it means you cannot casually abandon obligations while claiming you had no alternative. The excuse of necessity, in most cases, is simply moral laziness, a refusal to think hard about options, to accept costs, to honor the categorical nature of obligation, and when you examine it through Kant's test, it fails immediately. You cannot will that everyone abandons obligations when circumstances are difficult. You cannot universalize the maxim of convenience over duty, because you depend on others maintaining their obligations to you even when doing so is costly for them. You depend on a world where most people honor commitments, tell truth, respect dignities spite pressures and difficulties. You're claiming exception from the very order you require to function, asserting that others must follow rules you won't follow, treating your convenience as more important than the moral fabric of human community. This is the characteristic failure that Kant's ethics exposes in all its forms. The attempt to benefit from morality while evading its constraints, to enjoy the protections of a moral order while contributing nothing to its maintenance. The excuse of necessity is just one more version of this eternal human tendency to claim helplessness when agency would require sacrifice, to invoke circumstances when principle would require cost, to deny responsibility when accepting it would be difficult. But Kant shows us we always have a choice, not always an easy choice, not always a choice we like, not always a choice that spares us difficulty, but a choice nonetheless, between following the categorical imperative or violating it, between respecting human dignity or treating people as means, between acting from duty or from inclination. The excuse of necessity tries to deny this choice, to claim that circumstances made the decision for you, that you were forced to violate obligation. But this is false. You chose. You decided that your convenience mattered more than your duty, that the cost of morality was more than you were willing to pay. You can admit this honestly, accept responsibility, and face whatever consequences follow from your choice, or you can hide behind necessity, pretending you had no agency, denying the choice you actually made. But you cannot do both. You cannot claim helplessness while also claiming moral status. You cannot deny agency while expecting to be treated as an agent, and you cannot universalize the excuse without destroying the very concept of moral obligation, without reducing ethics to a system where everyone follows rules when convenient and abandons them when not. Kant's ethics demands more. It demands recognition that moral obligation binds regardless of difficulty, that human dignity matters regardless of cost, that some things are simply required of rational beings, regardless of whether circumstances make compliance easy. This is demanding. It's meant to be. Because morality isn't about convenience, it's about what rational agency itself requires, about what must be true if human community is to be possible at all. And the excuse of necessity, in the end, is just another way of denying these truths while depending on them, of claiming helplessness while demanding that others remain bound by principles you refuse to follow. Kant's test exposes this completely and leaves no room for the comfortable lie that circumstances can eliminate what reason demands. We've seen how various justifications for immoral behavior fail the categorical imperative, but there's a deeper pattern worth exploring. A reason why bad maxims always fail universalization, and understanding this pattern reveals something profound about the structure of morality itself. Every immoral maxim has the same fundamental problem. It depends on conditions it simultaneously undermines. It requires stability it destroys. It exploits an order it refuses to maintain. Think about lying. The liar needs people to believe them. But lying, if universalized, destroys belief itself. The practice of communication depends on a presumption of truthfulness. When that presumption collapses, words lose their power to convey information. The liar is sawing off the branch they're sitting on. Their maxim only works because most people don't follow it. They're making an exception for themselves that cannot be generalized. This isn't an accident. It's structural. built into the nature of rational agency in communication. When you speak, you implicitly claim to be communicating something true. Not necessarily that your statement corresponds to reality, but that you believe what you're saying. You're presenting your words as expressions of your actual thoughts. Lying violates this implicit claim. You're using the communication system while refusing to play by its rules. You're exploiting others' assumption of good faith while acting in bad faith yourself. This is why the contradiction isn't just about consequences. It's about the internal coherence of the maxim itself. You cannot universalize lying because doing so destroys the very practice that makes lying possible. The same pattern appears in promise breaking. Promises work because people generally keep them. They create expectations that guide planning and enable cooperation. When someone makes a promise, others adjust their behavior in reliance on that commitment. The promise breaker exploits this system. They gain the benefits of being trusted, without bearing the costs of being trustworthy. They want others to treat their promises as binding while treating those same promises as optional for themselves. But if everyone broke promises when convenient, the institution of promising would dissolve. No one would adjust their behavior based on commitments. Promises would become mere predictions, not obligations. The promise breaker, like the liar, depends on others maintaining what they refuse to maintain. They're parasitic on a practice they're undermining. This reveals something important about why Kant's ethics works. It's not imposing arbitrary constraints from outside. It's showing what rational agency itself requires. To be a rational agent is to act for reasons, to claim that your actions are justified. And to claim justification is to assert principles that apply beyond your particular case. When you act, you're implicitly saying, this type of action, in these types of circumstances, is permissible. You're making a universal claim, whether you realize it or not. The categorical imperative simply makes this implicit universality explicit. It asks, can your maxim actually function as a universal principle, or does it depend on others not following it? If the latter, you're being incoherent. You're claiming a justification that undermines itself when universalized. You're trying to have things both ways to benefit from a practice while refusing to maintain it. This is why bad maxims always self-destruct, not because God punishes them, not because society disapproves, not because they produce bad consequences, though they often do, but because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot survive their own universalization. Consider manipulation. The manipulator needs people who aren't suspicious, who take communications at face value, who assume good faith. Manipulation works by exploiting trust. But if everyone manipulated everyone, trust would disappear. Everyone would constantly suspect ulterior motives. Every communication would be analyzed for hidden agendas. The baseline of good faith that makes manipulation effective would be destroyed. The manipulator depends on most people not being manipulators. On a world where trust is the default, so violations of trust can be exploited. This dependency reveals the incoherence. You cannot coherently will that everyone manipulates, because doing so eliminates what makes manipulation work. You're asserting a right that destroys its own conditions of possibility. The pattern extends to all immoral maxims. The thief needs property rights to exist, or there's nothing to steal. The fraudster needs honest commerce, or fraud would be expected and anticipated. The person who refuses all help needs a society where most people do help, or human cooperation. Would be impossible. In every case, the immoral agent is free-riding, taking advantage of a moral order they refuse to support, exploiting others' good behavior, while exempting themselves from reciprocal obligations. Kant's genius was recognizing that this free riding is not just unfair, it's logically incoherent. You cannot rationally will a world where everyone free rides, because free riding depends on others not. Free-riding. This gives us a different way of understanding why morality is binding. Not because of divine command, not because of social contract, not because of consequences, but because of what rational agency itself requires. To be rational is to act according to principles. To act according to principles is to claim those. Principles could be universal. To claim they could be universal is to be bound by them yourself. You cannot escape this by denying you're making universal claims, because any justification of your action implicitly universalizes. When you say, "It was okay for me to do this because of these reasons," you're saying these reasons justify this type of action, and that's a universal claim. The only way to avoid universal claims is to admit you're not acting for reasons at all, that you're just doing what you feel like, with no justification, making no claim that your action is permissible, but then you're not exercising rational agency. You're just behaving, and if you're just behaving, you cannot object when others behave toward you in ways you don't like. You've given up any basis for making claims against others. This is the choice Kant presents. Either you act rationally, according to principles that could be universal, in which case morality binds you, or you give up rationality entirely, in which case you give up any basis for asserting claims, making demands, or expecting anything from anyone. Most people don't want to give up rationality. They want to be rational agents who act for reasons and can justify their choices. But they also want to avoid moral constraints when those constraints are inconvenient. Kant shows this is impossible. You cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. You cannot assert justifications while refusing to universalize them. You cannot expect others to respect your claims while refusing to respect theirs. The self-destructive nature of bad maxims isn't a curious feature. It's the fundamental fact about immoral action. Every violation of the categorical imperative is an attempt to assert something that cannot be coherently asserted, to claim a right that destroys itself. When universalized, to enjoy benefits while refusing to bear their costs. This is why you can always tell when someone's reasoning is bad. Not because you have moral intuitions that disagree, not because you calculate different consequences, but because their maxim, when made explicit and universal, reveals its own incoherence. They want special treatment they cannot justify, exceptions. They cannot universalize, rights they cannot grant to others without undermining their own position. Kant gives us the tool to see this, to take any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim and test whether it can survive its own universalization. If it can, the action is at least permissible. If it cannot, the justification is hollow. Not wrong in some subjective sense, but objectively incoherent, self-undermining, rationally untenable. This is the deeper pattern. Bad maxims fail not because they violate external rules, but because they violate the internal requirements of rational agency itself. They try to claim what cannot be claimed, to assert what cannot be asserted, to universalize what destroys itself when universalized. And once you see this pattern, you cannot unsee it. Every rationalization reveals itself as an attempt to make an exception that cannot be made. Every excuse exposes itself as a claim to rights that undermine themselves when, extended, the categorical imperative is not a constraint imposed from outside. It's the internal logic of rational agency made explicit. Acting morally is not sacrificing your interests for some external authority. It's being consistent with what you're already implicitly claiming whenever you act rationally at all. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Not because reason tells us what to desire or what goals to pursue, but because reason itself has a structure, and acting according to that structure requires acting morally. The person who violates the categorical imperative isn't just doing something wrong. They're being irrational, incoherent, self-contradictory. They're claiming what they cannot claim, asserting what they cannot assert, willing what they cannot will. And this irrationality is visible, not through moral intuition or divine revelation or cultural conditioning, but through simple, logical analysis, through asking, can this maxim be universal? Does it survive its own generalization, or does it depend on conditions it undermines? When you ask this question honestly, bad maxims always reveal themselves. They collapse under their own weight. They prove unable to sustain what they require. This is the deeper pattern, and understanding it transforms how you think about morality. It's not about following rules because someone said so. It's about being coherent, about not soaring off the branch you're sitting on, about not claiming rights you cannot grant, about not willing what cannot be willed. It's about recognizing what rational agency itself demands, and accepting that you cannot escape those demands while remaining rational. Having understood why bad maxims self-destruct, we can examine the deeper architecture of how people try to evade moral constraints. There are patterns to manipulation and rationalization, strategies that appear again and again, and understanding these patterns helps you recognize violations before they deceive you. The first strategy is particularization, taking a universal moral principle and adding qualifications that make it apply only to others. You shouldn't lie becomes people shouldn't lie to me. Promises should be kept becomes others should keep their promises to me. Human dignity must be respected becomes my dignity must be respected. The pattern is subtle because it uses moral language while evacuating moral content. It sounds like you're affirming moral principles, but you're actually claiming special status that exempts you from them. Kant's test exposes this immediately. Can you universalize your actual maxim? Not the principle you cite, but the principle you actually follow. If your real maxim is, others must respect my dignity, but I can treat them as mere means when convenient, that obviously fails universalization. You're claiming an exception with no justification. The second strategy is false equivalence, treating fundamentally different situations as if they raise the same moral issues, then using one to justify the other. Everyone lies sometimes, so my lies are no different. But your lies and white lies about someone's haircut are categorically different. One manipulates someone for your benefit. The other spares minor hurt feelings. The maxims are completely different. All business involves some exploitation, so my exploitation is normal. But there's a difference between employing someone at market wages and systematically abusing workers because you can. The fact that all economic relationships involve power doesn't mean all exercises of power are equivalent. This strategy works by blurring distinctions, by grouping all instances of some behavior together, regardless of maxims, intentions, or contexts, then using the acceptability of mild instances to justify severe violations. Kant's ethics requires examining actual maxims, not surface behaviors. Two people might tell falsehoods. Following the maxim, I will speak falsely to protect someone from harm. Another following, I will deceive others for personal gain. Same behavior, completely different moral status. The third strategy is infinite regress, questioning every moral claim until the person either gives up or admits uncertainty, then treating this as permission to ignore morality entirely. Why should I respect human dignity? Because Kant said so. Why should I listen to Kant? Because he gave good arguments. Why should I care about good arguments? Because rationality matters. Why does rationality matter? This can continue indefinitely, but it proves nothing. You can apply the same strategy to any claim whatsoever, including the strategy itself. Kant's response is that some things are simply presupposed by rational agency. You cannot question whether rationality matters while engaging in rational questioning. The very act of asking undermines the skeptical conclusion. Similarly, you cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. Questioning moral principles is fine, but you cannot question them while simultaneously making moral claims against others. The fourth strategy is hypothetical extremes, presenting bizarre scenarios where moral principles seem to lead to absurd conclusions, then using these to reject the principles entirely. What if an asteroid was going to destroy Earth, and the only way to stop it was by torturing one person? Would you really say we shouldn't torture them? These scenarios are designed to make moral principles seem rigid or unrealistic, but they prove nothing about ordinary cases. The fact that principles might face dilemmas in wildly improbable situations doesn't eliminate their binding force in normal life. Moreover, these hypotheticals often smuggle in assumptions that beg the question. They're constructed specifically to make the violation seem necessary. Then treat this construction as revealing a flaw in moral reasoning. Kant would say, focus on actual situations you face. Don't let imaginary edge cases undermine your commitment. Two principles that apply clearly in real life. The fifth strategy is motive questioning. Instead of engaging with moral arguments, attacking the motives of people making them, you only care about honesty because you're judgmental. You only oppose exploitation because you're envious. You only emphasize duty because you're repressed. This is ad hominem reasoning. It tries to discredit moral claims by discrediting their advocates. But the validity of an argument doesn't depend on the character of the person making it. Kant's principles stand on their own logical merits. They're true or false based on whether they survive rational examination, not based on who endorses them. The sixth strategy is selective empathy, focusing intensely on how moral principles constrain you while ignoring how your violations harm others. When told not to lie, you vividly imagine the awkwardness of telling truth. When told not to manipulate, you focus on how difficult, honest persuasion would be. When told not to break promises, you emphasize how circumstances have changed, but you don't imagine what it's like to be lied to be manipulated, to have commitments broken, You don't feel the violation of agency, the loss of dignity, the harm to trust. This asymmetry allows you to see moral constraints as unreasonable impositions, while not seeing your violations as significant. Wrongs. Kant would say, apply the formula of humanity consistently. Imagine yourself in the position of those affected by your actions. Ask whether you're treating them as you'd want to be treated, as an end, not merely as a means. The seventh strategy is moral diffusion, spreading responsibility so widely that no one feels personally accountable. Everyone else is doing it. The system is corrupt anyway. My individual action doesn't matter. I'm just following orders. It's not my decision alone. Each statement might be factually true. Others might be doing it. The system might be corrupt. Your individual action might have small impact. You might be following orders. But none of this eliminates your personal responsibility for your own maxims. You choose what principles to act on. That choice is yours, regardless of what others do or what systems you operate within. Kant's ethics is radically personal. You're responsible for your maxims. You must ask whether you can universalize them. You cannot evade this by pointing to others' behavior or institutional structures. The eighth strategy is temporal compartmentalization, treating past actions as irrelevant to present identity and future actions as too uncertain to constrain present choice. Yes, I lied before, but I've changed. I might need to lie in the future, so I can't commit to never lying. The present moment becomes the only reality. Past patterns don't reveal character. Future implications don't constrain choice. This allows you to repeatedly violate principles while claiming each instance is an exception, not a pattern. To avoid accountability for establishing habits and corrupting character, Kant would emphasize that moral development matters. Each choice shapes who you become. Each exception makes the next exception easier. Character is built through consistent commitment, not through treating each situation as isolated. The ninth strategy is emotional override, using intense feelings to bypass rational evaluation. I was so angry. I was terrified. I was desperate. The emotion becomes both explanation and justification, as if feeling something strongly makes acting on it permissible. But emotions don't suspend the categorical imperative. They explain why you violated it, showing you acted from inclination rather than duty. But they don't justify the violation. Kant isn't saying emotions are bad. He's saying they can't override moral obligation. When duty and inclination conflict, duty must prevail if you're to be genuinely moral rather than merely following your feelings. The 10th strategy is definitional games, redefining terms to make violations seem like compliance. I'm not lying, I'm being strategic with information. I'm not manipulating, I'm influencing. I'm not exploiting. I'm engaging in mutually beneficial exchange. I'm not violating dignity. I'm being realistic about human nature. The words change, but the underlying maxims remain the same. You're still deceiving, still treating people as mere means, still making exceptions for yourself. Kant would focus on the actual maxim you're acting on, regardless of how you label it. What principle are you really following? Can that principle be universalized? Understanding these strategies reveals something important. They're all variations of the same fundamental evasion, trying to claim moral status while avoiding moral constraint, claiming others must respect you while refusing to respect them. claiming rights while denying equivalent rights to others, demanding principle from others while allowing exceptions for yourself. Every strategy tries to maintain the asymmetry that Kant's ethics exposes, to preserve the gap between how you want to be treated and how you're willing to treat others. This is why manipulation has an architecture. It's not random. It follows patterns because it's always trying to solve the same problem. How to violate the categorical imperative while claiming its protections? The answer is, you can't, not coherently. Every evasion strategy fails under examination. Every rationalization reveals itself as special pleading. Every exception proves unable to generalize. But humans are remarkably persistent. When one strategy fails, we try another. When direct violation is too obvious, we obscure it with rhetoric. When logical analysis exposes the problem, we appeal to emotion or authority. The architecture of manipulation is intricate because people are clever. But it's also fragile because all its structures rest on the same incoherent foundation. The attempt to have moral order without moral constraint. Recognizing these patterns makes you harder to manipulate and less likely to manipulate yourself. When someone tries one of these strategies, you can identify it. When you're tempted to rationalize, you can catch yourself. The categorical imperative, once truly understood, acts like a philosophical immune system. It recognizes attempts to evade it, rejects sophistical reasoning, and maintains clarity about what rational consistency requires. This doesn't make moral life easy. Recognizing manipulation doesn't eliminate temptation. Understanding doesn't automatically produce right action, but it does strip away comforting illusions. It makes self-deception harder. It exposes the architecture of rationalization so you can see it operating in yourself and others. And seeing clearly is the first step toward acting well. Throughout our exploration, one concept has appeared again and again: autonomy. It's time to understand why this concept is so central to Kant's ethics and why it unlocks everything else. The word autonomy literally means self-law. Auto, self. Nomos law. A being who gives laws to themselves rather than receiving them from outside. This might sound like moral relativism, everyone making up their own rules. But Kant means something entirely different. Something profound about what it means to be rational. To see this, we need to distinguish autonomy from mere independence. Independence is simply doing what you want without external constraint. A person stranded alone on an island is independent in this sense. But they're not autonomous in Kant's sense. Autonomy isn't about absence of constraint. It's about the source of constraint. An autonomous being is constrained by principles, by laws, by obligations. But these constraints are self-imposed. They come from the rational nature of the being itself, not from external forces. Think about mathematics. When you recognize that 2 + 2 = 4, you're constrained. You can't rationally believe that 2 + 2 = 5. But this constraint isn't imposed from outside. It comes from the nature of rational thought itself. You give this law to yourself through your own reason. Moral autonomy works similarly. When you recognize that the categorical imperative binds you, you're constrained. You can't rationally will maxims that can't be universalized. But this constraint isn't imposed by God, society, or nature. It comes from your own rational nature. This is why Kant says that autonomy is the foundation of human dignity, because To be autonomous is to be the source of your own laws. To be self-determining rather than determined by outside forces. An animal acts from instinct. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by natural drives. It doesn't choose. A programmed machine acts from its code. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by external programming. But a rational being can step back from any particular drive or desire and ask, should I act on this? Is this consistent with principles I can will as universal law? This capacity for critical reflection, for self-legislation, is what makes rational beings special, and it's what gives them dignity rather than mere value. Things with value can be traded, replaced, or sacrificed for something of greater value. But beings with dignity are priceless. They cannot be traded or replaced because their worth is unconditional. Why? Because they're the source of all valuing. They're what makes value possible in the first place. Without autonomous, rational beings, nothing would have value because there would be no one to recognize it, pursue it, or care about it. This is why the formula of humanity commands treating rational beings as ends in themselves. Not because they're useful, though they often are. Not because they produce good outcomes, though they often do. But because they have the capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to themselves through reason. When you respect someone's autonomy, you're acknowledging their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, determine their own life through reason. You're recognizing them as a fellow legislator in the kingdom of ends. When you violate someone's autonomy by lying, manipulating, coercing, or otherwise treating them as mere means, denying this capacity, you're treating them as if they were an object to be used rather than an agent to be respected. This is why all moral violations involve treating rational nature as mere means. Because all moral violations override autonomy. They substitute your judgment for someone else's, your ends for theirs, your will for their self-legislation. But here's the key insight. You cannot coherently deny autonomy in others while claiming it for yourself. Because the same rational capacity that grounds your autonomy grounds theirs. When you assert your own dignity, make claims against others, demand respect for your choices, sure, implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal. It's not something you uniquely possess. It's what makes any being capable of moral status. So to claim autonomy for yourself while denying it to others is incoherent. You're asserting that rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. You're making an exception that cannot be justified. The categorical imperative simply makes this explicit. It says, if you're going to act as an autonomous being setting ends, making choices, following principles Zen, you must recognize autonomy in others. You must act only on maxims you could will as universal law. This isn't an external constraint on your autonomy. It's what autonomy itself requires. Because to be truly autonomous isn't to do whatever you happen to want. It's to act according to principles that reason can endorse. And reason can only endorse principles that respect rational nature wherever it appears. Principles that could serve as universal laws for all autonomous beings. This is why Kant says that autonomy is both the ground and the goal of morality. It's the ground because rational beings' capacity for self-legislation is what makes moral law possible. It's the goal because moral action aims to respect and promote autonomy in all rational beings. When you act morally, you're exercising your own autonomy, giving law to yourself through reason, and you're respecting others, autonomy treating them as self-legislating beings rather than mere objects. This creates a beautiful symmetry. Moral action expresses what you are, an autonomous being, while recognizing what others are equally autonomous beings. It's consistent with your nature while respecting the equivalent nature in everyone else. Immoral action, by contrast, is self-contradictory. You're exercising your autonomy to deny others autonomy, using your capacity for self-legislation to override others' equivalent capacity. Acting as if rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. This is why evil is always, fundamentally, irrational. Not just wrong, but incoherent. It involves claiming for yourself what you deny to others, while possessing no basis for the distinction. Understanding autonomy also explains why moral development matters. You don't become autonomous simply by reaching a certain age or achieving independence. Autonomy must be developed through practice. Every time you act from duty rather than inclination, you strengthen your capacity for self-legislation. Every time you universalize your maxims rather than making exceptions for yourself, you exercise autonomy more fully. Every time you respect others' rational agency despite pressure to violate it, you become more genuinely autonomous. This is because autonomy isn't just a capacity you have. It's a capacity you must actively realize through your choices. You can have the potential for autonomy while consistently acting heteronomously, following desire, social pressure, or arbitrary authority. True autonomy requires consistently choosing to act from principles that reason itself endorses, and that means acting morally. There's no gap between being genuinely autonomous and being moral. They're the same thing. This is perhaps Kant's most radical claim. Morality isn't a constraint on your autonomy. It's the fullest expression of autonomy. When you act morally, you're most fully yourself, most fully realizing your nature as a rational, self-legislating being. When you act immorally, you're less autonomous, not more. You're allowing inclination, pressure, or desire to override your rational nature. You're being determined by forces outside your rational agency rather than determining yourself through reason. This inverts common assumptions. People often think morality constrains freedom, that moral obligations limit what you can do, that being moral means sacrificing your autonomy to external rules. But Kant shows this is backwards. You're most free when you act morally, because you're acting from your own rational nature rather than being pushed around by desires, circumstances, or manipulation. You're least free when you violate moral principles, because you're being controlled by forces outside your rational agency. You're allowing heteronomous factors, desire for pleasure, fear of consequences, social pressure to determine your action. True freedom is autonomy, and autonomy is moral action. They're inseparable. This doesn't mean moral action is easy. It means it's the only action that's truly free, that expresses what you really are rather than what external forces push you to do. Understanding this transforms how you think about moral obligation. It's not a burden imposed from outside. It's the demand of your own rational nature. When you feel obligated, what you're feeling is your own reason calling you to act consistently with what you are. When you resist this call, When you act from inclination against duty or not asserting your freedom, you're surrendering it. You're allowing something other than your rational agency to control your action. This is why Kant places autonomy at the center of his ethics. It's not just one value among others. It's the foundation of all moral value, the source of human dignity, the condition of genuine freedom, the goal of moral development. And it's the key to understanding why the categorical imperative binds, not because some external authority demands it, but because your own rational nature demands it. Because to be autonomous is to act on principles that could be universal laws. Because to claim autonomy for yourself is to recognize it in others. The categorical imperative isn't a constraint on autonomy. It's autonomy making explicit what it requires. It's reason calling you to consistency with your own nature as a rational, self-legislating being. And once you see this, you see why morality isn't optional for rational beings. Not because they'll be punished for immorality, but because immorality is incompatible with what they essentially are. To be rational is to be autonomous. To be autonomous is to be moral. There's no way to be fully human, fully realizing your nature as a rational being, while consistently violating the categorical imperative. This is autonomy's central place in Kant's ethics. Not just important, but foundational. Not just a value, but the condition of all value. Not just relevant to morality, but identical with it. Understanding this unlocks everything else we've explored. Why bad maxims self-destruct, why manipulation fails universalization, why moral violations are irrational, why human dignity is unconditional. All of it flows from the nature of autonomy, from what it means to be a rational being capable of giving law to yourself through reason, from the recognition that this capacity is what makes morality possible and what morality must protect. Kant gave us a third formulation of the categorical imperative, one that synthesizes the insights of the first two while pointing towards something aspirational. He called it the formula of the kingdom of ends. Act according to maxims of a universally legislating member of a merely possible kingdom of ends. This formulation is more complex, but it captures something beautiful about what morality aims toward. A vision of human community at its best. A kingdom is a systematic union under common laws. But this isn't a political kingdom ruled by a monarch. It's a moral kingdom where all members are both legislators and subjects. Each member legislates universal laws through their rational nature, but each is also subject to the very laws they legislate. You make moral law through your reason, but you're also bound by it. This dual status, legislator and subject, simultaneously is what distinguishes the kingdom of ends from hierarchical structures. There's no ruler imposing law on subordinates. Everyone participates equally in moral legislation. The kingdom consists of ends, rational beings who are valuable in themselves, not merely as means. Each member recognizes every other member as an end. Each treats everyone else with the respect due to autonomous agents. This creates a moral community, where everyone relates to everyone else as fellow rational beings, where no one is used as a mere tool, where each person's dignity is recognized and respected by all. Kant describes this as a merely possible kingdom because it's an ideal rather than a current reality. No actual human society fully realizes it, but it represents the goal toward which moral action tends when you act according to the categorical imperative. You're legislating for this kingdom. You're acting as if it already existed. You're treating others as ends, following only maxims. That could be universal laws, recognizing the dignity of all rational beings. Each moral action is like a vote for the kingdom of ends, a contribution toward making it real, a refusal to treat the current state of imperfection as justification for further violation. The beauty of this vision is how it combines equality with respect. Everyone is equal as a legislator each person's. Rational nature has the same status and authority, but this equality grounds respect rather than uniformity. Each person's unique ends, projects, and choices deserve respect precisely because they're exercises of autonomous, rational agency. The kingdom of ends isn't a place where everyone does the same things or pursues identical goals. It's a community where everyone pursues their own rationally chosen ends while respecting others' equivalent freedom to do the same. This vision has political implications. It suggests what legitimate political authority looks like. Not ruled by the powerful over the weak, but self-governance by rational beings who recognize each other's equal status. Laws are legitimate when they could be willed by everyone as self-legislation. When they respect the autonomy of all citizens, treating them as ends rather than means, when they create conditions for each person to develop and exercise their rational capacities. But the kingdom of ends goes beyond politics. It's a moral ideal that applies to all human relationships, to families, friendships, businesses, institutions, any context where rational beings interact. In each context, the question is, are people treating each other as ends in themselves, as autonomous agents whose dignity deserves respect? Or are they treating each other as mere tools, as means to their own ends? A family that respects the kingdom of ends would recognize each member's rational agency. Parents would guide children toward autonomy rather than merely controlling them. Adults would respect each other's choices, even when disagreeing. Relationships would be structured by mutual respect rather than domination. A business that respected the kingdom of ends would treat workers as agents, not resources. Customers as persons, not revenue sources. Communities as partners, not externalities. Profit would be pursued within constraints, set by respect for human dignity. An institution that respected the kingdom of ends would empower rather than subordinate. It would create space for people to exercise autonomy rather than merely following orders. It would be accountable to those it affects rather than imposing decisions on them. None of this means conflict disappears. Rational beings with different ends will sometimes clash, but in the kingdom of ends, these conflicts are resolved through reason, dialogue, and respect rather than through power, manipulation, or violation of dignity. The ideal might seem impossibly distant. Human societies are full of hierarchy, exploitation, and violation. Most relationships involve some degree of using others as means. Perfect respect for autonomy seems utopian, but Kant would say this doesn't undermine the ideal. It just means we have work to do. Each action that respects dignity moves us closer. Each refusal to treat people as mere means contributes to realizing the kingdom. And importantly, you can act as a member of the kingdom of ends regardless of whether others do. You can treat people as ends even when they treat you as means. You can follow universal laws even in an unjust world. This is what acting from duty means. Not waiting until conditions are perfect, but acting morally now. Treating the kingdom of ends as already existing through your own behavior, even when others haven't caught up. This is hard. It means respecting people's dignity even when they don't respect yours. Maintaining moral principles even when others violate them. Acting as if rational nature deserves unconditional respect even in circumstances that make this costly. But it's the only way the ideal can ever be realized. Not through some sudden transformation, but through individuals choosing to act morally despite imperfect conditions. Through each person taking responsibility for their own maxims, their own treatment of others, their own contribution to moral community. The kingdom of ends represents Kant's answer to cynicism. Yes, people often act badly. Yes, the world is full of exploitation and violation. Yes, perfect justice seems impossibly distant. But this doesn't mean moral action is pointless. Every moral action is a contribution. Every respect for dignity creates a small instance of the kingdom. Every universalizable maxim legislates for the ideal, and gradually, through accumulation of individual moral choices, human community can approximate the ideal more closely. Not perfectly. Human nature is flawed, circumstances are difficult, conflicts are inevitable, but better than before, more respectful of dignity, more consistent with what rational beings deserve. This is Kant's vision. Not naive optimism about human goodness, but realistic hope based on what autonomy makes possible. Not fantasy about perfection, but commitment to progress through moral action. The kingdom of ends is the goal. The categorical imperative is the path. Each individual's choice to act morally is a step forward. And while no one can create the kingdom alone, everyone can refuse to act as if dignity doesn't matter. This refusal, this commitment to treating rational nature as an end regardless of circumstances is what moral action means. And it's available to everyone, always, regardless of what others do. You cannot create the kingdom of ends by yourself, but you can be its representative in every action. You can legislate its laws through your maxims. You can treat everyone you encounter as the fellow member of a moral community. They deserve to be recognized as. This is what the formula of the kingdom of ends asks. Not that you wait for perfect conditions, but that you act now as if those conditions existed. Not that you create utopia, but that you refuse to let imperfection justify violations. It's demanding, but it's also liberating, because it means your moral action always matters, always contributes, always makes the world slightly more like what it should be. The kingdom of ends is possible, precisely because each rational being can choose to realize it in their own actions, can treat others as ends, can follow universal laws, can recognize dignity regardless of what others do, and through these individual choices, the merely possible becomes increasingly real. Kant's ethics has faced serious objections since its inception. Understanding these challenges helps us appreciate both the theory's strengths and its genuine difficulties. Let's examine the most important criticisms, honestly. The first major objection is rigidity. Critics argue that Kant's categorical imperatives allow no exceptions, even when exceptions seem obviously right. The murderer at the door case is the classic example. Surely you should lie to save an innocent life. Kant's response seems heartless to many. He insists you cannot lie even here. This leads critics to say, His ethics is too rigid for real life, that it produces counterintuitive conclusions, that flexibility matters. But defenders point out that Kant offers options besides lying. You can refuse to answer. You can physically prevent the murderer from entering. You can do many things. The prohibition is specifically against lying, not against protecting the innocent. Moreover, if we allow exceptions for good consequences, where do we stop? Once we say lying is acceptable when it produces good outcomes, we've abandoned the categorical nature of moral obligation. We're back to consequentialism with all its problems. The deeper response is that Kant's ethics isn't about maximizing good outcomes. It's about respecting human dignity regardless of consequences. If this sometimes requires accepting worse outcomes, that's the price of treating moral principles as truly categorical. You might still disagree, but the disagreement is about whether morality is fundamentally deontological or consequentialist, not about whether Kant is consistent within his framework. The second objection concerns conflicts of duty. What happens when two perfect duties conflict? When keeping one promise requires breaking another? When telling truth to one person means violating confidentiality to another? Kant has no clear procedure for resolving these conflicts. He tends to deny they can genuinely occur, to suggest that careful analysis will reveal one duty takes priority, or that there's a creative solution respecting both. But critics say this is unrealistic. Real life does present tragic choices where any option violates some duty. Kant's ethics seems to break down here. Defenders argue this objection misunderstands the theory. Kant isn't claiming moral life is easy or that dilemmas never occur. He's claiming that moral principles are categorical. When you face a genuine dilemma, you do your best to reason through which obligation is stronger, then accept responsibility for the choice. The theory doesn't provide mechanical answers, but it does provide a framework for thinking through difficult cases. And it prohibits certain easy outs like sacrificing others' dignity for your convenience. The third objection involves moral motivation. Kant says actions have moral worth only when done from duty rather than inclination. But this seems to devalue natural sympathy, love, and compassion. Surely the person who helps others from genuine care is more praiseworthy than someone who helps grudgingly from duty alone. Doesn't Kant's ethics make morality cold and mechanical? Kant's response is often misunderstood. He's not saying emotions are bad or that you should help people without caring about them. He's saying moral worth comes from acting on principle, not from acting on feeling alone, when duty and inclination align. That's wonderful. When you help someone you care about, you're acting from both duty and love. But the moral worth specifically comes from the recognition that you would have obligations even if you didn't feel like helping. The person who helps only when they feel like it isn't genuinely moral. They're just following their feelings. Moral character requires helping even when you don't feel like it, because duty requires it. The fourth objection concerns application. How do you determine the right level of specificity for maxims? How do you know which features of your situation are morally relevant? The theory seems to require perfect judgment while providing limited guidance. This is a fair concern. Kant's ethics requires practical wisdom to apply correctly. You can't just mechanically test maxims without understanding which formulations capture the morally relevant features. But defenders argue this is true of any ethical theory. All require judgment in application. Kant at least provides clear principles to guide that judgment, the tests of universalization and respect for humanity. Moreover, practice improves judgment. As you apply the categorical imperative over time, you develop better intuitions about which maxims accurately describe your actions and which features matter morally. The fifth objection involves scope. Does the categorical imperative apply to non-human animals, to future generations, to artificial intelligences if they become rational? Kant's framework seems unclear about boundaries. Kant himself limited moral status to rational beings. Animals, in his view, have only indirect moral significance. We shouldn't be cruel to them because cruelty corrupts our character, not because they have rights. Many modern philosophers find this too narrow. They argue that the capacity to suffer, not just rationality, creates moral status, that we have direct duties to animals, not just indirect ones mediated through effects on human character. This is a real tension. Kant's focus on rational agency as the sole source of moral status seems problematic to many contemporary thinkers. But extending moral status beyond rational agency requires rethinking the foundation of his theory. The sixth objection concerns realism. Is Kant's account of autonomy psychologically realistic? Can humans really act from pure rational principle, rather than emotion and desire? Doesn't his theory require capacities humans don't have? Research in psychology and neuroscience suggests that emotion and reason are deeply intertwined. The so-called rational decision-making always involves emotional components. That pure practical reason might be a myth. Defenders argue Kant isn't denying the role of emotion. He's making a normative claim about what gives actions moral worth, not an empirical claim about how human psychology actually works. Moreover, the fact that perfect autonomy is difficult doesn't make it irrelevant. It's an ideal we can approximate, a standard that guides self-improvement, even if we never achieve it completely. These objections are serious. They point to genuine difficulties in Kant's ethics, but none of them devastate the theory. Each has responses that preserve the core, insights while acknowledging limitations. Perhaps the fairest assessment is this: Kant's ethics captures something deeply true about morality and human dignity. The categorical imperative reveals real inconsistencies in immoral reasoning. The formula of humanity identifies genuine violations we should care about, but the theory isn't perfect. Application requires judgment it doesn't fully provide. Some conclusions seem counterintuitive. Some questions don't have clear answers within the framework. This doesn't mean we should abandon Kant. It means we should engage with his ideas thoughtfully. Take what works, grapple with what doesn't, and recognize that ethical thinking is an ongoing project without final answers. The categorical imperative remains a powerful tool for moral reasoning, even if you don't accept every detail of Kant's system. The universalization test and respect for humanity can guide ethical thinking. What matters most is the core insight. Rational beings have dignity that deserves unconditional respect. Moral principles must be universal, not arbitrary exceptions. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental about what they are. These insights survive even if specific applications are debatable. They provide framework for moral thinking even if they don't resolve every dilemma. They call us to higher standards even if perfect. Consistency is difficult. Kant's ethics isn't the final word in moral philosophy, but it's an essential word, one that transformed how we think about duty, dignity, and what it means to be rational beings living together. The challenges make the theory richer, not weaker. They show where more work is needed, where judgment matters most, where difficult choices remain difficult. But they don't undermine the fundamental achievement, showing that morality can be grounded in reason itself, that human dignity has philosophical foundation, that rational consistency demands moral action. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to provide a framework for thinking them through. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And that revelation, what we are and what this demands remains, Kant's enduring contribution to human self-understanding. Now we move from theory to practice. You understand the categorical imperative intellectually, but how do you actually use it? How do you recognize violations as they happen in the messy, complex flow of daily life? The first step is developing what we might call moral attention, the ability to notice when someone is treating rational beings as mere means, when universal principles are being violated, when dignity is being compromised. This is harder than it sounds. We're surrounded by violations so normalized we don't see them, practices so common they seem natural, behaviors so standard they feel inevitable. Consider advertising. Every day you're exposed to hundreds of messages specifically designed to bypass your rational judgment, to trigger desires you didn't have, to create needs that don't exist, to associate products with emotions unrelated to the product itself. Watch a commercial carefully. Notice how it works. It's not presenting rational arguments for why you should buy something. It's showing you attractive people, creating artificial scarcity, exploiting insecurities, triggering social pressure. This is manipulation in its purest form, using your psychology against you, treating you as a system to be hacked rather than a rational agent to be convinced. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The entire commercial landscape reveals itself a systematic violation of the formula of humanity. Every ad is trying to use you as a means to someone else's profit, without engaging your rational agency honestly. Does this mean all advertising is immoral? Perhaps not every instance, but the dominant model certainly violates Kantian principles. And recognizing this changes how you relate to commercial messages or consider workplace dynamics. How many conversations involve people treating each other as obstacles rather than persons, as functions rather than agents, as means to productivity rather than ends in themselves? A manager who sees employees only as resources to be optimized, a colleague who views others only as competition or tools, a system that measures human worth by output and treats dignity as overhead cost. These aren't dramatic violations. No one is shouting about their contempt for human dignity, but the structure of how people relate treats rational agency as secondary to organizational goals, treats persons as occupying roles rather than as beings whose autonomy deserves respect. Watch for phrases that reveal this: human resources, labor costs, productivity metrics. Each phrase subtly treats people as inputs rather than ends, as things to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Or consider social media. You post something, Immediately, you're aware of performing for an audience, crafting your image, managing impressions, competing for attention and validation. But what's your actual maxim? Not the stated one I'm sharing my thoughts, but the real one that drives behavior. Often it's closer to, I will present a curated version of myself designed to maximize approval and minimize disapproval, even if this misrepresents my actual experience. Can this be universalized? If everyone presents carefully curated false versions of themselves, does authentic communication survive? Or does all social interaction become performance, everyone manipulating everyone else's perceptions? The platform's design encourages this. It optimizes for engagement, not authenticity, for addiction, not well-being, for time spent, not flourishing. The business model treats users as commodities, packages of attention and data to be sold to advertisers. You're not a customer of social media platforms. You're the product. Your attention, your data, your behavior patterns. These are what's being sold. The actual service is provided to advertisers who pay to manipulate you. This is treating humans as means on industrial scale, but it's so normalized, so integrated into daily life, that most people don't consciously recognize the violation. Developing moral attention means learning to pause and analyze these situations, to ask, what's actually happening here? What are people's real maxims, not their stated ones? Who's being treated as means rather than ends? In personal relationships, this is even more crucial, because violations are often subtle, rationalized, wrapped in good intentions. Someone says they're giving you advice for your own good, but actually they're trying to control your choices because they're uncomfortable with your autonomy. They want you to be what they think you should be, not what your own rational judgment determines. Someone says they're just being honest, but actually they're being cruel, using truth as a weapon, treating your emotional well-being as less important than their desire to express negative judgments. Someone says they need you to do something, but when you examine their actual maxim, it's, I will use guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure to get what I want, regardless of whether this respects your autonomous choice. These violations are harder to spot because they're close to us, because we're emotionally invested, because calling them out creates conflict, because the perpetrator might be someone we love or depend on, but the categorical imperative doesn't make exceptions for difficulty. If your parent, spouse, friend, or colleague is treating you as a means rather than an end, that's a violation regardless of their intentions, regardless of how much you care about them. Recognizing this isn't about becoming judgmental. It's about seeing clearly, about understanding what's actually happening beneath the surface of social interaction. And once you develop this attention, you notice patterns. Certain types of people consistently violate. Certain situations reliably create pressure toward treating others as means. Certain institutions structurally encourage violation. The salesperson who builds rapport just to close a deal, the date who uses strategic ambiguity to maintain multiple options, the colleague who shares information selectively to maintain power, the institution that creates rules that serve administrative convenience rather than human flourishing. Each instance has its own surface story, but underneath the same pattern, treating rational beings as tools, as obstacles, as resources, as anything except what they actually are autonomous agents whose dignity deserves unconditional respect. Learning to recognize this in others is valuable, but it's even more important to recognize it in yourself, because you do it too. Everyone does. The question isn't whether you ever treat people as means, but whether you notice when you're doing it and commit to doing better. You're late to meet someone. Your maxim isn't "I prioritize punctuality." It's closer to "my time is more valuable than others' time, so they should wait when convenient for me. Can you universalize that? You tell a story that makes you look good but omits details that would complicate the narrative. Your maxim isn't "I'm sharing my experience." It's "I will manipulate others' perceptions of me by selectively presenting information." Can you universalize that? You've promised to do something with no real intention of following through. Your maxim isn't "I'm making a commitment." It's "I will say whatever is convenient now, regardless of whether I'll honor it later." Can you universalize that these casual, everyday violations are where most moral failure happens? Not in dramatic confrontations with evil, but in small compromises, in treating people as slightly less important than you, in making minor exceptions for yourself, in allowing convenience to override principle. The categorical imperative, properly applied, catches all of it. Every rationalization, every excuse, every comfortable compromise with treating people as less than ends in themselves. This can feel overwhelming. If you look carefully at daily life through Kantian lens, violations are everywhere. In yourself, in others, in institutions, in culture. But the point isn't to become paralyzed by guilt or rage. It's to develop clarity, to see what's actually happening, to recognize patterns of violation so you can begin addressing them. Start small. Pick one area of life and apply moral attention consistently. Maybe it's how you interact with service workers, checking whether you're really treating them as persons or just as functions. Maybe it's how you present yourself online, examining whether you're being authentic or performing. Maybe it's how you handle workplace relationships, noticing when you treat colleagues as obstacles versus agents. Apply the tests. When you're about to act, pause and ask, what's my actual maxim? Can I universalize it? Am I treating people as ends or as means? Initially, this feels unnatural. You're interrupting the flow of habitual behavior to inject conscious, ethical analysis. It's slow and awkward, but with practice, it becomes more automatic. You develop intuitions. You start catching yourself before acting rather than noticing. Violations only in retrospect. Your default behavior shifts toward greater consistency with the categorical imperative. This is moral development in the Kantian sense. Not becoming emotionally warmer or socially smoother, but becoming more rationally consistent, more aware of your actual maxims, more committed to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. The violations don't disappear. You'll keep spotting them in yourself and others forever. But you'll get better at recognizing them quickly, better at correcting course, better at maintaining standards despite pressure. And something interesting happens. As you develop moral attention, as you consistently apply the categorical imperative, you start seeing the world differently. You notice the constant manipulation more clearly, but you're less controlled by it. You recognize dignity violations, but you maintain your own dignity in response. you see how often people treat each other as means, but you commit more firmly to treating them as ends. The categorical imperative becomes less like a rule you follow and more like a perspective you inhabit. A way of seeing that reveals what's really happening beneath social surfaces. A clarity about what rational beings deserve and what violations look like. This clarity is liberating, because once you see clearly, you can choose consciously. You're no longer just floating through social interactions, unconsciously participating in mutual instrumentalization. You're an agent, making real choices about how to relate to other agents. Sometimes you'll compromise. Sometimes you'll fail. Sometimes you'll choose convenience over principle. But at least you'll know what you're doing. You'll be conscious rather than habitual, responsible rather than reactive, and increasingly you'll choose the harder path. Not because you're morally superior, but because you've developed the clarity to see what's at stake. You understand that every violation, however small, is a failure to respect what makes humans special. Every exception you make for yourself erodes your own rational integrity. The categorical imperative, properly understood and consistently applied, transforms how you navigate daily life. It gives you tools to see clearly, standards to aspire toward, and principles that don't bend when things get difficult. This is what living the imperative means. Not perfection, but attention. Not freedom from all violation, but commitment to recognizing and reducing it. Not moral heroism, but rational consistency. And it starts with simply noticing, with paying attention to actual maxims rather than stated intentions, with asking whether actions can be universalized, with checking whether people are being treated as ends or as means. Once you start noticing, you can't stop. The violations are everywhere, but so are the opportunities to do better. Recognizing violations in others is easier than addressing them in yourself, because in yourself you see all the complexity, all the reasons, all the circumstances that make your violations seem necessary or justified. But the categorical imperative doesn't care about your special circumstances. It asks only, can your maxim be universalized? Are you treating rational nature with the respect it deserves? Personal application starts with brutal honesty about your actual maxims, not the principles you claim to follow, but the rules you actually act on. Not your ideals, but your practices. This is harder than it sounds. We're experts at self-deception, at describing our behavior in flattering terms while acting on entirely different principles. You say you value honesty, but your actual maxim might be, I will be honest when convenient, but lie when truth would create significant awkwardness or cost. You say you respect others' autonomy, but your actual maxim might be, I will respect others' choices when I agree with them, but pressure and manipulate when I think I know better. You say you keep commitments, but your actual maxim might be, I will honor promises when easy, but feel free to break them when circumstances change or when I find something better to do. The gap between stated values and actual maxims is where all moral failure lives. Closing that gap is what personal application means. Start by picking specific situations and reconstructing your maxims honestly. A recent interaction where you felt uncomfortable afterward. A choice you rationalize but now question. A moment when you treated someone as less important than yourself. Write out what you actually did and why. Not the charitable interpretation, but the real reason. The maxim you actually followed, even if it's embarrassing to admit. Then test it. Can this maxim be universalized? If everyone followed this principle, would the world still function? Would it create the kind of community you want to live in? Often the answer is obviously no. Your maxim was selfish, short-sighted, or inconsistent. You were making an exception for yourself that you wouldn't grant others. This recognition is uncomfortable. It reveals that you're not living up to your own standards, that the gap between your ideals and your actions is real and significant. But discomfort is useful. It's your own rational nature calling attention to inconsistency, your own reason, pointing out that you're not being what you claim to be. The next step is commitment. Not vague resolution to do better, but specific commitment to changed maxims. 2 principles you'll actually follow, not just endorse. If your maxim has been treating your time as more valuable than others, commit to punctuality. Not someday, but now. Not when convenient, but categorically. If your maxim has been lying when truth is awkward, commit to honesty. Accept the discomfort. Face the consequences. Stop treating communication as strategic rather than authentic. If your maxim has been breaking promises when circumstances change, commit to keeping them. Or don't make promises you're uncertain about. But stop treating commitments as provisional. This will be costly. That's the point. Moral action requires sacrifice. Not because sacrifice is valuable in itself, but because respecting dignity often conflicts with convenience. You'll be late sometimes, but you'll respect others' time. You'll face awkward conversations, but you'll respect truth. You'll honor inconvenient commitments, but you'll respect the institution of promising, and you'll discover something interesting. The costs, while real, are smaller than you imagined. The world doesn't collapse when you stop lying. Relationships survive honesty. People respect punctuality. Kept promises create trust. What felt like necessary violations often turn out to be convenient excuses. What seemed like impossible demands often turn out to be difficult but manageable. This doesn't mean personal application is easy. It means your initial resistance was often exaggerated, that your fears about the cost of morality were partly projection, but sometimes the costs are real and significant. Sometimes respecting dignity genuinely requires major sacrifice. Sometimes the right action genuinely hurts. This is where moral character is tested. Not in easy cases where duty and inclination align, but in hard cases where they conflict sharply. Your friend betrays you. Your inclination is to retaliate, to hurt them back, to treat them as they treated you. But the categorical imperative requires maintaining respect for their dignity, even when they've violated yours. This doesn't mean accepting abuse. You can protect yourself, set boundaries, end the relationship, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as license for your own, cannot respond to their violation with equivalent violation. A colleague gets credit for your work. Your inclination is to expose them, to damage their reputation, to make them suffer. But the categorical imperative requires treating them with the respect their rational nature deserves regardless of whether they reciprocate. This doesn't mean silence. You can address the injustice, correct the record, protect your interests, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as permission to violate their dignity in return. Someone causes you serious harm. Your inclination is to see them as less than human, to deny their moral status, to respond with cruelty. But the categorical imperative recognizes their dignity even in their worst actions. This is perhaps the hardest application. To maintain moral principles when someone has forfeited all claim to your sympathy. To treat their rational nature with respect even when they fail to respect yours or others. But this is what categorical means. Not binding when convenient. Not applicable when others deserve it. But absolute, unconditional, non-negotiable. The temptation is always to make exceptions, to say this case is special, this person is different, these circumstances justify violation. But every exception undermines the categorical nature of moral obligation. Every justice once becomes a pattern. Every justified violation becomes a precedent for future violations. Personal application requires catching yourself making exceptions, noticing when you're treating moral principles as provisional, recognizing when you're claiming special circumstances that don't actually matter morally. This is ongoing work. You never reach a point where you've mastered it, where violations stop tempting you, where consistency becomes automatic, because you're a finite being with desires that often conflict with duty, with pressures that push toward violation, with circumstances that make moral action costly. Moral development isn't about eliminating these conflicts. It's about choosing rightly despite them, about strengthening your commitment to principle through repeated practice. Each time you act from duty rather than inclination, you reinforce that capacity. Each time you maintain principle despite cost, you build character that makes future moral action easier. Not easy moral action is always demanding when duty and desire conflict, but easier than it was before, more natural, more integrated into who you are. This is why Kant emphasizes virtue as a disposition, not a single act, but a stable tendency toward moral action, a character structured by commitment to the categorical imperative rather than by pursuit of personal advantage. Building this virtue requires conscious effort over time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it be so. You must practice, must repeatedly choose principle over convenience, must strengthen moral commitment through exercise, like strengthening a muscle, and you must be honest about failures. When you violate principles, acknowledge it clearly. Don't rationalize. Don't minimize. Don't pretend circumstances justified what they merely explained. You lied. You broke a promise. You treated someone as a means. Face this honestly. Accept responsibility. Commit to doing better without pretending you didn't fail. This honesty is crucial, because self-deception about past violations enables future violations. If you convince yourself that your exceptions were justified, you'll make similar exceptions again. But if you recognize them as failures, as moments when you failed to live up to what rational consistency requires, you maintain clear standards. You know what you're aspiring toward even when you fall short. Personal application also means being honest about limitations. You're not perfect. You're not going to perfectly follow the categorical imperative in every moment. You're going to fail, rationalize, compromise. This doesn't make the imperative less binding. It makes you human. The goal isn't perfection, but genuine effort. Not flawless consistency, but honest commitment. What matters is the direction of your development. Are you becoming more consistent or less? More attentive to your maxims or less? More committed to treating rational nature with respect or more willing to make exceptions. If the direction is positive, if you're genuinely trying to close the gap between your ideals and your actions, then you're developing morally even when you still have far to go. If the direction is negative, if you're increasingly rationalizing violations, making more exceptions, treating principles as optional, then you're regressing morally even if you maintain appearances. The categorical imperative provides the standard. Personal application provides the practice. Character development provides the goal. An honest self-assessment provides feedback on whether you're moving in the right direction. This is demanding work. It requires constant attention to your actual behavior, willingness to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, commitment to changing patterns that are deeply ingrained. But it's also liberating, because moral clarity about your own behavior eliminates the constant, low-level guilt that comes from knowing you're not living up to your standards while refusing to examine why. When you're honest about violations, you can address them directly. When you commit to genuine principles rather than convenient ideals, you know what you're actually aspiring toward. When you take responsibility for your choices, you become genuinely autonomous rather than just reactive. Personal application isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming real, about closing the gap between who you claim to be and who you actually are, about living with integrity in the deepest sense, being whole rather than divided between stated values and actual practices. And this integration, this alignment of claimed principles with lived reality, is what moral development means. Not achieving perfection, but achieving honesty. Not becoming flawless, but becoming genuine. The categorical imperative asks you to be what you claim to be, to follow the principles you assert, to treat rational nature with the respect you demand for yourself. Personal application is accepting this challenge, examining your actual maxims, testing them for universalizability, changing them when they fail, and building character through repeated practice of principled action. It's hard work. It never ends. But it's the only way to truly respect your own rational nature by living consistently with what rational agency requires. Personal moral development matters, but humans don't live in isolation. We exist in communities, institutions, and relationships. The categorical imperative has implications for how we structure these social contexts. The first question is whether you can maintain moral principles in immoral environments. If everyone around you violates dignity, treats people as means, and follows self-interest rather than duty, can you be different? Kant's answer is yes, you must be. Because the categorical imperative binds you regardless of what others do. You're responsible for your own maxims, not for whether others respect theirs. This is both empowering and isolating. Empowering because you're not dependent on others' moral behavior to act morally yourself. Isolating because maintaining principles when others don't creates friction. When everyone lies, your truthfulness makes you seem naive or rigid. When everyone manipulates, your honest communication seems ineffective. When everyone treats relationships transactionally, your respect for persons seems foolish. But the categorical imperative doesn't promise ease. It promises rational consistency, and rational consistency requires maintaining principles even when costly. This doesn't mean withdrawing from society. It means participating while refusing to adopt society's violations. Being in the world, but not of it, in the sense of maintaining moral clarity, despite surrounding compromise. You work in an organization that treats employees as resources. You cannot change the system alone, but you can treat people you interact with as ends, can recognize their dignity in your specific relationships, even when the broader structure doesn't. You live in a culture saturated with manipulation. You cannot eliminate advertising or social media mechanics, but you can refuse to manipulate in your own communications, can be authentic in your presentations of self, even when everyone else is performing. These individual acts of integrity might seem small. What difference does one person's moral behavior make in vast systems of violation? But this question misses the point. You're not responsible for fixing everything. You're responsible for your maxims, for whether your actions can be universalized, for how you treat the rational beings you encounter, and your example matters more than you might think. Because most people participate in violations without examining them. They follow social scripts, adopt normal behaviors, do what everyone else does. When you don't, when you maintain standards others have abandoned, you make the invisible visible. You reveal that alternatives exist, that dignity can be respected, even when it's not standard practice. This influence works subtly. You're not preaching or judging. You're simply being consistent, treating people with respect they're not used to receiving, communicating honestly in contexts of routine manipulation, keeping commitments in environments of casual breach. Others notice, maybe not consciously, maybe not immediately, but your behavior creates contrast, makes others aware of violations they'd stopped seeing, reminds them that integrity is possible. Some will resist this. Your moral consistency threatens their rationalizations. If you can maintain principles they've decided are impracticable, their excuses look weaker. Your integrity indicts their compromise. Expect pushback. You think you're better than everyone. You're being rigid. That's not realistic. These responses reveal discomfort with moral clarity they've avoided. Don't defend yourself by claiming moral superiority. You're not better than them. You're just trying to be consistent with what rational agency requires. But also don't abandon standards to make others comfortable with their violations. This is delicate navigation. Maintaining principles without self-righteousness, being clear about standards without being judgmental, offering example without demanding others follow it. The key is recognizing that you can only control your maxims. You can be clear about principles. You can explain why you act as you do if asked. But you cannot force others to adopt the categorical imperative. Each person must recognize moral requirements through their own reason. You can't argue someone into genuine moral commitment. You can only demonstrate what it looks like and hope the example resonates with their own rational nature. But you can do more than just model individual behavior. You can also advocate for structural changes that reduce systematic violations, for institutional designs that respect rather than violate dignity, for policies that treat people as ends rather than means. This is where personal morality meets social reform. Kant wasn't naive about institutions. He recognized that structures shape behavior, that environments can make moral action easier or harder. A workplace designed around respect for autonomy makes treating people as ends more natural. A marketplace regulated to prevent exploitation reduces systematic violations. A political system structured to protect dignity creates conditions for moral community. Advocating for such changes is consistent with the categorical imperative. You're not just maintaining your own principles, you're working toward conditions where more people can maintain theirs. Where the default is respect rather than violation. This doesn't require perfection. You can work for better institutions while acknowledging they'll never eliminate moral challenge. You can advocate for structural improvements while recognizing that individual character still matters. The goal isn't creating conditions where morality is automatic. That would eliminate autonomy. It's creating conditions where moral action is possible, where dignity is protected rather than systematically violated, where the categorical imperative can be followed without heroic resistance to overwhelming pressure. Education plays a crucial role here, not moralizing lectures or rote memorization of rules, but cultivation of capacities for moral reasoning, teaching people to examine their maxims, to test for universality, to recognize when they're treating others as mere means. This kind of education empowers autonomy rather than replacing it with external authority. It develops people's ability to think morally rather than just enforcing compliance with rules. Kant believed enlightenment meant learning to think for yourself, to examine received wisdom rather than accepting it blindly, to use your own reason rather than depending on others to tell you what to think. This applies to moral education. The goal isn't producing people who obey. It's producing people who can think through moral questions themselves, who understand why dignity matters and how to recognize violations. Such education requires patience. You cannot shortcut moral development, cannot make people understand through force or manipulation, can only create conditions where understanding becomes possible and hope individuals choose to develop it. In relationships, the social dimension of the categorical imperative means recognizing that treating individuals as ends requires respecting their connections. Their families, communities, and relationships matter to them. Your actions toward them affect these broader networks. You cannot treat someone's welfare as irrelevant while claiming to respect them as an end. Cannot destroy their relationships, harm their communities, or damage their social connections while maintaining that you respect their dignity. This doesn't mean never disagreeing or opposing, but it means recognizing that persons exist in webs of relationship, that respecting them requires some regard for what they care about, even when you don't share their values. The categorical imperative applies to communities as well as individuals. A genuine moral community would be structured by mutual recognition of dignity, by practices that respect autonomy, by institutions that treat rational nature as an end rather than a means. Building such communities requires collective effort. No individual can create them alone, but each person can contribute through their choices about how to relate to others, through refusing to participate in systematic violations, through advocating for better structures. This is the social dimension of living the imperative, not withdrawing into private virtue while society crumbles, not compromising principles to fit in, but maintaining integrity while engaging constructively, being clear about standards while working to help others meet them. It's harder than pure individual morality because you must navigate complexity, must balance principle with practical engagement, must maintain standards while avoiding self-righteous withdrawal. But it's necessary because humans are social beings, because isolation isn't autonomy, because the kingdom of ends is a community, not a collection of hermits. The categorical imperative calls you to be a moral agent in social contexts, to treat the people you encounter as ends, to advocate for structures that respect dignity, to contribute to building communities where rational beings can flourish, not by force, not by manipulation, not by imposing your vision on unwilling others, but by example, by advocacy, by persistent commitment to principles others have abandoned. This is how moral progress happens, not through sudden transformation, but through gradual accumulation of individuals choosing integrity, through slow construction of institutions that respect rather than violate, through patient education that develops moral capacities. Your contribution might seem small, but small contributions accumulate. Each person who maintains principles despite pressure makes it easier for the next person. Each instance of integrity creates space for others to follow. This is the social dimension. Not replacing personal morality with structural change, but complementing it. Not abandoning individual responsibility for collective action, but recognizing both matter. You're responsible for your maxims, but you also live in community with others. The categorical imperative applies to both dimensions, to how you treat individuals and how you work toward better collective conditions. Both matter. Both require attention. Both demand commitment to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. We've explored the categorical imperative as if it resolves all moral questions. But honesty requires acknowledging its limits alongside its possibilities. The first limit is determinacy. The categorical imperative provides a test for maxims, but it doesn't tell you which maxim describes your action. You must supply that interpretation. And sincere people can disagree about the right formulation. Consider helping someone. Is your maxim, I will help this person because they need assistance? Or I will help this person to feel good about myself? Or I will help people I like, but not those I dislike? The moral evaluation depends entirely on which maxim you're actually following. Kant provides no mechanical procedure for determining true maxims. You must examine your motivations honestly, and self-knowledge is difficult. You can deceive yourself about why you act as you do. This doesn't make the categorical imperative useless, but it means applying it requires judgment, honesty, and self-awareness that the formula itself doesn't provide. The second limit is conflict resolution. When perfect duties seem to conflict, the categorical imperative doesn't clearly specify which takes priority. Should you keep a promise or tell the truth when they conflict? Should you respect one person's autonomy or another's when both can't be fully respected? Kant often denied such conflicts are genuine. He suggested careful analysis would reveal creative solutions respecting both duties. But this seems optimistic. Life does present tragic choices, where any option violates some principle. The categorical imperative tells you to respect all perfect duties, but when circumstances force choice between them, it provides limited guidance. You must use practical wisdom the theory doesn't fully explain. The third limit is scope. The categorical imperative clearly applies to rational beings. But what about beings with partial rationality? Young children? People with cognitive impairments? Non-human animals with some cognitive capacities? Kant's framework suggests dignity attaches to rational nature. But rational nature comes in degrees. Pure rationality is an ideal no human perfectly achieves. Where exactly does moral status begin? These boundary questions matter practically. How should we treat animals? How should we regard people at different developmental stages? The categorical imperative doesn't provide clear answers. The fourth limit is motivation. Kant argues that acting from duty has moral worth, but he acknowledges humans are not purely rational. We have desires, emotions, inclinations that influence behavior. Can humans really act from pure duty rather than mixed? Motives. Psychological research suggests reason and emotion are deeply intertwined. That pure rational motivation might be a philosophical fiction. This doesn't invalidate Kant's normative claims, but it suggests the psychology he assumes might not match human reality, which raises questions about whether his ideal of moral agency is achievable. The fifth limit is cultural variation. Kant claimed the categorical imperative as universal binding on all rational beings. But moral intuitions vary significantly across cultures. What seems obviously universalizable in one context seems obviously non-universalizable in another. Does this mean the categorical imperative is culturally relative? Or does it mean some cultures have false moral beliefs? Kant would choose the latter, but this seems problematically dismissive of moral diversity. These limits are real. The categorical imperative doesn't answer every question, resolve every dilemma, or work exactly as Kant described. But recognizing limits doesn't require abandoning the theory, because alongside limits, there are genuine possibilities. Things the categorical imperative accomplishes that no other framework matches first. It grounds morality in reason rather than authority. You don't need to believe in God, accept tradition, or defer to experts. You can discover moral principles through your own rational reflection. This is enormously empowering. It makes moral knowledge accessible to everyone with rational capacity, creates philosophical foundation for human rights, provides basis for moral critique of unjust traditions. Second, it protects human dignity unconditionally. Not based on usefulness, not contingent on good behavior, not dependent on someone liking you, but simply because you're a rational being capable of autonomy. This protection is robust. It doesn't disappear when protecting dignity becomes inconvenient. Doesn't depend on calculating good outcomes. Doesn't require that you deserve it through virtue. Third, it exposes sophistical reasoning. When someone tries to justify bad behavior, the universalization test reveals inconsistency immediately. No more clever rationalizations that sound plausible but don't survive scrutiny. This is practical power. You can evaluate any moral claim by asking whether it can be universalized. Can cut through complexity to core questions about consistency and respect for rational nature. Fourth, it connects individual morality to broader social ideals. The kingdom of ends isn't just personal virtue. It's a vision of human community where everyone respects everyone's dignity, where institutions protect rather than violate autonomy. This connection between personal ethics and social justice is powerful. Your individual moral choices contribute to larger transformation. Your respect for dignity isn't isolated virtue, but participation in building better community. Fifth, it explains why morality feels binding, not through external enforcement, but through internal recognition. When you grasp that violating the categorical imperative is rationally inconsistent, you understand why you should be moral without needing threats or rewards. This makes moral obligations self-enforcing for rational beings. You cannot coherently deny it without denying your own rational nature. The bindingness is internal, not imposed. These possibilities are significant. They provide what Kant promised: foundation for morality based on reason itself, protection for human dignity, tools for moral reasoning, connection between personal virtue and social justice. The theory isn't perfect. No theory is. But its strengths are genuine and its limits are navigable. You can use the categorical imperative effectually while acknowledging questions it doesn't fully answer. The key is holding limitations and possibilities together, neither dismissing the theory because of its limits nor ignoring limits because of its strengths, but engaging honestly with both. Use the categorical imperative for what it does well: testing maxims for universalizability, identifying violations of dignity, providing principled foundation for moral reasoning. Don't demand it, resolve every edge case or answer every boundary question, supplemented with practical wisdom for situations requiring judgment it doesn't fully provide. Combine it with honest self-examination to identify actual maxims. Integrate it with understanding of human psychology to make ideals realistic, but don't abandon its core insights: that rational beings have unconditional dignity, that moral principles must be universal, that treating people as mere means violates something fundamental. That rational consistency demands moral action. These insights survive the theory's limitations. They provide genuine guidance even when application requires additional judgment. They ground human rights even when boundary cases remain unclear. The categorical imperative is a tool, powerful but not omnipotent, clarifying but not automatic, principled but requiring wise application. Used well, with awareness of both limits and possibilities, it transforms moral reasoning, provides standards that don't shift with convenience, protects dignity that other frameworks leave vulnerable, connects personal integrity with social justice. This is enough, not to answer every question, but to ground the most important answers, not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake, not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And for beings who are rational but finite, who must navigate complex reality with imperfect knowledge, who need both principle and judgment as combination of limits and possibilities, is exactly what moral theory should provide. We arrive at the final practical implication, the one that makes the categorical imperative truly dangerous to systems built on manipulation and exploitation. When you genuinely understand and commit to the categorical imperative, you become ungovernable. Not in the sense of being uncontrollable or rebellious, but in the sense of being immune to manipulation, resistant to exploitation, impossible to deceive. Because you now possess a tool that exposes every sophisticated rationalization, every clever excuse, every attempt to use you as a means while claiming to respect you as an end. You're immune to advertising because you recognize it as systematic manipulation. You see through the psychological tricks, the manufactured needs, the exploitation of insecurity. You cannot be manipulated by what you clearly see as manipulation. You're immune to political rhetoric that treats citizens as means to power. You recognize empty appeals, false promises, strategic ambiguity. You demand actual principles rather than accepting comfortable lies. You're immune to social pressure that demands you violate your principles to fit in. You understand that following the crowd when the crowd violates dignity is itself a violation, that conformity is no excuse for treating people as means. You're immune to institutional demands that you compromise integrity for organizational goals. You recognize when systems ask you to treat people as resources rather than persons, and you refuse, regardless of career consequences. This is what ungovernable means. Not that rules don't apply to you, but that bad rules have no moral authority. That corrupt systems cannot claim your willing participation. That sophisticated manipulation cannot overcome your rational clarity. Organizations built on exploitation need willing participants who don't examine the actual maxims they're following, who accept surface justifications without testing for universalizability, who prioritize their careers over others' dignity. When you commit to the categorical imperative, you become the wrong kind of person for such systems. You ask uncomfortable questions. You refuse convenient violations. You maintain standards others have abandoned. This makes you difficult to manage, hard to control, resistant to corruption. Not because you're rebellious by nature, but because you've developed clarity about what rational consistency requires. The powerful often prefer people who are confused about morality, who can be convinced that violations are necessary, that exceptions are justified, that circumstances override principles. Such people are manageable. They'll do what they're told. If the rationalization is sophisticated enough, but you're no longer confused. You understand that moral principles are categorical, that human dignity is unconditional, that no sophistical argument makes violation acceptable. This clarity is freedom, true freedom. Not freedom from all constraint you're constrained by rational consistency, but freedom from manipulation, from exploitation, from sophisticated systems designed to use you. You cannot be recruited into violating dignity because you see the violation clearly. Cannot be persuaded that treating people as means is acceptable because you understand why it isn't. Cannot be pressured into compromising principles because you grasp their categorical nature. This is why philosophy matters, why abstract, ethical reasoning has concrete implications, why understanding the categorical imperative changes how you navigate reality. You're not just learning theory. You're developing capacities that protect you from manipulation and enable you to protect others. You're becoming a rational agent who truly exercises autonomy rather than just responding to sophisticated control. This doesn't make life easier. Being ungovernable means accepting costs. When you refuse to participate in violations, you lose opportunities available to those who compromise. When you maintain principles others have abandoned, you face social pressure. When you demand actual, universalizable maxims rather than accepting clever excuses, you create conflict. But you're free in the deepest sense. Free from the exhausting work of rationalizing violations. Free from the corruption that comes from repeated compromise. Free from manipulation by those who understand psychology better than you do, because you understand something deeper than psychology. You understand what rational agency itself requires, and that understanding cannot be overcome by clever tricks or sophisticated pressure. Systems of exploitation depend on people not seeing clearly, on confusion about what morality demands, on sophisticated rationalization that makes violations seem acceptable, The categorical imperative cuts through all of this. It provides clarity that cannot be obscured by complexity, principles that cannot be negotiated away, standards that don't depend on whether maintaining them is convenient. When enough people achieve this clarity, exploitative systems lose their power. Not through violent revolution, not through dramatic transformation, but through simple refusal to participate in violations. One person refusing is easily marginalized, but as more people develop moral clarity, the costs of maintaining exploitative systems increase. Eventually, systems must change or collapse. This is the long-term promise of moral philosophy. Not immediate transformation, but gradual erosion of structures built on violation. Through education, through example, through persistent commitment to principles that survive rational scrutiny. You're part of this process. Every time you refuse manipulation, you make manipulation slightly less effective. Every time you maintain principles despite pressure, you'll demonstrate that integrity is possible. Every time you treat someone as an end when others treat them as means, you create contrast that reveals the violation. This is your contribution, not changing everything, not perfecting society, but being ungovernable, maintaining clarity, refusing to participate in sophisticated systems of exploitation, and helping others develop the same clarity, not by preaching, not by judging, but by demonstrating what principled consistency looks like, by explaining the categorical imperative when asked, by living in ways that make dignity visible. This is becoming ungovernable through philosophy, using rational tools to protect autonomy, developing clarity that resists manipulation, building character that cannot be corrupted by sophisticated pressure. It's available to anyone, doesn't require special talent or privileged background, just willingness to think clearly, to examine maxims honestly, to maintain consistency despite cost. The categorical imperative gives you everything you need. A test for evaluating any maxim, a principle that protects all dignity, a framework that grounds morality in reason itself. The rest is practice, applying principles despite pressure, maintaining clarity despite confusion, building character through repeated choice of duty over inclination. This is what it means to live the imperative, to let it transform not just your thoughts but your actions, your relationships, your participation in institutions, your very being as a rational agent, and in doing so, to become truly free, truly autonomous, truly ungovernable by those who depend on confusion, manipulation, and sophisticated exploitation. This is philosophy's ultimate gift. Not just understanding, but liberation. Not just knowledge, but power. Not just theory, but transformation. The categorical imperative makes you dangerous, not to legitimate authority or genuine community, but to systems built on violation, to manipulation disguised as persuasion, to exploitation justified by necessity. And that danger is exactly what corrupt systems cannot tolerate, which is precisely why understanding Kant matters now more than ever. You possess the tool. The question is whether you'll use it. We began by noting something remarkable. A principle formulated in 1785 still exposes modern deceptions. An insight from an 18th century German philosopher still reveals 21st century violations. How is this possible? If morality were culturally constructed, you'd expect moral insights to become obsolete. What worked for Kant's world shouldn't necessarily work for ours. Different technology, different social structures, different problems surely these require. Different moral frameworks. But the categorical imperative persists. It exposes violations in contexts Kant never imagined. Social media manipulation, corporate exploitation, political propaganda, algorithmic manipulation, technologies that didn't exist, but patterns of violation that remain fundamentally unchanged. This persistence suggests something profound, that Kant discovered something real, not invented a useful fiction, not proposed a culturally specific framework, but actually identified genuine features of moral reality. Consider why manipulations that work today would work in Kant's time. Why lies succeed now as they succeeded. Then, why exploitation follows. Similar patterns across centuries and cultures. It's because human rational nature hasn't changed. We're still beings who communicate through language, who form expectations about others' behavior, who require trust for cooperation, who possess dignity that can be violated. The categorical imperative works because it's keyed to this stable. Nature, it identifies what rational agency itself requires, not what any particular culture happens to value. It reveals violations of dignity that don't depend on historical circumstance. This is why the universalization test still catches rationalizations, why the formula of humanity still identifies violations, why the kingdom of ends still represents a meaningful ideal. The sophistication of manipulation has increased enormously. Modern psychology provides tools for exploitation Kant couldn't have imagined. Technology enables violations at scales he never conceived. Systems of control have become vastly more complex and subtle, but the fundamental pattern remains unchanged. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating. The liar depends on others telling truth. The exploiter depends on others maintaining cooperative order. The person claiming exception depends on others not claiming equivalent exceptions. Every attempt to violate dignity while enjoying its protections faces the same logical incoherence. Every rationalization that can't be universalized fails the same test. Every treatment of persons as mere means violates the same fundamental principle. This structural consistency is what makes Kant's insights timeless. He wasn't describing features of his particular moment. He was identifying what rational agency itself requires. And rational agency has the same requirements whether you're in 18th century Prussia or 21st century anywhere. The details change. The contexts evolve. These specific forms violations take very enormously, but the underlying logic of violation and the test for detecting it remain constant. This suggests something about moral truth, that it's not arbitrary or constructed, that discovering it is possible, that reason can identify principles that really bind, not just conventions that happen to work. Kant believed this. He thought moral philosophy could be objective truths about what rationality requires, rather than inventing useful fictions. And the persistence of his insights across radical historical transformations supports this belief. If the categorical imperative were just a product of Enlightenment culture, it would have become dated. If it were merely useful rather than true, changing circumstances would have rendered it obsolete. If it were an invention rather than a discovery, It wouldn't continue exposing violations in radically different contexts, but it does continue working. The same test that revealed inconsistency in 18th century rationalization reveals inconsistency in 21st century sophistication. The same principle that protected dignity then protects it now. The same ideal that guided moral aspiration continues to guide it. This is the persistence of truth. Not because people keep choosing to believe Kant, but because he identified something real about what rational beings are, and what this requires. You can reject his specific conclusions, you can question his applications, you can identify limitations in his framework, but the core insights survive scrutiny across centuries, precisely because they're not time-bound. Rational beings have dignity. This dignity doesn't depend on utility or majority preference. Moral principles must be universal, or they're not really moral. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental. Rational consistency demands acting on principles you could. Will as universal law. These aren't claims about Kant's historical moment. They're claims about rational nature itself. And rational nature persists across historical change. This persistence has implications. It means moral progress is possible not just changing moral beliefs, but actually approaching truth. It means moral knowledge can accumulate later thinkers, building on genuine insights rather than just replacing old fashions with new ones. It means that when you commit to the categorical imperative, you're not choosing one ethical system among many equivalent options. You're aligning yourself with requirements that genuinely bind rational beings, with truths that don't depend on anyone believing them. This is both comforting and demanding. Comforting because moral truth exists to be discovered, not invented. Because principles that survive rational scrutiny really do apply. Because dignity has objective foundation. Demanding because these truths don't adjust to circumstances, don't become less binding when inconvenient, don't care whether you like them or find them comfortable. The persistence of truth means you cannot escape moral requirements by claiming they're outdated, cannot dismiss principles because they're old, cannot reject obligations because circumstances have changed. If treating people as ends was required in 1785, it's required now. If universalization exposed rationalization then, it exposes it today. If dignity deserved respect in Kant's world, it deserves respect in yours. The sophistication of your violations doesn't change their character. The complexity of your rationalization doesn't survive scrutiny any better than simpler excuses. The novelty of your circumstances doesn't create exceptions to principles that apply to all rational beings. This is what persistence means. Not that nothing changes, but that what matters most, the requirements of rational agency, the demands of dignity, the logic of moral consistency remains constant, beneath surface variation, and recognizing this changes how you relate to moral principles. They're not suggestions from the past. They're requirements of the present. They're not historically situated opinions, but timeless truths about what rational nature demands. This doesn't mean Kant was right about everything. Doesn't mean his specific applications were perfect. Doesn't mean his framework has no limitations. But it means he discovered something that persists because it's true. That continues revealing violations because violations really are violations, regardless of how skillfully they're disguised or how much circumstances have changed. The categorical imperative works today for the same reason it worked then. Because rational beings are rational beings. Because dignity is dignity. Because treating people as mere means is treating people as mere means. Whether you do it through 18th century exploitation or 21st century algorithms, this persistence is the test of genuine insight. Ideas that capture something real survive contextual change. Principles that identify genuine requirements apply across historical transformation. Truth persists when fashion fades, and the categorical imperative has persisted through 2 centuries of radical change, through technological revolution, through social transformation, through challenges from multiple philosophical traditions. It persists because it's true, because it identifies what rational agency actually requires, because it protects what genuinely deserves protection, because it reveals what consistently needs revealing. This is why an 18th century principle still matters, why Kant's insights remain relevant, why understanding the categorical imperative transforms how you see modern violations. Not because he was particularly clever at constructing systems, but because he was particularly clear at seeing what was really there, at identifying requirements that genuinely bind, at discovering truths that don't depend on historical circumstance. The persistence of truth is the ultimate validation, not immediate popularity, not universal acceptance, but survival across time, across context, across challenge. And by this measure, Kant's core insights have proven themselves. They persist because they're true. They continue working because they identify what really matters. They remain relevant because rational nature remains constant. This is the first meditation, that truth persists, that Kant discovered something real, that the categorical imperative works across centuries because it keys into what rational agency itself requires, and that recognizing this transforms obligation from historical accident to genuine requirement, from interesting idea to binding. Truth, from philosophical system to revelation of what you really are and what this demands. But this raises a deeper question. How did Kant discover these truths? How did rational analysis alone reveal requirements that genuinely bind? How is moral knowledge possible at all? This is the mystery at the heart of ethics. Not just what's right, but how we can know what's right. Not just what obligations exist, but how we access them through thought. Kant's answer is simultaneously elegant and mysterious. Moral knowledge is possible through the same rational faculty that makes any knowledge possible. Through reason examining its own requirements, through rational self-reflection revealing what rational agency itself demands. But this seems almost magical. How can thinking about thinking reveal genuine obligations? How can examining the structure of rationality uncover duties that really bind? Consider what Kant actually did. He analyzed what's involved in making any moral judgment at all, what you're implicitly claiming when you say something is right or wrong, what rational agency requires when you act for reasons rather than mere impulse. And from this analysis, he derived the categorical imperative, not from external authority, not from empirical observation, not from surveying what people happen to believe, but from examining what's involved in being a rational agent at all. This is the crucial move. Morality emerges from rational agency itself, from what you must presuppose to act rationally, from requirements that come with claiming to be a reasoning being. When you assert your own dignity, demand respect, make claims against others, you're implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal, so you're committed to respecting it wherever it appears. When you justify your actions by citing reasons, you're implicitly claiming your reasons could justify similar actions by others. But then you cannot coherently reject others acting on equivalent reasons in relevantly similar circumstances. When you treat certain things as binding on others, you're implicitly granting that principles bind. But principles, by their nature, apply universally, so you're committed to being bound by the same principles. You assert bind others. Each of these moves reveals that rational agency comes with commitments. Not commitments you choose, but commitments built into what rational agency is. Requirements that come with thinking and acting rationally at all. This is how moral knowledge is possible. Not through mystical intuition or divine revelation or empirical observation, but through analyzing what rational agency itself requires. Through reason examining itself and discovering what it demands. The mystery is how this works. How examination of rational structure reveals genuine obligations. How thinking produces knowledge of what you ought to do. Part of the answer is that rationality has intrinsic norms. To be rational isn't just to follow any patterns of thought whatsoever. It's to conform to standards of consistency, coherence, and universality. These standards aren't imposed from outside. They're what makes thought rational rather than arbitrary. Moral norms emerge from applying these standards of rationality to action. An action is rational when it conforms to principles you could will universally, when it respects the rational nature that makes principle following possible, when it treats rational beings as ends rather than mere means. These aren't additional requirements added to rationality. They're applications of rational standards to the domain of action, logic extended to practice, consistency demanded in behavior as well as belief. This is why moral obligations are categorical. They're not based on what you happen to want or contingently value. They're based on what rational consistency itself demands, on requirements that come with being a rational agent at all. But the mystery deepens when you recognize that these requirements are simultaneously discovered and binding. You don't create them by thinking about them, but you cannot know them without thinking about them. They're objective, but accessible only through subjective, rational reflection. This is the paradox at the heart of moral knowledge. The requirements are real, they bind, whether or not you recognize them. But knowing them requires rational self-examination. They're accessible only through your own thinking. Can't resolve this by arguing that rational nature is both empirical and noumenal. As empirical beings in time, we discover moral requirements through reflection. As noumenal beings, we're subject to those requirements independently of whether we discover them. The moral law is both in us and above us. We give it to ourselves through reason, yet it binds us unconditionally. We're simultaneously the legislators and the subjects of moral law. This might sound paradoxical, but it captures something important about moral knowledge. You cannot delegate it to others. Cannot accept moral truth on authority. Cannot know what you ought to do except through your own rational reflection. Yet what you discover through reflection isn't arbitrary or invented. It's genuine knowledge of requirements that really bind, of truths about what rational agency demands. This is the mystery. How examination of your own rational nature reveals requirements that apply to all rational beings. how subjective reflection produces objective knowledge, how thinking discovers rather than invents moral truth. Perhaps a mystery can never be fully resolved. Perhaps there's something irreducibly puzzling about how rational self-examination produces moral knowledge, about how we can know through pure thought what we genuinely ought to do. But the mystery is productive. It reveals that moral knowledge is unique, not like empirical knowledge of external facts, not like mathematical knowledge of abstract structures, but something distinct knowledge of requirements that emerge from what we are as rational agents. This uniqueness is important. It means moral truth can't be reduced to other kinds of truth, can't be discovered through the same methods that work for science or logic, requires its own form of rational reflection, and it means moral education must cultivate this capacity for reflection, must teach people to examine their own rational commitments, to discover through their own thinking what rational consistency demands. You cannot be told what your moral obligations are and genuinely understand them. You must discover them yourself through rational analysis, must work through the arguments, test the principles, examine your own commitments. This is why Kant's philosophy is simultaneously accessible and demanding. The insights are available to any rational being, but accessing them requires work, requires thinking carefully about what rational agency involves, requires honest examination of your own principles and their implications. The mystery of moral knowledge is that it's both profoundly personal and completely universal. Personal because you must discover it yourself through your own reason. Universal because what you discover applies to all rational beings. This combination makes moral truth unique, neither purely subjective nor purely objective, neither invented nor simply found, but discovered through rational self-examination and binding on all who share rational nature. The mystery remains, but it's a productive mystery, one that reveals something important about what we are and how we know what matters most, about the strange gift of rational agency that examining ourselves reveals truths that bind everyone, that thinking produces knowledge of what we ought to do. Kant didn't fully resolve this mystery, but he showed us its contours, revealed how moral knowledge is possible even if we can't completely explain why, demonstrated that rational reflection produces genuine insight into what really binds, and in doing so, he opened a path, not to certainty about every moral question, but to confidence that moral knowledge is possible, that examining rational requirements reveals real truths, that thinking carefully about what rational agency involves produces understanding of what rational agents ought to do. This is the second meditation. That moral knowledge is mysterious but real, that rational self-examination reveals genuine requirements, that we can know through thought what we ought to do, even if we cannot fully explain how this knowledge is possible. The mystery remains. But it's a mystery that enables rather than prevents moral understanding, a productive puzzle rather than an insurmountable obstacle, a reminder that we are mysterious to ourselves, capable of discovering through thought what we genuinely owe to ourselves and others. We arrive at the final meditation, the insight that is threaded through everything we've explored, the principle that grounds all else. Human dignity is not earned, not granted, not contingent on behavior, achievement, or virtue, but unconditional, belonging to every rational being simply by virtue of their rational nature. This is a staggering claim, that every person you encounter possesses unconditional worth, that this worth doesn't increase with accomplishment or decrease with failure, that it remains constant regardless of what they do or who they become. Feel the weight of this. Every person, the stranger who annoyed you today, the colleague you disliked, the person whose politics you despise, the criminal whose actions you find abhorrent, everyone possesses the same fundamental dignity you claim for yourself, not because they've earned it, not because they deserve it, but because they share the capacity that makes any valuing possible rational agency, the ability to set ends, make choices, act from principle. This capacity is precious. It's what makes human beings different from objects. It's the source of all value. It's what makes moral law possible, and it belongs equally to all who possess it. You cannot destroy this dignity, only violate it. Cannot eliminate it, only fail to respect it. The dignity persists even when trampled, even when ignored, even when the person possessing it fails to recognize or honor it themselves. This persistence is important, because it means your obligations don't depend on whether others fulfill theirs. Don't evaporate when people act badly. Don't require that dignity be earned or maintained. Through good behavior, you must respect dignity in the person who respects no one. Must treat as an end the person who treats everyone as means. Must honor rational nature even in those who dishonor it. This is demanding. It requires maintaining moral standards when others abandon them, respecting dignity when it's violated, treating people as they ought to be treated rather than as they've earned. But this is what unconditional means. Not conditional on good behavior, not conditional on reciprocity, not conditional on whether you feel like it. Unconditional. Period. The weight of this recognition changes everything. When you truly see that every person possesses unconditional dignity, you cannot casually instrumentalize them, cannot thoughtlessly use them as means, cannot dismiss their rational nature as irrelevant. Every interaction becomes fraught with moral significance. Every choice about how to treat someone becomes a choice about whether to honor their dignity or violate it. Every relationship requires conscious attention to whether you're respecting their autonomy or undermining it. This weight is heavy. It's meant to be, because what's at stake matters absolutely. The dignity you're called to respect is the foundation of all value. Violating it isn't a minor transgression, but a fundamental failure to recognize what rational beings are. Yet this weight is also liberating, because recognizing dignity in everyone means recognizing it in yourself. Understanding that your worth doesn't depend on achievement, on others' approval, on being useful or productive, but is simply given with your rational nature. You cannot lose this dignity, cannot forfeit it through failure, cannot have it taken away by others' rejection. It belongs to you unconditionally, just as it belongs to everyone unconditionally. This should change how you see yourself. Not as a resource to be optimized or a function to be performed, but as a rational being whose worth is absolute, whose capacity for autonomy deserves respect even from yourself. Many people treat themselves as mere means, instrumentalize their own lives, sacrifice their autonomy for goals that matter less than the capacity being sacrificed, treat their own rational nature as expendable. But the formula of humanity applies to yourself as much as others. You cannot justifiably treat your own dignity as mere means any more than you can treat others. Dignity that way, This creates duties to yourself, to develop your capacities, to maintain your integrity, to resist corruption of your rational nature. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect. The weight of dignity is thus double. You must respect it in others and in yourself. Must treat all rational beings, yourself included, as ends, never merely as means. Must honor rational nature wherever you encounter it, including in the mirror. This is demanding, but the demand comes from what you are, from the rational nature you possess, from the capacity that gives you worth and that gives everyone worth. When you grasp this fully, when you really understand the weight of dignity, two things happen simultaneously. First, you become more serious about morality because you see what's actually at stake. Not arbitrary rules or social conventions, but recognition of what makes beings valuable at all. Violations aren't just bad behavior, but failures to respect what really matters. Second, you become more free, because your worth doesn't depend on anything external. Your dignity is given with your rational nature and cannot be taken away. Others can violate it, but they cannot eliminate it. You possess unconditional worth regardless of circumstances. This combination increase seriousness about moral obligation and increased confidence in your own worth is what understanding dignity produces. You're called to more because you recognize what's at stake, but you're also liberated because you understand that your value is secure, that nothing can diminish your fundamental worth as a rational being. This is the weight of dignity, heavy because it demands unconditional respect for all rational beings, light because it secures your own worth unconditionally, heavy because you must maintain standards when others don't, light because your worth doesn't depend on others maintaining standards toward you, heavy because every interaction carries moral weight, light because this weight comes from something precious, the rational nature that makes you and everyone special. Kant's ethics returns us to this fundamental insight again and again, that rational beings have dignity, that this dignity is unconditional, that respecting it is what morality requires. Everything else follows from this. The categorical imperative, the formula of humanity. The kingdom of Enzol are applications and elaborations of this basic recognition. When you truly grasp the weight of dignity, you understand why lying violates morality, why manipulation fails the categorical imperative, why exploitation is wrong, why all violations of rational agency are fundamentally failures to recognize what matters most. You understand because you see clearly, not through moral intuition or cultural conditioning or divine revelation, but through recognizing what you are and what this means, a rational being capable of autonomy, possessing dignity that deserves unconditional respect, worthy not because of what you achieve, but because of what you are. This is true of you. It's true of everyone. And recognizing this truth, recognizing it, letting it transform how you see yourself and others is what moral enlightenment means. The weight of dignity, both burden and gift, demand and liberation, obligation and assurance. This is what Kant revealed. Not invented, but discovered, not constructed, but seen, the unconditional worth of rational beings and what this requires. We end where we began, with a question that exposes every lie, every manipulation, every excuse for treating people as less than they are. But having travelled through Kant's ethics, having examined its implications and applications, having understood why it works and what it demands, a deeper question emerges. What does it mean that one 18th century principle still exposes modern evil? Not just that it works, we've seen why it works. Not just that it persists, we understand its persistence. But what does this persistence reveal about human nature, about moral reality, about what we are? It reveals that beneath all surface change, something essential remains constant. That rational beings in the 21st century face the same fundamental choice as rational beings in any century, whether to respect dignity or violate it, whether to treat people as ends or as means, whether to act from principle or from mere inclination. The technology changes. The sophistication of manipulation increases. The complexity of social systems grows. But the basic structure of moral choice remains the same, because rational agency remains the same. The capacity that makes humans special, that gives them dignity, that creates moral obligations, this hasn't evolved. It's as present now as it was in Kant's time, as it has been throughout human history, and the violations remain the same in Marès. Structure, new methods, new contexts, new rationalizations, but the same fundamental pattern, treating rational beings as mere tools. Making exceptions for yourself, you won't grant others. Claiming dignity while denying it to those you exploit. The categorical imperative exposes all of it, not because Kant was uniquely clever, but because he identified something real and permanent about what rational beings are, and what this demands. This reveals something sobering about human nature, that the same violations keep recurring, that each generation must rediscover moral truth, that clarity about dignity is constantly threatened by convenient rationalization, but it also reveals something hopeful, that moral truth persists to be rediscovered. That reason can still identify what really matters. That understanding is possible even when convenient forgetting is tempting. The question that remains is thus not about Kant or his principle. It's about you and your choice. Will you use the tool you've been given? Will you apply the categorical imperative to your own maxims? Will you examine your behavior honestly and change what fails the test? Will you recognize dignity in everyone you encounter? Will you treat rational beings as ends rather than means? Will you maintain standards when others abandon them? Will you become ungovernable through clarity? Will you resist manipulation that you now recognize? Will you refuse to participate in violations you now see clearly? These aren't theoretical questions. They're practical demands. The categorical imperative doesn't just describe moral truth. It calls you to live by it. And this call cannot be escaped through clever argument, cannot be evaded through sophistical reasoning, cannot be rationalized away by claiming special circumstances, because you now understand how all those strategies work, how every evasion ultimately fails, how every violation reveals itself under examination, how every rationalization collapses when tested for universality. You possess the tool that exposes every excuse. The question is whether you'll use it on yourself as rigorously as you use it on others, whether you'll maintain the same standards for your own behavior that you demand from everyone else. This is the choice that remains, not whether the categorical imperative is correct. You understand why it is, not whether dignity deserves respect. you'll recognize that it does. But whether you'll actually align your behavior with what you now understand, this choice cannot be made once and then forgotten. It must be renewed constantly. In every interaction, every decision, every moment when convenience tempts you toward violation, the categorical imperative doesn't make moral life easy. It makes it clear. You now know what you're called to do. Whether you'll do it is up to you. But understand what's at stake. Not just your personal virtue, though that matters. Not just your relationships, though they'll be affected. But your very nature as a rational being. To consistently violate the categorical imperative is to live in contradiction with your own rational nature. To claim dignity while denying it to others. To demand respect while refusing to give it. To assert autonomy while undermining the autonomy that makes your own meaningful. This contradiction corrupts from within, not through external punishment, but through internal incoherence, through the slow erosion of moral clarity, through gradual acceptance of rationalization as reason. But to live by the categorical imperative is to achieve integrity in the deepest sense. To align your behavior with what rational consistency requires. To respect in practice what you affirm in principle. To be whole rather than divided. This wholeness is its own reward. Not the only reason to be moral, should be moral, because dignity deserves respect, regardless of benefits to you, but a natural consequence of rational consistency. When you live by principles, you can universalize. When you treat all rational beings as ends, when you maintain the standards that rational agency requires, you become what you essentially are. A rational being fully realizing its nature through autonomous moral action. This is what Kant offers. Not an impossible ideal, but a clear standard. Not a burden to bear, but a nature to realize. Not a constraint on freedom, but freedom's fullest expression. The question remains. The tool is in your hands. The violations are visible. The principles are clear. The choice is yours. What will you do with what you now understand? This is where philosophy meets life, where understanding demands decision, where knowledge calls for action. The categorical imperative has exposed every justification for evil. It has revealed what rational beings owe each other and themselves. It has shown you what dignity means and why it matters. Absolutely now, you must decide. Will you honor what you've discovered? Will you live by what you know? The question remains, and only you can answer it.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. What if I told you that one of history's greatest minds spent his final night sleeping peacefully, knowing he would die the next morning, not tossing and turning, not bargaining with the gods, not overcome with terror or regret, just sleeping. Sleeping so soundly, in fact, that his closest friend couldn't bear to wake him. This isn't fiction. This isn't mythology. This happened in Athens in the year 399 BCE, in a cold prison cell, where a 70-year-old man named Socrates lay waiting for his execution. His friend Crito arrived before dawn. He'd bribed the guards, as friends of condemned men often did, hoping to steal a few final moments together. But when Crito entered that cell, he found something that stopped him cold. Socrates was asleep, not the fitful sleep of the anxious, not the restless half-consciousness of someone awaiting death, but deep, peaceful, undisturbed sleep. The kind of sleep you might have after a satisfying day, with nothing weighing on your conscience, no worries about tomorrow. Crito sat there in the darkness, watching his dearest friend breathe. He couldn't understand it. In just hours, the sun would rise. The prison officials would arrive. The hemlock poison would be prepared, and Socrates would drink it and die. How could anyone sleep through their last night on earth? Later, when Socrates finally woke, Crito would remark on this. He said he had always thought Socrates had a happy disposition, but seeing him sleep so well made him believe it even more. Here was a man bearing what most would call the worst misfortune imaginable, and yet he slept as sweetly as a child. But here's what makes this story truly remarkable. Socrates wasn't just accepting death. He wasn't simply resigned to fate. He was, in a way we'll come to understand, actually looking forward to it. You see, Socrates had spent his entire life thinking about death, not in a morbid way, but as a philosopher thinks about anything, with relentless curiosity and rigorous questioning. And through all that thinking, he'd arrived at a conclusion that most of us would find utterly bizarre. He believed that death might actually be a good thing, perhaps even the best thing that could happen to a person. Now, before you think this is the story of a depressed man embracing oblivion, let me be clear. Socrates loved life. He loved conversation and ideas and the electric thrill of a good argument. He loved the city of Athens with its bustling markets and complicated politics. He loved his students, his friends, even his allegedly difficult wife, Xanthippe. This was not a man who had given up on living. So what did he know that we don't? What had he discovered through decades of philosophical inquiry that allowed him to face death not with fear, but with something approaching curiosity, maybe even hope? The answer lies in a radical idea, one that Socrates presented to the jury that condemned him. He told them that death was one of two things. Either it was a complete absence of consciousness, like a dreamless sleep, or it was a journey to another place where all the dead reside together. Think about that for a moment. Really think about it. When was the last time you had a truly deep, dreamless sleep? The kind where you close your eyes, and then suddenly it's morning, and it feels like no time has passed at all? The kind of sleep where you wake up refreshed, with no memory of dreams or worries, or the long hours passing. Socrates said that if death was like that, an eternal, peaceful, dreamless sleep, then it would actually be wonderful. A relief even. And if death wasn't annihilation, if consciousness continued, well then, Socrates reasoned, he would find himself in the company of all the great minds who had died before him. Homer, the legendary poet. Hesiod, who wrote of the gods. Odysseus, that clever hero. All the philosophers and wise ones who had puzzled over the same questions he spent his life exploring. And in that place, he imagined, he could do what he loved most. Ask questions, seek truth, engage in endless philosophical dialogue. Except now, without the interruptions of hunger or tiredness, or the constant demands of maintaining a physical body. Either way, he concluded, death was nothing to fear. At worst, it was the best sleep you've ever had. At best, it was the ultimate education. But there's something else, something deeper in Socrates' attitude toward death that we need to understand. It wasn't just about what death might be, it was about what life had been. Socrates believed that a life well lived prepared you for death, that if you spent your time cultivating your mind, questioning assumptions, pursuing wisdom rather than pleasure or power or wealth, then when death came, you would greet it as an old friend. He had a phrase for this. He said that philosophy itself was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or life-denying, but because philosophy taught you to separate yourself from your body's endless demands. It taught you that your true self, your mind, your soul, whatever you want to call the thing that thinks and wonders and knows itself, was distinct from flesh and bone. The body needs constant maintenance. It gets hungry every few hours. It needs sleep. It gets sick, feels pain, grows old and weak. It's demanding and needy and, if we're being honest, kind of a nuisance when you're trying to think deep thoughts. Socrates joked about this. He said, that the body was always interrupting philosophy with its needs. You're in the middle of contemplating the nature of justice, and suddenly you're hungry. You're on the verge of a breakthrough about the meaning of courage, and you need to use the bathroom. So death, which separated the mind from the body's tyranny, was something a philosopher might actually welcome. Not because life was bad, but because death promised something potentially better. Either oblivion, which meant no more suffering, no more physical pain, no more needs, or continuation in a realm of pure thought, where you could finally focus on what truly mattered without biological interruptions. This is why Socrates could sleep that final night. He had lived the kind of life that prepared him for this moment. He had examined everything, his beliefs, his actions, his values. He had questioned relentlessly, even when it made him unpopular, especially when it made him unpopular. He had pursued truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, virtue over victory. And now, as he lay in that prison cell with dawn approaching, he was at peace. Not because he was giving up, but because he was ready. He had done the work. He had lived the examined life, and death, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror for a man who had spent 7 decades preparing for it. When Crito finally woke him, Socrates greeted the day calmly. They would talk. One final philosophical conversation about duty and justice, and whether Socrates should escape, even though he had the chance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That conversation comes later. For now, I want you to hold on to this image, an old man, condemned to death, sleeping peacefully through his final night. And I want you to ask yourself, what would it take for you to sleep like that? What kind of life would you need to live? What kind of wisdom would you need to possess? What fears would you need to release? Because that's what this story is really about. Not just how Socrates died, but how he lived. Not just his philosophy of death, but his philosophy of life, and how the two were inseparably intertwined. In ancient Athens, in the year 399 BCE, something extraordinary happened. A man faced death with the same calm he might bring to an afternoon walk. And in doing so, he left us with questions that still echo across 2,400 years. Questions about what matters, about what we should fear and what we shouldn't, about what it means to live well, and whether living well might actually be the secret to dying well. These are the questions we'll explore together tonight, and by the time we're done, you might find yourself thinking about death and life in ways you never have before. But first, we need to go back. Back before the trial, before the accusations, before the prison cell. Back to when Socrates was just a boy growing up in Athens, the son of a stonemason and a midwife, with no idea that he would become the most influential philosopher in Western history. We need to understand how he became the kind of man who could sleep peacefully before his execution. And that story begins, as so many great stories do, with a young person refusing to accept the answer he was given. It begins with a boy who questioned everything. Imagine Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Not the ruins you might visit today, but a living, breathing city at the height of its power. The Parthenon is still being built, its marble gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. The Agora, the great marketplace and public square, buzzes with merchants hawking olive oil and wine, politicians debating policy, artists selling their wares, and philosophers holding court on street corners. This is the world Socrates is born into, around 470 BCE. His father, Sophroniscus, is a stoneworker or sculptor. Sources differ, but we know he worked with his hands, shaping marble and limestone. His mother, Phaenarete, is a midwife. These are respectable professions, but not wealthy ones. Young Socrates grows up in a household that's comfortable enough, but far from the aristocratic circles that dominate Athenian politics and culture. And from what we can piece together, he was an odd child. Not odd in a way that worried his parents. At first, just curious, intense, always asking why, when other children accepted what they were told. While other boys played war games or practiced athletics, young Socrates seemed most content when he was thinking, or better yet, questioning. There's a story, and while we can't verify every detail, it captures something essential about who Socrates was even as a young person. His mother, Phaenaretti, wanted him to have a better life than his parents had. She dreamed of him becoming a successful merchant. Maybe he could trade in olive oil or fine fabrics. Perhaps he could even own ships someday, importing goods from across the Mediterranean. It was a reasonable dream. Athens was a trading empire, and a clever young man could build a fortune if he applied himself. But Socrates showed no interest in commerce whatsoever. He was, to put it bluntly, terrible at the practical matters that would make him successful in business. He couldn't be bothered to think about profit margins or market trends. His mind was elsewhere, always elsewhere, grappling with questions that had no obvious practical value. One morning, according to the tale, his mother decided to teach him a lesson. She hired a teacher. Some accounts say it was a wise old man from the neighborhood to come and instruct young Socrates about the value of ambition and hard work. The teacher arrived and found the boy lounging in the courtyard, apparently lost in thought when he should have been studying or learning a trade. The teacher decided to use a parable, as teachers of that era often did. He told Socrates a simple story about two birds. One bird woke up early every morning and worked hard, catching the juiciest insects and feeding its young. The other bird slept in, and by the time it woke, all the good food was gone. It struggled to find anything to eat. The teacher finished his tale and looked at young Socrates expectantly. "Now, Socrates," he said, "what did you learn from this story?" The boy thought for a moment, and you can almost see the gears turning in his mind, even at that young age. Then he answered, "That the insects that wake up early get eaten by birds." The teacher blinked. Phaenaretti sighed. Because there it was, the essence of Socratic thinking, even in childhood. He had taken the expected lesson, turned it sideways, and found a completely different conclusion. He had questioned the very framework of the parable. After all, from the insect's perspective, waking up early wasn't a virtue, it was a fatal mistake. Now we should be careful not to read too much into this story. It might be apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Socrates to illustrate his character. But true or not, it tells us something important. Even as a young person, Socrates had a mind that couldn't simply accept what it was told. He had to examine it from every angle. He had to question the assumptions behind the lesson. And this tendency only grew stronger as he matured. As a young man, Socrates did follow in his father's footsteps for a time, working as a stonecutter or sculptor. Some ancient sources claim he was quite good at it. There was supposedly a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that Socrates carved, though this too is difficult to verify. What we do know is that he didn't stay in that profession. Something else was calling to him. He also served as a soldier, which surprises people who think of philosophers as weak or bookish. Athens was constantly at war during Socrates' lifetime, against Sparta, against Persia, against various allies who had become enemies. And Socrates fought in several campaigns. By all accounts, he was an excellent soldier, brave in battle, able to endure hardship, and notably tough. There's a famous story about him standing guard duty in the middle of winter, in freezing conditions, while other soldiers huddled together for warmth. Socrates stood there barefoot, apparently lost in thought, seemingly immune to the cold. But warfare, like stone-cutting, didn't hold his attention for long. The questions kept pulling at him. Questions about courage, about justice, about what made a life worth living. Questions that nobody seemed to have good answers to, even though everyone pretended they did. The turning point, the moment that changed everything, came when Socrates was in his 30s. One of his friends, a man named Chaerephon, made a pilgrimage to Delphi, to the famous oracle of Apollo. This was a common practice in ancient Greece. You would travel to Delphi, make an offering, and ask the oracle, a priestess who supposedly channeled the wisdom of the god Apollo, a question. Usually people asked about practical matters. Should I marry this person? Will my crops succeed? Should I start a new business venture? But Chaerephon Knowing his friend Socrates and his constant questioning and his obvious intelligence, asked the oracle something different. He asked, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" And the oracle gave an answer that would reverberate through a history. She said, "No one is wiser than Socrates." When Chaerephon returned to Athens and told Socrates what the oracle had said, Socrates was baffled, confused, even disturbed, because the one thing Socrates was absolutely certain of was that he wasn't wise. He didn't know the answers to the big questions. He didn't understand the nature of justice or courage or goodness. He was full of questions, not answers. But there was a problem. The oracle at Delphi was believed to speak divine truth. To dismiss the oracle's pronouncement would be impious, possibly even dangerous. So Socrates found himself in a paradox. The oracle said he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew he wasn't wise. How could both things be true? This is when Socrates made a decision that would define the rest of his life. He decided to test the oracle's statement. He would go around Athens and find someone who was truly wise, someone who understood these deep questions about how to live and what was truly good. And when he found such a person, he would bring them to the oracle and prove that the oracle had been wrong, or at least unclear. So he started visiting people who had reputations for wisdom. First, he went to the politicians, the men who made decisions about war and peace, about law and justice. Surely they understood what justice really was. But when Socrates questioned them, really questioned them, their knowledge fell apart. They had opinions, certainly, strongly held opinions. But they couldn't defend those opinions under examination. They couldn't explain why they believed what they believed. They just believed it. Then he tried the poets and artists, thinking perhaps wisdom lived there. These were men who created beautiful works, who seemed to understand human nature in their tragedies and comedies. But again, when questioned, they couldn't explain the wisdom they seemed to embody in their art. They created by inspiration or instinct, but couldn't articulate the truths their work contained. Finally, he went to the craftsmen, the potters, the shipbuilders, the smiths. These men had real knowledge. They understood their crafts deeply. A shipbuilder could tell you exactly why a hull needed to be constructed in a certain way, could explain the principles behind what made a ship seaworthy. But then Socrates noticed something interesting. Because they were experts in their crafts, these men assumed they were experts in everything else too. The shipbuilder, who knew everything about ships, thought he therefore understood justice, courage, and the good life. But he didn't. He just thought he did. And suddenly, Socrates understood what the oracle meant. He was the wisest man in Athens, not because he knew more than everyone else, but because he knew that he didn't know. Everyone else walked around thinking they understood things they didn't actually understand. Socrates, at least, was aware of his ignorance. And that awareness, that honest acknowledgement of not knowing, was a kind of wisdom in itself. This realization transformed him. It became his mission. He would spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he'd been doing to test the oracle, going around Athens, questioning people who claimed to know things, helping them see that they didn't actually know what they thought. They knew. He saw himself as a kind of midwife, like his mother had been. But instead of helping women birth children, he helped people birth ideas. Or rather, he helped them realize when their ideas were malformed, when their certainties were built on sand. He developed a method, what we now call the Socratic method. He would approach someone, often someone with a reputation for wisdom or virtue, and ask them to define something. Define justice, he'd say, or courage, or piety. And the person would give a confident definition. Then Socrates would ask questions about that definition, looking for contradictions, exceptions, problems. And almost always, he would find them. The definition would collapse. The person would have to revise it. And then Socrates would question the revision, and that would collapse too. He never claimed to have the right answer himself. He was just showing that the answers people confidently held weren't as solid as they thought. And some people found this enlightening. Younger men especially flocked to Socrates, fascinated by watching him dismantle the pretensions of their teachers and elders. They started following him around the agora, watching him work, but many others found it infuriating. Imagine being a respected politician or teacher going about your day, and this odd-looking man, Socrates, was famously ugly by Athenian standards, with a snub nose and bulging eyes, stops you in the marketplace and starts asking you questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd. Imagine being forced to admit that you don't actually understand justice, even though you've been making laws about it for years. Socrates made enemies, powerful enemies, people who felt humiliated by his questioning, people who saw him as a threat to the social order, to respect for authority, to the very fabric of Athenian society. And these enemies would remember. They would wait for their opportunity. And years later, when Athens was vulnerable and frightened after losing a war, they would strike. But that comes later. For now, in his 30s and 40s, Socrates is in his element. He's found his calling. He spends his days in the agora, questioning anyone who will engage with him. He's not wealthy. Philosophy doesn't pay, and unlike other teachers of his era, the sophists, he refuses to charge money for his conversations. He thinks wisdom can't be bought and sold like olives or cloth. This means he lives modestly, sometimes relying on the generosity of his admirers for meals. His wife, Xanthippe, is reportedly not thrilled about this arrangement. Ancient writers portrayed her as nagging and difficult, though we might consider that she had good reason to be frustrated with a husband who spent all his time philosophizing instead of earning a decent living. But Socrates doesn't care about comfort or wealth. He's discovered something more valuable than gold. He's discovered a way of living that makes every day an adventure. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to question, to dig deeper. He's fascinated by how the human mind works, by how we form beliefs, by how we fool ourselves into thinking we understand things we don't, and he's beginning to form some convictions of his own. Not answers to the big questions, he still doesn't claim to have those, but convictions about how to live. He believes that virtue is the most important thing, that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, that the quality of your soul matters more than the condition of your body or the size of your bank account, that an examined life, a life where you constantly question yourself and your beliefs, is the only life worth living. These aren't just abstract philosophical positions for Socrates. He lives them. When he's offered bribes, he refuses them. When powerful people tell him to stop asking questions, he ignores them. When he sees injustice, he speaks up, even when it's dangerous to do so. He's not trying to be a martyr or a hero. He's just being consistent with what he believes. And that consistency, that absolute refusal to compromise his principles for comfort or safety, is what makes him both admired and dangerous. Because a man who cannot be bribed, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be silenced is a threat to anyone whose power depends on lies, corruption, or unquestioned authority. Young Socrates, the boy who questioned the parable of the early bird, has grown into a man who questions everything and everyone. He's become exactly what Athens needs and exactly what Athens' elite fears. He's become a philosopher in the truest sense. Not someone who knows all the answers, but someone who asks all the right questions. And in asking those questions, he's challenging his fellow citizens to examine their own lives, to question their own beliefs, to wake up from the comfortable sleep of unthinking habit. He doesn't know it yet, but this mission will cost him everything. The same sharp mind that won him devoted followers will eventually bring him powerful enemies. The same integrity that made young men admire him will make old men fear him. The same questions that illuminated truth will be twisted into charges of impiety and corruption. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the middle of his life, Socrates is at the peak of his powers. He's surrounded by brilliant, young minds who hang on his every word. He's engaged in the work he was born to do. He's living the examined life, and it feels right, feels true, feels like finally being the person he was always meant to be. And in living this way, he's developing a philosophy that will help him face his own death with courage and even joy. Because Socrates is learning something profound about what it means to be human, about what really matters, about how to separate the essential from the trivial. He's learning how to live. And in learning how to live, he's inadvertently learning how to die. But to understand that, we need to go deeper into his method, his madness, his peculiar genius. We need to walk with him through the agora, to hear him question and probe and dismantle the false certainties people cling to. We need to understand what it meant to be on the receiving end of Socratic examination. We need to experience the art of knowing nothing. Picture a typical morning in the agora of Athens. The sun hasn't yet reached its peak, so the marble colonnades still offer some shade from the Mediterranean heat. Vendors are setting up their stalls, pyramids of olives glistening with oil, fabric dyed in rich purples and reds, pottery both practical and decorative. The air smells of bread baking, of fish from the morning's catch, of incense from a nearby shrine. And there, near one of the columns, stands Socrates. He's in his 50s now, at the height of his powers. His appearance is distinctive, impossible to miss. While other philosophers of his era might dress in fine robes to signal their status, Socrates wears the same simple cloak year-round. His feet are bare. He's famous for going barefoot even in winter. His face, as we've mentioned, isn't conventionally handsome. Ancient sources describe him as looking somewhat like a satyr, those mythological creatures that were half man, half goat. But there's something magnetic about him anyway. When he speaks, people listen. A small crowd has already gathered around him. Some are his regular followers, young men from wealthy families who find traditional education boring, but find Socrates endlessly fascinating. Others are passers-by who've stopped out of curiosity. And approaching now is a man named Euthyphro, a religious expert who has a reputation for understanding the will of the gods. This is perfect for Socrates, because Euthyphro is on his way to the courthouse. He's prosecuting his own father for murder. It's a scandalous case that everyone in Athens is talking about. One of the father's workers killed a slave in a drunken rage, and the father bound the killer and threw him in a ditch while sending for religious guidance on what to do. The bound man died of exposure before the advice arrived. Now Euthyphro is charging his father with murder, claiming it's the pious thing to do. Socrates sees an opportunity. He approaches Euthyphro with what seems like genuine curiosity and respect. "Euthyphro, my friend," he says, "you must know a great deal about piety and impiety to be so confident in prosecuting your own father. Most men would worry about whether they were doing the right thing, but you clearly understand piety. Could you teach me? What exactly is piety?" You can imagine Euthyphro's reaction. He's flattered. Here's the famous Socrates, asking for his wisdom. Of course he can explain piety. He's an expert after all, so he offers his first definition. Piety is doing what I'm doing now, prosecuting wrongdoers, whether they're your father or anyone else. It seems like a reasonable answer, but watch what Socrates does next. He doesn't disagree. He doesn't argue. He just asks another question. "That's an interesting example," he says. "But I asked you what piety is in itself. You've given me an example of a pious act. But what makes an act pious? What is the essential nature of piety that all pious acts share?" Euthyphro pauses. He revises his definition. Piety is what is loved by the gods. Better, Socrates agrees. That's more like a real definition. But then, and here's where the method gets interesting, he asks, "But which gods? Don't the gods disagree with each other? Zeus approves of some things that Hera despises. Ares loves war while Athena prefers wisdom. So if the gods disagree, how can we say something is pious simply because a god loves it?" Euthyphro sees the problem. He refines the definition again. Piety is what all the gods love. Now we're getting somewhere, Socrates says. But here comes The crucial question, the one that cuts to the heart of everything. Is something pious because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? Stop and think about that question for a moment. It sounds like word games, but it's not. It's asking something profound. Is piety just whatever the gods happen to approve of? In which case, piety is arbitrary, and if the gods change their minds, murder could become pious. Or is there something inherently pious about certain acts, something that exists independently of the gods' opinions, which the gods recognize and approve of? Euthyphro struggles with this. He tries several more definitions, each one sounding good at first, each one collapsing under Socrates' gentle questioning. And finally, frustrated, Euthyphro makes an excuse and hurries off to court, leaving Socrates with his crowd of onlookers, many of whom are now laughing or arguing among themselves about what piety really is. This is the Socratic method in action, and it's important to understand what just happened, because it's not what it might appear to be on the surface. Socrates didn't teach Euthyphro anything. He didn't provide a definition of piety. In fact, by the end of the conversation, Euthyphro is more confused than when he started. He came to the agora confident in his knowledge and left uncertain, even embarrassed. So what was the point? Was Socrates just being cruel? Was this intellectual bullying disguised as philosophy? No. This is where we need to understand something crucial about Socratic philosophy. Socrates believed that the first step toward wisdom was recognizing your own ignorance. Euthyphro thought he understood piety. He was so confident in that understanding that he was willing to prosecute his own father based on it. But he didn't actually understand it. He had opinions, strong ones, but they weren't built on solid ground. By questioning Euthyphro, Socrates wasn't trying to humiliate him. He was trying to help him, because as long as Euthyphro believed he understood piety when he really didn't, he would make decisions based on false knowledge. He might do terrible things, thinking they were pious. He would be dangerous to himself and others, precisely because of his unexamined certainty. But if Euthyphro could be brought to a state of aporia, that Greek word meaning at a loss, without a clear path forward, then something beautiful could happen. The certainty would crack open. Space would appear for real questioning, real learning. He would stop pretending to know and start genuinely seeking. This state of aporia, this experience of being at a loss, was essential to the Socratic method, and it wasn't comfortable. Imagine believing you understood something, building your life around that understanding, and then having someone show you through simple questions that you don't understand it at all. It's destabilizing, frightening even. This is why the young men loved Socrates. When you're young, you haven't yet built your entire life around certain beliefs. You're still flexible, still learning, still open to having your mind changed. Watching Socrates dismantle the certainties of your elders is thrilling. It's permission to question everything you've been told. It's liberation. But this is also why older men, established men, powerful men, hated him. They had reputations to protect. They had built careers on their supposed wisdom. They had made decisions, some of them life and death decisions, based on beliefs they now discovered were shaky at best. To admit uncertainty at that point in life felt like admitting their entire lives had been based on sand. Let me walk you through another example, because the pattern is so consistent, so revealing. One day, a famous general approaches Socrates. The man has won battles, led armies, received honors from the city. And Socrates asks him, "What is courage?" The general is confident. He knows courage. He's demonstrated it in battle. Courage, he says, is standing your ground in battle, not retreating even when the enemy advances. Socrates nods thoughtfully. That's interesting. But what about the Scythian warriors who use a different tactic? They retreat strategically, drawing the enemy into traps, and this leads to victory. Are they not courageous? The general sees the point. All right, courage is knowing when to stand and when to retreat in order to achieve victory. So courage is a kind of knowledge, Socrates asks. Knowledge of what's dangerous and what's safe. Yes, exactly, the general agrees. But then, Socrates continues, A doctor has knowledge of what's dangerous and safe for sick patients. Does that make the doctor courageous? Or a ship's captain knows what's dangerous at sea? Is he displaying courage simply by having that knowledge? The general pauses. No, that's different. Courage is specifically about dangers in war. But why only in war? Socrates presses. Can't someone be courageous in facing poverty, or in facing disease, or in facing temptation? Are there not many kinds of dangers that require courage? And so it goes. Every answer leads to more questions. Every definition reveals exceptions, contradictions, or problems. And the general, who began the conversation certain he understood courage, he who had demonstrated courage in battle, ends it uncertain, at a loss. Now here's what's fascinating. Socrates never claims to have the right definition himself. He never says, "You're wrong, here's what courage really is." He maintains throughout that he doesn't know. And this seems paradoxical, almost maddening. How can someone who doesn't know the answer still demonstrate that everyone else's answers are wrong? The answer lies in understanding the difference between knowing something and knowing about something. Socrates might not be able to define courage perfectly, but he knows enough about it to recognize when a definition fails. It's like how you might not be a chef, but you know when food tastes bad. You might not be able to compose a symphony, but you can tell when music is out of tune. Socrates had spent decades thinking about these concepts: justice, courage, piety, wisdom, goodness. He knew them intimately, even if he couldn't define them perfectly. He knew their contours, their complexities, their nuances. So when someone offered a simple, confident definition, he could immediately see its limitations. But there's something even deeper happening in the Socratic method. Socrates believed that the answers were already inside us, buried under layers of false certainty and unexamined assumptions. His questions weren't meant to fill an empty vessel with knowledge. They were meant to help you give birth to understanding. That was already there, waiting to be discovered. This is why he compared himself to a midwife, like his mother. A midwife doesn't create the baby. The baby already exists. The midwife just helps it come into the world. Similarly, Socrates believed that real knowledge was already in your soul, and his questions just helped you access it. There's a famous demonstration of this in one of Plato's dialogues. Socrates encounters an uneducated slave boy who has never studied mathematics, and through questions alone, never teaching, only asking, Socrates gets the boy to discover the Pythagorean theorem. The boy figures out the geometric proof himself, guided only by Socrates' questions. This, Socrates argued, proved that the knowledge was already there. It just needed to be drawn out. Whether you believe in Socrates' theory about knowledge being innate is less important than understanding what the method was trying to do. It was trying to wake people up, to shake them out of the comfortable sleep of unexamined opinion, to make them think for themselves rather than simply accepting what they'd been told. And it worked. At least it worked on people who were genuinely interested in truth. Those who came to Socrates with real curiosity, with humility, with openness to being wrong. They often had transformative experiences. They would leave conversations, feeling uncertain about things they'd been certain of. Yes, but also feeling more alive, more engaged, more aware. One of his students described it beautifully. He said that talking with Socrates was like being stung by a stingray. You'd be swimming along, confident and comfortable, and suddenly, zap, you're paralyzed, unable to move forward with your old certainties. But that paralysis was the beginning of real thought. The problem, of course, was that not everyone appreciated being stung. Some people came to Socrates wanting to show off their knowledge, expecting deference to their expertise. When Socrates questioned them and revealed the limits of that expertise, they didn't feel enlightened. They felt humiliated, and here's where things get dangerous. In a democratic society like Athens, reputation was everything. Your political power, your social standing, your ability to influence decisions, all of it rested on people respecting your wisdom and judgment. So when Socrates publicly demonstrated that you didn't actually understand what you claimed to understand, he wasn't just winning an argument. He was threatening your position in society. Imagine being a wealthy aristocrat who served on juries, advised the assembly, perhaps even led military campaigns. Your neighbors respect you. Young men ask your advice. You're invited to important symposia where decisions are made. And then this strange, ugly, barefoot philosopher stops you in the marketplace and starts asking questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd that includes your peers, your rivals, and young people who used to respect you. What do you do? Do you admit you don't know what you thought you knew? Do you embrace the aporia, the uncertainty, and start genuinely seeking wisdom? Some did. Those became Socrates' friends and followers. But others, perhaps most, did something else. They got angry. They dismissed Socrates as a sophist, a word twister, a corrupter of youth who taught young people to disrespect their elders. They began to see him not as a gadfly trying to wake Athens up, but as a threat to social order, to tradition, to everything that made Athens great. These men started gathering, started talking among themselves, started plotting. Because there's one thing powerful people hate more than being wrong. It's being publicly shown to be wrong. And Socrates had been publicly showing them to be wrong for decades. But Socrates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because for him, the examined life was the only life worth living. To stop questioning, to accept easy answers, to let people walk around, confidently ignorant. That would be a betrayal of everything he'd learned from the oracle. He was the wisest man in Athens precisely because he kept asking questions, kept examining, kept pushing. He believed he was on a divine mission. The god, Apollo, had essentially told him, through the oracle, that his wisdom lay in recognizing his ignorance. And from that, Socrates had derived a calling. He was meant to go around Athens helping others recognize their ignorance too. He was meant to wake people up, even when it made him unpopular, even when it made him poor. He could have charged for his teaching like the sophists did, but he refused, believing wisdom couldn't be bought, even when it started making him enemies in high places, even when those enemies started becoming dangerous. Because here's what Socrates understood that most of us forget. Comfort is the enemy of truth. If you want to believe comfortable lies, you'll never face uncomfortable truths. If you want to keep your assumptions intact, you can't examine them too closely. If you want peace and prosperity and respect, you probably shouldn't spend your days challenging people's most deeply held beliefs. But Socrates had chosen truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, the examined life over the easy life. And that choice, that absolute commitment to questioning everything, was going to cost him everything. The powerful men he'd embarrassed were patient. They waited for the right moment, the right political climate, and it would come. Athens would suffer defeats, would become fearful and paranoid, would look for scapegoats, and when that moment came, they would strike. But we're not there yet. Right now, in the agora, Socrates is still free to question, still surrounded by devoted followers, still doing the work he was born to do. He's demonstrating day after day that wisdom begins with admitting you don't know. That the unexamined, life isn't worth living, that questions are more valuable than answers. He's teaching, though he would insist he's not teaching, only questioning, an entire generation about how to think. Not what to think, but how. How to examine your beliefs, how to question your assumptions, how to distinguish between opinion and knowledge, how to be intellectually honest, how to value truth over ego. And in doing this work, in living this examined life, he's preparing himself for something he doesn't yet know is coming. He's developing a kind of spiritual strength, a philosophical courage that will serve him when the worst happens. He's learning to care more about his soul than his body, more about virtue than reputation, more about truth than survival. He's becoming the kind of man who could sleep peacefully the night before his execution, the kind of man who could drink hemlock without fear, the kind of man who could face death as he faced everything else, with questions, with curiosity, with absolute integrity. But to understand how he got there, we need to go deeper still. We need to understand what Socrates believed about the soul, about virtue, about what makes life meaningful. We need to understand his philosophy of the examined life, not just as a method for questioning others, but as a way of being in the world. Because the Socratic method wasn't just a debating technique. It was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating wisdom, a path toward becoming fully human. And that's where we're going next. There's a line that Socrates spoke at his trial that has echoed through 2,400 years of human history. It's probably the most famous thing he ever said, and it's become so familiar that we sometimes forget how radical it was, and still is. The full, unexamined life is not worth living, not difficult, not less fulfilling, not suboptimal, not worth living. That's an extreme statement. Socrates is saying that a human life lived without self-examination, without questioning, without constant reflection on how you're living and why, is essentially worthless. It would be better not to live at all than to live unthinkingly. That's a strong claim, strong enough that it's worth taking seriously. What did Socrates mean? And more importantly, what does it mean to examine your life? What does that actually look like in practice? Let's start with what Socrates didn't mean. He wasn't talking about neurotic self-analysis, endless navel-gazing, or paralyzing overthinking that prevents you from taking action. He wasn't suggesting you should spend every moment introspecting to the point of being unable to function in the world. Socrates lived a full life. He was a soldier, a citizen, a husband, a friend. He participated in Athenian society even as he questioned it. No, the examined life was something different. It was about intentionality, about consciousness, about refusing to live on autopilot, doing things simply because that's what everyone does, or because that's what you've always done, or because it's comfortable and familiar. The examined life meant constantly asking yourself, why am I doing this? Is this making me a better person? Does this align with what I believe is good and true? Am I living according to my values, or am I betraying them? Have I really thought through what I believe, or am I just repeating what I've been told? It meant being willing to admit when you were wrong, being willing to change your mind when presented with better arguments, being willing to acknowledge that you don't know something even when everyone expects you to know. And most importantly, it meant caring more about the quality of your soul than about anything else. This concept, the soul, is central to understanding Socrates, but we need to be careful here. When Socrates talked about the soul, he wasn't necessarily talking about something religious or supernatural, at least not in the way we might think. The Greek word is psyche, and it meant something like that which makes you alive, your consciousness, your mind, your capacity for thought and choice and character. For Socrates, the soul was the real you. Your body was just the vehicle, the temporary housing. Your soul was what persisted, what mattered, what you should cultivate and care for above all else. Think about how we typically live. We spend enormous amounts of time, energy, and money taking care of our bodies. We feed them, exercise them, rest them, dress them, groom them. We worry constantly about their health, their appearance, their comfort, and that's not wrong. Bodies need maintenance. But Socrates noticed that we almost never give the same attention to our souls. We don't feed our minds with the same care we feed our bodies. We don't exercise our capacity for wisdom and virtue. We don't examine whether our characters are healthy or diseased. We just assume that however we are is fine, that our beliefs and values and habits don't need the same kind of deliberate cultivation that our bodies do. And this, Socrates thought, was completely backwards, because your body is temporary. It's going to age, decay, and die no matter how well you take care of it. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, your virtue, that's what defines who you really are. That's what lasts. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, your soul is what you contribute to the world, what you leave behind, what you really are when everything else is stripped away. So the examined life was fundamentally about tending to your soul, making sure that the person you were becoming was the person you wanted to be, ensuring that you were growing in wisdom, in virtue, in understanding, not just in wealth or power or reputation. But what does it mean to have a healthy soul? What does virtue actually look like? For Socrates, virtue wasn't about following rules or obeying commandments. It was about knowledge, real knowledge. He believed that if you truly understood what was good, you would naturally do it. Nobody does. Wrong willingly, he argued. People do wrong things because they're confused, because they mistake what's bad for what's good, because they don't really understand what they're doing. This might sound naive at first. Surely people sometimes knowingly do bad things. Don't we all have experiences of knowing something is wrong but doing it anyway? But Socrates would say, when you do something you know is wrong, it's because in that moment, you believe you're getting something good from it. You lie because you believe the benefit of the lie outweighs the cost. You cheat because you believe success gained through cheating is worth more than integrity. You're mistaking a lesser good, temporary pleasure, advantage, safety, for the greater good of having a virtuous soul. If you really understood, deeply understood, that harming your soul is the worst thing you can do to yourself, you wouldn't do it. If you viscerally felt the truth that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, you would never choose to be unjust, even when you could get away with it. This is why Socrates spent so much time trying to clarify what things like justice, courage, and goodness really were. Because if people truly understood virtue, they would naturally pursue it. The problem wasn't that people were evil. The problem was that they were confused. Let me give you a concrete example of what this looked like in practice. There's a story about Socrates serving on a jury, one of the few times he held any official position in Athens. A group of generals had won a major naval battle, but a storm prevented them from recovering the bodies of fallen soldiers. This was considered a serious religious violation in ancient Athens. The bodies needed proper burial rites, or the souls would wander restlessly. The Field Assembly, in its anger and grief, wanted to try all 10 generals together and execute them all. This was illegal. Each man had the right to an individual trial. But the mob was furious. They wanted justice, or what they thought was justice. They wanted revenge. Socrates was the one member of the presiding committee who refused to allow the illegal vote. He stood alone against the entire angry assembly. People threatened him. They could have charged him with obstruction. They could have harmed him. But Socrates wouldn't budge, because he had examined what justice required, and he knew that violating the law in order to punish people for violating the law was incoherent. It was wrong, no matter how many people demanded it. This is the examined life in action. Socrates had thought deeply about justice. He had questioned his assumptions about it. He had refined his understanding through countless conversations. And because of that work, when the moment came, he knew what to do. His examination had prepared him for the test. Most people, most of the time, operate on unexamined principles. They believe things because their parents believe them, or their society believes them, or they've always believed them. And these unexamined beliefs work fine until they're tested, until you're asked to compromise them for safety or profit or acceptance. Then they crumble because they were never really yours. You never really thought about whether you believed them. You just inherited them. But Socrates had examined everything. He had tested his principles against every objection he could think of. He had refined them through dialogue and debate. So when the moment came to act on them, he had the strength to do it. The examined life had given him certainty, not the false certainty of unquestioned assumption, but the earned certainty of hard-won understanding. This is also why Socrates insisted that virtue was knowledge. If you really know what's right, if you've examined it and tested it and made it truly yours, you'll do it. You won't be swayed by threats or bribes or social pressure, because you'll understand in your bones that compromising your soul for any external reward is a terrible trade. Now you might be thinking, this sounds exhausting. Do I really need to question everything all the time? Can't I just live, make reasonable decisions, try to be a decent person? And the answer is, you can live that way. Most people do, but Socrates would ask you, is that really living? Or is that just existing on autopilot? Letting circumstances and social pressure determine who you are. The examined life isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. Socrates himself admitted constantly that he didn't have all the answers. The examined life is about being awake, being conscious, being intentional, making choices rather than just reacting to stimuli. It's about asking yourself regularly, am I living according to my values? What are my values? Why do I hold them? Am I becoming the person I want to become? If not, what needs to change? What am I assuming without questioning? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I choosing comfort over truth? These aren't comfortable questions. Examining your life means confronting things you'd rather not confront. It means admitting you've been wrong about things. It means changing behaviors you've grown comfortable with. It means acknowledging that you're not as good, as wise, as virtuous as you'd like to believe. But Socrates would say, isn't temporary discomfort worth it to actually become the person you should be? Isn't a moment of ego-bruising honesty better than a lifetime of self-deception? What's the point of being comfortable if you're comfortable with a lie? And here's where Socrates' philosophy connects directly to his view of death. Because if the quality of your soul is what really matters, if who you are is more important than what you have or how you appear, then death loses much of its power over you. Think about what we're usually afraid of when we fear death. We're afraid of losing our possessions, our status, our pleasures, our relationships, our experiences, all the things that make up our external life. But if you've spent your life cultivating your soul, if you've examined your life and found it good, if you know you've pursued wisdom and virtue to the best of your ability, then death is just a transition. If death is annihilation, you won't suffer. You'll simply cease to experience anything, like dreamless sleep. And if death is continuation, then you'll take your soul with you, and that's the only thing that really matters anyway. This is why Socrates could face death calmly, not because he was sure what death was. He admitted he didn't know, but because he had lived the examined life. He had tended to his soul. He had pursued virtue over pleasure, wisdom over wealth, truth over comfort. Whatever death turned out to be, he was ready for it. His soul was in good condition. Compare that to someone who has never examined their life, someone who has pursued wealth and power and pleasure, assuming those things made life meaningful. Someone who has built their identity on their body, their possessions, their social status. For such a person, death is terrifying, because death takes away everything they've spent their life accumulating, everything they've used to define themselves. But someone who has cultivated their soul, death can't touch what really matters to them. Their wealth might be taken away, but their wisdom remains. Their body might fail, but their character endures. Their reputation might be slandered, but they know who they really are. This is the practical benefit of the examined life. It's not just about being more thoughtful or philosophical. It's about building something that can't be taken from you. It's about knowing yourself so well that external circumstances can't shake you. It's about having a foundation of examined, tested, chosen principles that you can stand on when everything else is uncertain. Socrates believed that most people were prisoners without knowing it. They were enslaved to their appetites, their fears, their need for approval. They thought they were free because they could go where they wanted and do what they wanted, but they weren't really making free choices. They were just reacting to whatever stimulus was strongest at the moment. Hungry, eat, tired, sleep, afraid, run, angry, strike back. They were like animals, driven by impulse and instinct rather than reason and reflection. The examined life was liberation from that slavery. When you examined your life, you became conscious of your patterns. You saw how you were being controlled by unexamined desires and fears. And in seeing them, you could choose differently. You could decide deliberately what kind of person you or wanted to be. You could cultivate some desires and starve others. You could face your fears and see which ones were rational and which were phantoms. This is why Socrates said that the examined life was the only life worth living for a human being, because examination was what made you fully human. Without it, you were just a clever animal. With it, you became something more, a rational being, capable of self-determination, able to choose virtue over vice, even when virtue was harder. And Socrates lived this philosophy. Every story we have about him shows a man who had examined his life and found clarity. He was offered bribes and refused them, because he had examined whether wealth mattered more than integrity, and found it didn't. He was threatened with death if he continued teaching, and he continued anyway, because he had examined whether life was worth living without the freedom to pursue wisdom, and found it wasn't. He was given the chance to escape prison, and he refused, because he had examined what justice required, and found that he couldn't violate the laws he had lived under all his life just to save himself. These weren't easy choices. Socrates wasn't superhuman. He felt fear, discomfort, attachment to life just like anyone else. But his examination had given him something stronger than those feelings. It had given him conviction. Not blind faith, but examined, tested, chosen. Conviction about what really mattered and what didn't. And this conviction gave him peace. The kind of peace that let him sleep soundly the night before his execution. The kind of peace that let him comfort his grieving friends rather than needing comfort himself. The kind of peace that comes from knowing, really knowing, that you've lived well, that your soul is in good condition, that you've done what you could to become who you should be. This is what the examined life offers. Not easy answers, not comfortable, certainty, not a life free from difficulty or pain, but clarity, purpose, integrity, the knowledge that you're living deliberately, consciously, in accordance with principles you've chosen after real thought. And in Socrates' view, that was the only life worth living. Everything else, wealth, power, pleasure, even life itself, was secondary. The quality of your soul, the state of your character, the depth of your wisdom, that was what mattered. That was what you should examine, cultivate, protect. Because your soul is the only thing that's really yours. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions can be stolen. Your reputation can be slandered. Your body can be imprisoned or killed. But your soul, who you really are, what you really believe, the wisdom you've gained, the virtue you've cultivated, that remains yours. That goes with you, wherever you go. That is you. And when you understand that, really understand it at a bone-deep level, then you're free in a way that most people never experience. Free from the fear of loss, because you can't lose what really matters. Free from the need for approval, because you know your own worth through examination, rather than through others' opinions. Free from the terror of death, because death can only take what was temporary anyway. This is what Socrates had achieved through his examined life. This is what allowed him to face his accusers with calm confidence. This is what let him sleep peacefully on his final night. But to understand how he got to that point, to really grasp the full story, we need to see how his examined life, his refusal to compromise, his insistence on questioning everything, eventually brought him into fatal conflict with Athens itself. We need to see what happens when the examined life collides with power, fear, and a city looking for someone to blame. We need to see the accusation. Athens in 404 BCE is not the Athens of Socrates' youth. The city that once led the Greek world, that built the Parthenon and pioneered democracy, that produced the great playwrights and thinkers, is broken. The Peloponnesian War, a brutal, decades-long conflict with Sparta, has finally ended, and Athens lost catastrophically. The long walls that protected the city from invasion have been torn down. The powerful navy that made Athens an empire has been reduced to a handful of ships. The democracy that Athenians were so proud of has been temporarily overthrown by a brutal oligarchy called the 30 Tyrants, sponsored by Sparta. The city is traumatized, defeated, humiliated, and deeply, deeply afraid. Fear makes people dangerous. Fear makes them look for enemies within. Fear makes them suspicious of anyone different, anyone questioning, anyone who doesn't fit neatly into the story the city tells itself. And there's one man in Athens who has spent his entire adult life questioning everything, who has made enemies among the powerful, who has an entire generation of young followers who learned from him to challenge authority. That man, of course, is Socrates, and his enemies have been waiting for this moment. Let's be clear about who these enemies were and why they hated him so much. There was Anytus, a wealthy leather merchant who had been prominent in the democratic resistance against the 30 tyrants. He was a patriot by his own estimation, a defender of Athenian values, and his son had fallen under Socrates' influence, spending time with the philosopher instead of learning his father's business. Worse, the young man had apparently started questioning his father's beliefs, using Socratic methods to point out contradictions in Anytus's thinking. You can imagine how well that went over. Then there was Miletus, a poet, or someone who fancied himself one. Socrates had probably humiliated him in public at some point, as he had so many self-important artists who claimed their work came from divine inspiration, but couldn't explain what wisdom their poetry actually contained. Miletus wasn't particularly bright or influential, but he was angry and willing to be used as a tool. And there was Lycon, a rhetorician, representing a whole class of professional speakers and teachers whom Socrates had spent years demonstrating weren't as wise as they pretended to be. These men and others like them had been collecting grievances for years. Every time Socrates embarrassed someone in the agora, every time he made a politician look foolish, every time a young man questioned his father's authority after studying with Socrates, every time someone's reputation suffered because Socrates exposed their ignorance, all of it had been building, accumulating, like a debt that would eventually come due. But they needed the right moment. You couldn't just charge Socrates when Athens was confident and secure. He was too well known, too well liked by too many people, including powerful ones. His students included Plato from one of Athens' most distinguished families, and Xenophon, who would become a famous general and historian. Alcibiades, one of Athens' most brilliant but controversial leaders, had been associated with Socrates. Ah, Alcibiades. There's a name that matters. This is important for understanding what happens next. Alcibiades was extraordinarily talented, charismatic, intelligent, ambitious, and completely unscrupulous. He'd been a student of Socrates in his youth. Later, he'd betrayed Athens, defecting to Sparta during the war. Then, he'd betrayed Sparta too. He was brilliant and immoral, exactly the kind of person who learns Socratic questioning, but uses it for manipulation rather than wisdom. When Athens was looking for someone to blame for its defeat, for its loss of moral character, for its young, men becoming disrespectful and cynical, it was easy to point at Socrates and say, look at what he produced, look at Alcibiades, look at Critias, another former associate who became one of the most brutal of the 30 tyrants. See what happens. When you teach young men to question everything, they lose respect for tradition, for the gods, for authority. They become dangerous. It was a profoundly unfair argument. Socrates had tried to teach Alcibiades virtue, not vice. He'd tried to show him that wisdom was more valuable than power. It wasn't Socrates' fault that Alcibiades had learned to argue, brilliantly, but had no interest in becoming good. But fair or not, the association was damaging. So, in 399 BCE, 5 years after the war ended, and 3 years after democracy had been restored, Socrates' enemies finally made their move. The city was still fragile, still paranoid, still looking for scapegoats. The timing was perfect. The charges were carefully crafted. 3 accusations, each one technically a capital offense. First, corrupting the youth of Athens. This was vague, enough to mean almost anything. It could refer to his questioning of authority, his influence on young men like Alcibiades, his encouragement of independent thinking. It played on every parent's fear that their children were being led astray. Second, not believing in the gods of the city. This was potentially the most dangerous charge. Athens took religion seriously. The gods weren't abstract theological concepts. They were thought to directly influence the city's welfare. If Socrates didn't believe in them properly, if he was impious, he could be bringing divine wrath down on Athens. This could explain why Athens had suffered such devastating defeat. The gods were angry because men like Socrates had corrupted the city's piety. Third, introducing new divinities. This charge was interesting because it contradicted the second one. How could he both not believe in the gods and also introduce new ones? But the accusers were referring to something Socrates often talked about. His daimonion, an inner voice or divine sign that warned him away from certain actions. To his enemies, this sounded like he was claiming to have a private connection to divinity that bypassed the official religious channels. It sounded arrogant, heretical, dangerous. The penalty proposed? Death. When Socrates received the summons to trial, he must have known how serious this was. At 70 years old, he'd lived through enough Athenian politics to recognize a politically motivated prosecution. He knew these men. He probably knew exactly which of his past humiliations they were avenging. But here's what's remarkable. He didn't run. Athens had no police force. It would have been relatively easy to slip away to another city-state, to live out his remaining years in comfortable exile. Many of his friends urged him to do exactly that. Why stay and face trial when the outcome was uncertain and the penalty was death? Socrates' answer was simple. He couldn't live a life inconsistent with his principles. He had spent 70 years arguing that a good person never willingly commits injustice, that it's better to suffer wrong than to do wrong, that you should obey the laws of your city even when it's inconvenient. How could he flee now? How could he save his body by corrupting his soul? So he stayed. And when the day of the trial came, he walked into that courtroom prepared to defend not just himself, but his entire way of life. The trial took place in a large public court. 500 Athenian citizens served as jurors, a huge number by our standards, but typical for Athens. The accusers spoke first, presenting their case. Then Socrates would have his chance to defend himself. There were no lawyers. You represented yourself, made your own arguments. At the end, the jury would vote by dropping a pebble into one of two urns, one for guilty, one for innocent. We don't know exactly what Meletus and Anytus said in their accusations, but we have Plato's account of Socrates' defense speech, which he titled The Apology, though apology here means defense, not sorry. And what's astonishing about this speech is that it barely defends Socrates at all, at least not in the way you'd expect. A normal defendant in an Athenian court would have pulled out all the stops. He would have brought his children to weep and beg for mercy. He would have reminded the jury of his military service, his contributions to the city. He would have flattered the jurors, appealed to their emotions, done everything possible to win sympathy. Socrates did almost none of this. Instead, he used the trial as an opportunity to explain, to justify his entire philosophical mission. In a way, he put Athens itself on trial. He began by addressing the charges, but not in the straightforward way the jury expected. He said that before he could answer the formal accusations of Meletus, he needed to address older, deeper prejudices that had built up over decades. He needed to clear away the misconceptions. There are people, he told the jury, who have been saying for years that Socrates is a busybody, someone who inquires into things beneath the earth and in the sky, who makes the weaker argument appear the stronger, and who teaches these things to others. He was referring to a comedy written decades earlier by Aristophanes, called The Clouds, which had portrayed Socrates as a ridiculous figure who ran a thinkery, where he taught young men to argue their way out of debts and obligations. It was satire, exaggerated for laughs, but it had shaped how many Athenians thought about Socrates. "I have nothing to do with such investigations," Socrates told them. "I don't claim to know about the physical world. I don't teach people to make the weaker arguments stronger. I don't run a school or charge fees like the sophists do." So, what did he do? Here Socrates told them about the oracle at Delphi, about his mission to test the oracle's claim that no one was wiser than he was. He explained how he'd gone to supposedly wise people and found they didn't actually know what they claimed to know. How he'd realized that his wisdom consisted in acknowledging his ignorance, while others claimed false knowledge. "This is what I still do," he told them. "I go around examining anyone who seems to be wise, and when I find they're not, I help the god by revealing this. This work keeps me busy. I'm so occupied with this mission that I've neglected my own affairs and live in poverty." Can you imagine how this sounded to the jury? He's on trial for his life, and instead of begging for mercy, he's explaining that he's on a divine mission to expose people's ignorance. He's essentially admitting to the very behavior his accusers found so offensive, but framing it as a service to the god. Then he addressed why the young men followed him around. They enjoy hearing people questioned who think they're wise but aren't. And they try to imitate me, examining others. And when they do, those who are exposed get angry, but not at themselves for being foolish. They get angry at Socrates for supposedly corrupting these young men. It's a brilliant rhetorical move. He's saying, "You don't really think I'm corrupting the youth. You're just angry because I and my students have exposed your ignorance." But then he did something extraordinary, something that probably sealed his fate. He turned to Meletus directly and began to cross-examine him, right there in court, using the Socratic method on his accuser. "Meletus," he said, "you claim I corrupt the youth, but tell me, who improves them? Who makes them better?" Meletus, probably not expecting this approach, fumbled a bit and said, "The laws? No, I mean what person? Who has the knowledge to improve young people?" "The jurors," Meletus answered. "All of them?" "Yes." "What about the audience here, and the council members, and the assembly? Do they all improve the youth?" "Yes, all of them." "So according to you," Socrates said, "every Athenian improves the youth except me, and I alone corrupt them. Is that really what you're saying?" You can almost hear the trap closing, because obviously it's absurd to claim that literally everyone improves young people, except one man. Socrates was demonstrating, right there in court, that Meletus hadn't thought through his accusations. He was revealing the prosecutor's ignorance the same way he'd done to countless people in the agora. Then Socrates pressed further. "Tell me, Meletus, is it better to live among good citizens or bad ones?" "Good ones, obviously. And does anyone want to be harmed by those around them?" "Of course not." "Then you're accusing me either of corrupting the youth unintentionally, or of corrupting them knowing that they'll harm me. The first means I shouldn't be punished. You should educate me. The second makes no sense. Why would I intentionally make my neighbors worse, knowing they'd harm me?" It was classic Socratic argumentation. He was showing that the charges were incoherent. But he wasn't making friends with the jury. He was doing to Meletus what he'd done to so many others, and the jury was watching someone they might know personally, someone who'd brought these charges, being made to look foolish. When Socrates addressed the religious charges about not believing in the gods, he was even more pointed. He got Meletus to contradict himself, first saying Socrates didn't believe in gods at all, then saying he introduced new ones. "You can't have it both ways, Meletus. Either I'm an atheist, or I believe in new gods. Which is it?" By the time Socrates was done with Meletus, he'd thoroughly demolished the logical consistency of the charges. He'd shown them to be poorly thought out, contradictory, probably motivated by personal grudges rather than genuine concern for Athens. But then, and this is crucial, instead of stopping there, instead of pivoting to sympathy and mercy, Socrates doubled down. He told the jury that even if they offered to acquit him on the condition that he stopped philosophizing, he would refuse. "I cannot stop," he said. "The God has placed me here to question people and help them care for their souls. If you kill me, you won't find another like me easily." I'm like a gadfly on a noble but sluggish horse. I sting you awake. You might swat me away, but you'll regret it when you fall back into sleepy thoughtlessness. And then he said something. That must have infuriated many in that courtroom. I'm doing you a favor by being here. In fact, Athens should give me free meals for life in the Prytaneum, the highest honor the city could bestow, usually reserved for Olympic victors and great benefactors. Because no one cares more for your welfare than I do. Can you imagine? He's on trial for his life, and he's telling 500 jurors that they should be honoring him, not prosecuting him. That he's Athens' greatest asset. That they need him more than he needs them. It was defiant, proud, uncompromising. And it was completely in character, because Socrates had never compromised his principles for comfort or safety. Why would he start now? He did, toward the end of his speech, acknowledge his military service. He mentioned that he'd served with distinction at 3 major battles: Potidaea, Amphipolis, Delium. He'd held his post when others fled. He'd been brave in the face of death. If I was willing to risk death in battle to serve Athens, he said, how can I abandon the post the god has given me now, just because I'm afraid? That would be true impiety, disobeying the divine mission because I fear death. And he concluded with a statement that would echo through history. I'm not afraid of death, gentlemen. I'm afraid of doing wrong. Death is nothing to fear. What I fear is standing before the gods someday and having to explain why I betrayed truth and virtue to save my life. When the speech ended, the jury voted. It was close, much closer than his accusers probably expected. Out of 500 jurors, about 280 voted guilty. About 220 voted to acquit. If just 30 people had voted differently, Socrates would have walked free, but they didn't. The verdict was guilty. Now came the penalty phase. In Athenian law, the prosecution proposed a penalty, and the defense could propose an alternative. The jury would then choose between them. The prosecution had proposed death. This was Socrates' chance. He could propose exile. He could propose a fine. The jury had voted guilty, but it was close enough that they might choose a gentler punishment if he gave them the option. Many jurors probably wanted to punish him somehow, but didn't want him dead. Instead, Socrates initially proposed that Athens give him free meals for life in the Prytaneum. He was serious, or at least he was making a philosophical point about what justice really required. But obviously, this wasn't going to fly with a jury that had just convicted him. His friends, watching in horror, finally convinced him to at least propose a fine. Socrates offered to pay 30 minae, a significant sum, guaranteed by wealthy friends like Plato. It was still less than might be expected, still somewhat insulting to the court's dignity. The jury voted again on the penalty. This time, more. Voted for death. The margin was larger. By trying to maintain his dignity, by refusing to grovel or compromise, Socrates had alienated jurors who might have shown mercy. His pride, or his integrity, depending on how you view it, had sealed his fate. The verdict was final: death by hemlock poison. And here's what's remarkable. Socrates' immediate reaction wasn't fear or anger or even sadness. It was philosophical speculation. He turned to the jurors and gave one final speech, separate from his defense about what this meant. To those who had voted to acquit him, he said, "Don't be upset for me. This might be a blessing. My daimonion, my inner warning voice, which has stopped me whenever I was about to do something wrong, it didn't stop me at all today. Not when I entered the court, not during my speech, not at any point. That suggests that what happened to me is good, not bad." And then he offered that analysis of death we've already touched on. Either death is like a dreamless sleep, in which case it's pleasant, a relief from life's troubles, or death is a journey to another place, where he'll meet the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Either way, nothing to fear. If I die now, having lived a good life, what loss is that? But if I'd compromised my principles to live longer, That would have been true death, the death of my soul. To the jurors who had voted for his death, he was less kind. You think you've escaped being tested by condemning me, but I warn you, you'll have more critics now, younger ones, harsher ones. By killing me, you won't silence the questions. You'll just create more questioners. It was a prophecy, and it would prove true. Plato would write, Xenophon would write, others would remember. The death of Socrates would become more powerful than the life of Socrates. His enemies thought they were silencing a troublesome gadfly. They were creating a martyr for philosophy itself. As the court session ended and the guards prepared to take Socrates to prison, he turned to his friends with what might have been a slight smile. Now it's time for us to go. I to death, and you to life. Which of us goes to the better fate, only the God knows. Even at that moment, sentenced to die, he was questioning. Still uncertain, still humble in the face of the ultimate mystery. But one thing he was certain of, he'd lived according to his principles. He'd maintained his integrity. He'd refused to compromise his soul to save his body. And that meant, in the deepest sense, he'd won. The jury might have condemned him to death, but they couldn't make him do wrong. They couldn't corrupt his virtue. They couldn't touch what really mattered. The examined life had prepared him for this moment, and he was ready. But between the sentencing and the execution, there would be weeks of waiting, weeks in prison, time for friends to visit, to argue, to plead, to plan escapes. Time for Socrates to have conversations that would be remembered forever. Time for one particular dream, mysterious and symbolic, that would reveal something about what he was feeling beneath that philosophical calm. Time for temptation. Time for final tests. Time for goodbyes. And time, on that last night, for the deepest sleep a condemned man had ever slept. The prison is quiet now. It's early morning, that liminal time between night and dawn, when the world holds its breath. The stone walls are cold, the lights still grey and uncertain. And in this silence, Socrates is asleep. His friend Crito sits, watching him, as we mentioned at the beginning of our story. But what we didn't tell you yet is what Socrates was dreaming. What vision came to him in that prison cell, in those weeks between his trial and his execution. Dreams fascinated the ancient Greeks in ways we might struggle to understand today. They weren't simply random firing of neurons, the brain processing daily events. Dreams were messages, prophecies, windows into a reality deeper than the waking world. The gods spoke through dreams. The dead visited in dreams. Your dreams could tell you the future, warn you of danger, reveal hidden truths. So when Socrates had a particular dream during his imprisonment, and when he chose to tell people about it, they paid attention. They tried to interpret it. And we should too, because this dream reveals something important about what Socrates was feeling beneath his philosophical composure. The dream was simple on the surface, but rich with symbolism. Socrates dreamed that a woman came to him. She was beautiful, dressed in white robes, and she spoke to him, quoting a line from Homer's Iliad. "On the third day, you will reach fertile Phthia." That's it. That's the whole dream. A beautiful woman, in white, a quote from Homer, a mention of Phthia and the third day. But let's unpack what this meant, because every element carries weight. First, the woman in white. White was associated with purity, with the divine, with death. White robes were what you wore for religious ceremonies, for funerals. So already, the imagery suggests something sacred, something connected to the boundary between life and death. Then there's the quote itself, from the Iliad. It's what Achilles says, or at least what Homer imagines Achilles thinking, when he's angry at Agamemnon and considering abandoning the Greek army at Troy. Achilles is furious because Agamemnon has dishonored him, taken his war prize, treated him unjustly, and Achilles thinks, why should I stay here and fight for these people? I could go home. I could reach Phthia, his homeland, in 3 days if I left now. Phthia, in the geography of Homer's world, was Achilles' home. It was where he came from, where he belonged. It represented safety, comfort, the place where he was loved and valued rather than dishonored and disrespected. And the third day in Socrates' dream, well, that had an obvious interpretation. Socrates told Crito about this dream, and he interpreted it himself. It meant he would die in 3 days. That was when the sacred ship would return from Delos, ending the religious period during which no executions could be carried out. The third day would bring his death. But here's what's interesting. What's revealing about what might have been happening in Socrates' psyche. Why did his dreaming mind choose this particular quote? Why Achilles and Phthia? Why this image of going home? Because Achilles' situation in that moment has parallels to Socrates' situation. Achilles has been dishonored by the very people he's been serving. He's been fighting for the Greek army, risking his life, demonstrating his excellence in battle. And how do they repay him? By treating him unjustly, by taking what's rightfully his, by disrespecting him in front of everyone. Sound familiar? Socrates had spent his life serving Athens, trying to make his fellow citizens better, stinging them awake to examine their lives. And how did Athens repay him? By putting him on trial, convicting him on false charges, sentencing him to death. In the Iliad, Achilles has a choice. He can stay and fight, achieving glory but dying young. Or he can go home to Phthia, living a long, comfortable life, but being forgotten by history. His mother, the goddess Thetis, has told him this explicitly. 2 fates await you. Choose. And Socrates, in his prison cell, faced a similar choice, didn't he? He could escape. His friends were offering him that option, and we'll hear more about that soon. He could flee to Thessaly, which was, coincidentally, the region where historical Phthia was located. He could go home, metaphorically speaking, return to safety and comfort, live out his remaining years in peace, or he could stay, face death, achieve the kind of immortality that comes from dying for your principles. So the dream reveals something. Beneath Socrates' philosophical calm, beneath his rational arguments about why death is nothing to fear, there was a human being who felt what had been done to him, who felt dishonored, like Achilles, who thought about escape, about going somewhere safe, about leaving this whole unjust situation behind. The woman in white, was she calling him home? Was she death itself, beautiful and pure, promising relief? Or was she a vision of escape, of the life he could still have if he chose it? And here's where the dream gets even more layered, even more psychologically fascinating, because Socrates told this dream to Crito, and he interpreted it as a prophecy of his death. But dreams are slippery things. They can mean multiple things at once. Yes, on one level, the dream is saying, in 3 days, you'll die. You'll reach your true home, whatever that is. Phthia might represent Hades, the afterlife, the final destination. But on another level, the dream might be expressing a wish, a desire, deep and probably inadmissible to Socrates' conscious mind, to escape, to go to Thessaly, to fertile Phthia, to live. The dream gives him permission to think about escape by disguising it as a prophecy of death. Think about the symbolism of fertility. Fertile Phthia. The Greek word is piothen, emphasizing richness, abundance, life-giving land. Is that really a metaphor for death? Or is it a metaphor for life, for escaping Athens and going somewhere you can grow old, have more conversations, see more sunrises? But Socrates, committed to his principles, interprets the dream in the way that allows him to stay on his chosen path. He reads it as a prophecy that closes off the possibility of escape rather than opening it up. The dream is clear, he tells Crito. I'll die in 3 days. Is the dream really that clear? Or is Socrates choosing the interpretation that fits with what he's already decided to do? We can't know for certain. Dream interpretation, even in our modern age with psychology and neuroscience, remains more art than science. In ancient Athens, it was even more ambiguous. The same dream could be read multiple ways, but what we can say is this: The dream reveals that Socrates was human, that he wasn't simply a rational thinking machine, calmly analyzing his situation without emotion. The dream shows us the conflict beneath the surface, the pull toward life, toward escape, toward fertile Phthia, where he could rest and be safe. And it shows us that he felt the parallel to Achilles, that he saw himself as having been dishonored by his city, just as Achilles was dishonored by Agamemnon, that he understood he was making a choice between two fates, escape and obscurity, or death and immortal fame. Achilles, in the end, chose glory over long life. He stayed at Troy. He fought. He died young. And he became the most famous hero in Greek mythology, his name remembered for thousands of years. Socrates would make the same choice. But unlike Achilles, whose choice was driven by pride and the desire for glory, Socrates' choice was driven by principle, by the belief that it's better to die justly than to live unjustly, by the conviction that escaping would corrupt his soul, more surely than hemlock could kill his body. Still, the dream shows us it was a choice, not an easy, automatic decision, but a genuine struggle. The human part of Socrates wanted to live, wanted to escape, wanted relief from this terrible situation. The philosophical part of Socrates knew what he had to do. And the dream, with its beautiful woman in white, with its promise of reaching home in 3 days, bridged both possibilities. It could be read as encouragement to escape or as prophecy of death. It was ambiguous enough to hold both meanings, to let Socrates think about escape while still choosing to stay. There's another layer to consider. The woman in white, who was she? Socrates doesn't say in any account we have, but Crito, hearing the dream, might have thought of Thetis, Achilles' divine mother. Thetis appears to Achilles in the Iliad to warn him, to advise him, to comfort him. She's a liminal figure, divine, but also deeply maternal, connected to both the mortal world and the realm of the gods. Could the woman in Socrates' dream represent that same kind of figure? A divine messenger, yes, but also a maternal presence. Remember, Socrates compared himself to a midwife. He'd spent his life helping others give birth to ideas. His own mother had been a midwife, bringing physical life into the world. And now, facing death, he dreams of a woman who might be guiding him through that final birth, the birth of the soul from the body, as he understood death, the transition from this life to whatever comes next. The woman in white isn't threatening. She's beautiful. She quotes poetry. She promises arrival at a fertile homeland. Whether that homeland is death or escape, it's portrayed as something to move toward, not something to fear. This is consistent with everything Socrates had said about death. He wasn't afraid of it. He was curious about it, and his dream reflects that. Death appears not as a monster or an ending, but as a beautiful guide promising to take him home. But there's a melancholy to it too, isn't there? The dream admits something Socrates rarely admitted consciously. He was tired. Fertile Phthia is a place of rest. After all his years of questioning, of fighting, of standing alone against the ignorance and hostility of his fellow citizens, wouldn't it be nice to just stop, to rest, to go home? Whether home meant Thessaly and continued life, or Hades and the afterlife, or simply the cessation of consciousness, dreamless sleep, as he described it. The dream suggests a longing for peace, for an end to struggle, and maybe that's part of why he could face death with such calm. Not just because of his philosophical arguments, but because he was, in a very human way, ready. Ready to stop fighting, ready to rest, ready to see if the beautiful woman in white was telling the truth about what waited for him. The ancient Greeks believed dreams could be prophetic, but they also believed they could be deceptive. There were true dreams sent by the gods through the gate of horn, and there were false dreams sent through the gate of ivory, designed to mislead or confuse. Was Socrates' dream true or false? Did it really foretell his death in 3 days? Or did it offer him an escape he chose not to take? Both, perhaps. The dream was true in that Socrates did die 3 days later, just as he predicted. But it might have been false in suggesting that death was the only way to reach fertile Phthia. There was another Phthia available, the physical place in Thessaly where Crito wanted to take him. But Socrates chose to read the dream as prophecy rather than invitation. He chose to see the woman in white as psychopomp, a guide to the underworld, rather than as a call to escape. And in choosing that interpretation, he made it true. This is the power of interpretation, of the stories we tell ourselves about what things mean. Socrates could have used the dream as justification to escape. The gods are telling me to go to Phthia, to Thessaly. He could have read it that way. Many might have. Instead, he used it as confirmation of his chosen path. The dream became evidence that he was right to stay, right to face death, right to trust that whatever came next would be his true homecoming. And when Crito woke him, when they talked about the dream, Socrates was at peace with his interpretation. The dream is clear, Crito. In 3 days, I'll reach fertile Phthia. I'll go home. But Crito wasn't ready to accept that interpretation. Crito heard the dream and thought, 3 days. We have 3 days to save him. 3 days to convince him, to escape. 3 days before we lose the best man we've ever known. Because Crito had a different dream. Not a sleeping dream, but a waking one. A dream of getting Socrates out of Athens, safely away to Thessaly, where they could sit together and talk philosophy for a few more years. Where Socrates could live out his days in peace, respected and honored, far from the fear and pettiness of defeated Athens, and Crito was going to try one last time to make that dream real. He was going to present Socrates with an offer of escape, with arguments for why it was right and good, and what Socrates should do. The beautiful woman in white had appeared in a dream, ambiguous and mysterious. But Crito was real, present, pleading. And the choice between Socrates' interpretation of the dream and Crito's hope would become the subject of one of the most moving conversations in all of philosophy. A conversation about duty and friendship, about justice and survival, about whether it's ever right to break the law to save your own life. A conversation that would test everything Socrates believed about the examined life, about virtue, about what really matters when death is 3 days away and escape is possible. The dream of the woman in white was mysterious and symbolic, open to interpretation, dwelling in the ambiguous realm between waking and sleeping, between prophecy and wish fulfillment. But the conversation with Crito would be concrete, real, immediate, and far more difficult to navigate than any dream. Because in dreams, you're alone with your subconscious, your wishes, your fears. But when you wake up, you're confronted with the people who love you, who want you to live, who think they know what's best for you, even when you've chosen differently. And that's a test no philosophy can fully prepare you for. When Socrates finally wakes from his dream, the first thing he sees is Crito's face. His old friend has been sitting there for some time, watching him sleep, wrestling with what he's about to do. Crito is a wealthy man, one of Socrates' oldest friends. They grew up together in Athens. They're roughly the same age, though Crito has lived a more conventional life, managing his estates, raising his family, participating in civic affairs without making waves. He's always admired Socrates, perhaps even been a bit in awe of him, but he's also worried about him, worried that Socrates' principles will get him killed. And now those fears have come true. The trial is over. The sentence has been passed. In just a few days, 3 days, as Socrates' dream suggested, the ship will return from Delos and the execution will be carried out. But Crito has a plan, and he's been waiting for Socrates to wake up so he can present it. Socrates, he begins, and there's urgency in his voice, desperation even. I have bad news. The ship has been sighted. It will arrive today or tomorrow. When it does, you must die. But it doesn't have to be that way. Socrates sits up, probably running his hand through his hair, that same gesture of his when he's thinking. He's calm. Tell me what you're thinking, Crito, And so Crito makes his case. It's a carefully constructed argument, and it reveals a lot about how a normal, decent person thinks. Someone who loves his friend and wants to save him, but who doesn't quite understand why Socrates is so committed to staying. First, Crito appeals to reputation, his own reputation. Socrates, if you die, people will think I could have saved you but didn't want to spend the money. They'll think I valued my wealth more than my friend's life. My reputation will be ruined. It's an understandable concern. In Athens, your reputation was everything, and Crito is essentially saying, don't make me look bad by dying when I could have saved you. But Crito senses that this argument might not work on Socrates, who has never cared much about reputation. So he tries another angle. Besides, why should we care what the majority thinks? The people who matter, the ones whose opinions are worth. Considering we'll know the truth, that you refuse to escape, that I tried to save you. Socrates must have smiled at this. Crito is trying to use Socratic principles against him. You've always said we shouldn't care about popular opinion, only about what's actually right. So let the masses think what they want. But then Crito shifts to more practical concerns. You're worried that if you escape, your friends will get in trouble. Don't worry. We've arranged everything. I have money. Other friends have contributed. We can bribe the guards easily. They don't want much. We have contacts in Thessaly where you can live safely. You'll be welcomed there, protected. You can continue your philosophical work in peace. This is tempting, isn't it? The chance to live out your remaining years doing what you love, surrounded by friends, free from persecution. What principle could be more important than that? But Crito isn't done. Now he appeals to duty. Not duty to the law, but duty to the people Socrates will leave behind. Think of your sons, Socrates. You have 3 boys. If you die, you abandon them. You'll leave them without a father, without guidance. You've always taught that we should care for our children, raise them properly. How can you do that if you're dead? This is a low blow, and Crito probably knows it. He's using Socrates' own values against him. You care about education, about helping the young become virtuous. But you're abandoning your own sons. And then Crito delivers what he thinks is his strongest argument. Besides, Socrates, your enemies want you to die. They convicted you unjustly. Why should you cooperate with injustice? Why should you help your enemies achieve their unjust goals? By staying here and dying, you're making it easy for them. You're practically committing suicide, doing their work for them. Let that sink in. Crito is arguing that accepting an unjust death sentence is itself unjust, that Socrates has a duty to resist, to escape, to deny his enemies their victory. Please, Socrates, Crito concludes, and you can hear the emotion in his voice now, all the careful arguments giving way to simple human pleading. Please, don't choose death when you could choose life. Don't choose to orphan your sons. Don't abandon your friends. Don't give your enemies what they want. Save yourself. It's not too late. Imagine that moment, your oldest friend, a good man who loves you, begging you to save your own life, offering you an escape, a way out, a chance to continue doing what you love in safety and comfort. And all you have to do is walk out of this prison cell. What would you do? Socrates takes his time responding. This isn't a casual conversation in the agora with a stranger. This is his friend. These arguments deserve serious consideration. But as he begins to speak, it becomes clear that his mind is already made up. And what he's about to do is show Crito and us why principles matter more than life itself. Crito, my dear friend, he begins gently. Your eagerness to help me is admirable, but we can't decide this based on emotion or fear. We have to examine it rationally. We have to think it through using the same principles we've always held. And then, Socrates does something remarkable. He examines the question of whether he should escape using the very method he's used his whole life. He questions, he probes, he looks for contradictions and principles. First, he says, you mentioned reputation. You're worried about what people, they will think. But Crito, when have we ever cared about majority opinion? The majority can't make us wise or foolish. They can't make us good or bad. They can kill us, yes, but they can't touch what really matters, our souls. So why should their opinion influence this decision? Crito nods. He can't argue with this. It's what Socrates has always taught. So we should only care about the opinions of people who understand these matters, people who understand justice and right action. And what do those people say? They say we should never do wrong, never under any circumstances. Agreed? Agreed, Crito says. And we've always believed that doing wrong is bad for the person who does it, yes? That injustice harms the soul of the unjust person more than anything else. Yes, we've always said that. And we've also agreed that we should never return wrong for wrong, never commit injustice even in response to injustice. Even if someone hurts us unjustly, we shouldn't hurt them back, because that would be doing wrong ourselves, right? Crito hesitates. This is harder to accept. It goes against every instinct for revenge, for justice as retaliation. But it's what Socrates has always taught. Yes, that's what we've said. Good. Then we agree on our principles. Now let's see if escaping would violate them. And here's where Socrates' argument becomes brilliant and strange. He asks Crito to imagine that the laws of Athens themselves could speak. Imagine that as he's about to escape, the laws appear before him personified, and they ask him, "Socrates, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy us?" It's a rhetorical device, a thought experiment, but it's powerful. Socrates is about to give voice to the laws, to let them make their case for why he should stay and die. The laws speak. Socrates, we brought you into the world. Through us, your parents married legally and had you. We educated you. We gave you the framework within which you lived your entire life. We protected you. We gave you the freedom to pursue philosophy. We never forced you to stay in Athens. You could have left at any time if you disagreed with us. But you stayed. For 70 years you lived under our protection, raised your family here, did your work here. Doesn't that imply an agreement, a covenant? Socrates is essentially arguing that by living in Athens his whole life, by participating in its civic life, by raising his children there, he entered into an implicit contract with the city's laws. And that contract binds him even. Now, the laws continue. If you escape now, Socrates, you'll be breaking that agreement. You'll be saying that the laws apply to everyone except you. You participated in the trial. You had your chance to defend yourself. The jury voted. And now, because you don't like the outcome, you want to ignore the law and escape. How is that different from what you've spent your life arguing against, people who think the rules don't apply to them? It's a powerful argument. Socrates has spent his life insisting that virtue matters, that we should care about justice, that we should examine our actions. How can he now act unjustly by breaking the law, even an unjust law? But the law is unjust, Crito might interject. You were wrongly convicted, and here's Socrates' response. Yes, the jury applied the law unjustly. The men who accused me acted unjustly. But the law itself is not unjust. The law that requires a fair trial, that's just. The men who violated it in spirit are unjust. But I can't fix that injustice by committing another injustice. I can't break the law to protest how the law was broken in my case. Think about what Socrates is saying. He's making a distinction between the law as a system and the particular application of that law by imperfect humans. The system is worth preserving, even when individuals within that system act badly. If he escapes, he's not just saving his own life, he's undermining the entire legal system. He's saying that anyone who disagrees with a verdict can simply ignore it. He's weakening the rule of law itself, the thing that makes Athens a civilization rather than an anarchy. The personified laws make this explicit. Socrates, if you escape, where will you go? To Thessaly, as Crito suggests. What will you say to the people there? Will you tell them you're a great teacher of virtue who ran away from justice when it became inconvenient? Will you teach their young men to respect laws and justice, while being a living example of someone who didn't? And what about your own sons? You think you're abandoning them by dying. At least if you die here, legally, accepting your sentence, they'll have a father they can respect, a father who lived by his principles to the end. But if you escape, you make yourself a fugitive. You teach your sons that principles don't matter. When your life is at stake, is that really better for them? Crito is silent now. He can see where this is going, but he's hoping Socrates will find a way around it, some argument that allows him to live without compromising his integrity. But Socrates doesn't find that argument. Instead, he reinforces the original point. Crito, we agreed that we should never do wrong, that injustice harms our souls, that we shouldn't return wrong for wrong. Escaping would be doing wrong, breaking my covenant with the laws, undermining the legal system, acting as if the rules don't apply to me. But you'll die, Crito says, and now there's anguish in his voice, pure human grief at the thought of losing his friend. Yes, Socrates says quietly, I'll die, but I'll die with my soul intact. I'll die having lived according to my principles. Crito, what would be the point of a few more years of life if I lived them as a hypocrite? If I taught virtue for 70 years and then abandoned it to save my skin? There's a long silence. Crito has no answer to this. Besides, Socrates adds, and maybe there's a slight smile, we've talked about death. It might be the best sleep I've ever had, or it might be a journey to meet all the great thinkers of the past. Either way, it's nothing to fear. But Crito isn't comforted. You're thinking of yourself, of your principles. What about us? What about the people who love you? Don't we get a say? Don't our feelings matter? It's a fair question. Isn't there something selfish about Socrates' choice? He gets to die with his integrity intact, sure, but his friends have to live with the grief, the loss, the knowledge that they could have saved him, but he refused. Socrates softens. Crito, I know this is hard. I know you want me to live, and I love you for that. But you have to understand, if I escaped, I couldn't live with myself. Every day, I would know that I had betrayed everything I believed in. I would be a living lie. Would you really want me to survive that way? And then he offers one final image, one final argument. Crito, imagine we're about to escape, and the laws appear before us. They ask me, Socrates, after all we've done for you, after 70 years of protection and freedom, are you really going to betray us now? Are you going to destroy us by showing that anyone can ignore the law when it's inconvenient? What could I possibly say to justify that? How could I look at the laws and claim I'm acting virtuously? Crito has no response. He knows Socrates is right, at least according to Socrates' own principles. But that doesn't make it any easier to accept. The voice I hear, Socrates says finally, is like the sound of flutes in a religious ecstasy, drowning out all other arguments. I can't hear anything else, Crito. The laws are speaking to me, and I cannot disobey them. It's almost mystical, this language. Socrates, the great rationalist, the questioner of everything, is describing his moral certainty in religious terms. He hears voices, not his usual daimonian warning him away from wrong action, but the voice of the laws themselves, calling him to stay true to his covenant. And Crito, faced with this absolute conviction, this unshakable commitment to principle, can only surrender. If you say so, Socrates, then I have nothing more to say, but it breaks my heart. I know, dear friend, I know. They sit together in silence for a while. The conversation is over. The decision is made. There will be no escape. Socrates will face his execution with the same integrity he's shown his entire life. But what this conversation reveals, what Crito's temptation exposed, is just how strong Socrates' principles really were. It's one thing to talk about virtue and justice in the abstract, in the agora, when you're not facing death. It's another thing entirely to choose death over life, because escaping would require you to act unjustly. Most of us, if we're honest, would escape. We'd find a way to rationalize it. We'd say the law is unjust, so breaking it is justified. We'd say our lives matter more than abstract principles. We'd say our families need us. We'd find a reason, because the instinct for self-preservation is so strong. But Socrates didn't. He examined the question using the same rigorous method he'd always used, and he found that escaping would violate the principles he'd lived by for 70 years. So he stayed, not because he wanted to die, but because living as a hypocrite was worse than dying with integrity. This is what the examined life looks like when it's truly tested. This is what it means to care more about your soul than your body. This is the practical application of everything Socrates had been teaching. And Crito, even in his grief, must have understood that he was witnessing something extraordinary. His friend wasn't just talking about philosophy anymore. He was living it, demonstrating it, proving through his choice that the principles he'd taught were real and binding and worth dying for. The offer of escape had been genuine. The temptation was real. For a moment, Socrates could have chosen life, comfort, more years of philosophy, the chance to see his sons grow up. But he chose differently. He chose to stay, to drink the hemlock, to die according to law, rather than live as a fugitive from it. And in making that choice, he completed his life's work. He showed, once and for all, that virtue isn't just a nice idea for philosophical discussions. It's the most real thing there is. More real than self-preservation, more real than the love of friends, more real even than life itself. The conversation with Crito was over. The escape plan was refused. The beautiful woman in white from the dream was right. In 3 days, Socrates would reach fertile Phthia, not the Thessaly of exile, but the Hades of his imagination, or the dreamless sleep of annihilation, or whatever waited beyond death. But first, there would be one more night, one more deep, peaceful sleep. The sleep of someone whose conscience is clear, whose soul is in order, whose life has been lived well. And in the morning, he would face his final day with the same courage, the same integrity, the same commitment to truth that had defined all his days. Because that's what the examined life had given him. Not the ability to escape death, but the ability to face it without fear. Not the power to avoid suffering, but the strength to suffer justly rather than to survive unjustly. It was enough. More than enough. It was everything. After Crito leaves, after the conversation about escape has ended, after the decision has been made final, Socrates is alone in his cell. The stone walls are cold. The small window lets in the grey light of late afternoon. Tomorrow, the ship will arrive. Tomorrow he will die. What do you do with that knowledge? How do you spend your last night on earth when you know, with absolute certainty, that morning will bring your execution? Most of us can't really imagine it. We think about death in abstract terms, as something far off, something that happens to other people or to our future selves, but not to us, not now, not tomorrow morning. But Socrates knew. The countdown was definite. The hours were numbered, and what did he do with those hours? According to every account we have, he did something that still astounds people more than 2,000 years later. He slept. Not fitfully, tossing and turning with anxiety. Not sedated or exhausted into unconsciousness, but peacefully, deeply, soundly, the kind of sleep you have when your mind is at rest, when nothing is troubling your conscience, when you're at peace with yourself and the world. Crito, who had been visiting throughout the imprisonment and who came again early that final morning, found Socrates sleeping so peacefully that he couldn't bring himself to wake him. He sat there in the pre-dawn darkness, watching his friend breathe, marveling at the calmness of his face. How is this possible? How does someone sleep peacefully the night before their execution? Let's think about what keeps us awake at night in normal circumstances. Worry about the future, regret about the past, anxiety about things we can't control, guilt about things we've done wrong, fear of loss, pain, failure, death. Our minds race, spinning through scenarios, obsessing over problems, rehearsing conversations, imagining disasters. But Socrates had none of this keeping him awake. Or rather, he'd done the work of examining and resolving all of it. Worry about the future? He'd examined death thoroughly and concluded it was either dreamless sleep or continuation in another realm. Either way, nothing to fear. The future, at least his personal future, was settled. There was nothing more to worry about. Regret about the past. He'd lived the examined life. He'd done his best to pursue wisdom and virtue. He'd questioned everything, including himself. Were there mistakes? Certainly, but they were honest mistakes, made in good faith, not betrayals of his principles. There was nothing he needed to lie awake regretting. Guilt about wrong actions. This is key. Socrates hadn't compromised his principles to save himself. He'd refused to escape even when he could have. He was dying unjustly, yes, but he wasn't acting unjustly. His conscience was clear. There was no guilt gnawing at him, no voice saying, "You betrayed yourself. You're a hypocrite. You didn't live up to what you believed." Anxiety about things beyond his control. He'd long ago accepted that he couldn't control what other people did, their opinions, their judgments, their actions. He could only control himself, his own choices, his own soul, and he'd controlled that well. The rest was up to the gods, or fate, or chance, whatever you wanted to call it. Fear of the pain of death? The hemlock poison, as we'll see, was relatively painless. It caused gradual numbness and paralysis, working from the extremities inward. Unpleasant, certainly, but not agony. And Socrates had already faced death in battle multiple times. He knew he could endure physical discomfort without losing his composure. So what was left to keep him awake? Nothing. Everything that usually keeps humans tossing and turning in the night. He'd addressed it, examined it, resolved it, accepted it. This is the power of the examined life when it's fully realized. Socrates had spent 70 years preparing for this moment, though he probably didn't know it. Every conversation about virtue, every questioning of assumptions, every examination of what really mattered, every choice to prioritize soul over body, wisdom over wealth, integrity over comfort, all of it had been training for this final test, and he passed. Not because he was superhuman or felt no fear, but because he'd done the work. He'd examined his life and found it good. He'd lived according to his principles and had no reason for regret. He'd faced the temptation to escape and chosen justice over survival. There was nothing left to resolve, nothing left to worry about, nothing left to keep him awake. So he slept. And in sleeping peacefully that final night, he demonstrated something profound about what philosophy, real philosophy, lived philosophy, can do for a person. There's a concept in ancient Greek thought that we should understand here. The word is ataraxia. It means tranquility, imperturbability, freedom from disturbance. It was considered one of the highest goals a human could achieve, to have a mind so well ordered, so at peace, that nothing could disturb it. The Stoics, who would come after Socrates and be deeply influenced by him, made ataraxia central to their philosophy. They believed that through rational examination of what's truly good and truly bad, through distinguishing between what you can control and what you can't, through accepting fate while maintaining virtue, you could achieve a state of profound inner peace. Not numbness or indifference, but genuine tranquility rooted in wisdom. And the Epicureans, another school that followed, also sought ataraxia, though they pursued it differently. They thought that by understanding the nature of the world, by recognizing that the gods don't intervene in human affairs, by accepting that death is simply the cessation of sensation, you could free yourself from the fears and superstitions that disturb most people's peace. Both schools, different as they were, agreed on this. The goal was peace of mind, and both looked back to Socrates as an example of someone who had achieved it, because there he was, sleeping peacefully in his cell, while his friends sat vigil with tear-stained faces. There he was, facing certain death in the morning, and resting as soundly as a child. This wasn't insensitivity or delusion. Socrates wasn't pretending the execution wasn't happening. He wasn't in denial. He'd examined the situation fully, rationally, from every angle, and having examined it, having made his choice, having done what he believed was right, he had achieved perfect peace. Think about how different this is from how most of us face much smaller challenges. We have a difficult conversation coming up, and we lie awake rehearsing what to say. We have a medical test scheduled, and we can't sleep for worrying about the results. We have a decision to make, and we toss and turn, weighing the options. But Socrates, facing the ultimate challenge, death itself, slept peacefully, because he'd already done the work. He'd already weighed the options, made the decision, aligned his actions with his principles. There was nothing left to agonize over. This is what the examined life offers, not a life free from challenges or difficulties or even death, but a life where you've done the work of figuring out what matters, what doesn't, and how to act accordingly. And having done that work, you can rest, even on your final night, even when tomorrow brings hemlock. There's also something deeply beautiful about Crito watching him sleep. Think about that scene from Crito's perspective. He's about to lose his oldest friend. He's tried everything he can think of to save him. He's pleaded, argued, offered escape, used every rhetorical tool available. And Socrates has said no to all of it. Crito must be devastated, angry maybe, at Socrates' stubbornness, confused about why principles matter more than life, grieving for the conversations they'll never have, the years they won't spend together, the world that will be diminished when Socrates is gone. And yet, watching Socrates sleep so peacefully, Crito can't help but feel a kind of awe, because he's witnessing something rare and precious. He's seeing what it looks like when someone has truly mastered themselves, when fear has no power, when conscience is clear, when the soul is at peace. Crito later told people about this moment. He said it moved him profoundly, seeing Socrates sleep so well. It confirmed something he'd always believed about his friend, but had never seen demonstrated so clearly. That Socrates had achieved a kind of wisdom that transcended normal human anxieties. And perhaps Crito also understood in that moment why Socrates had to refuse the escape. Because if Socrates had escaped, if he'd saved his body by compromising his principles, he wouldn't be able to sleep like this. He'd lie awake tormented by guilt, by the knowledge that he'd betrayed everything he believed in. He'd have his life, but he'd lose his peace. Better to die peacefully than to live in turmoil. Better to face tomorrow with a clear conscience than to escape into years of regret. This is what Socrates had tried to explain to Crito during their conversation, that there are things worse than death. That living as a hypocrite, betraying your principles, corrupting your soul, these are the real disasters. Death is just a transition, probably a good one. But spiritual corruption, moral compromise, the death of integrity, that's the real death, and it's one you have to live with every day afterward. Socrates had chosen to keep his soul intact, and because of that choice, he could sleep. His body might die tomorrow, but his soul was healthy, strong, at peace, and in the hierarchy of values he'd spent his life articulating, that was what mattered. There's a parallel worth noting here with something Socrates had said years earlier about sleep and death. He'd described dreamless sleep as one of the most pleasant experiences a person can have. The kind of sleep where you close your eyes and open them, and it feels like no time has passed, no dreams have occurred, just pure, undisturbed rest. He'd said that if death was like that, eternal, dreamless sleep, it would be wonderful. Think about your best night of sleep ever. Deep, restorative, peaceful, no nightmares, no waking, just perfect rest. If death is that, infinitely extended, how is that frightening? And now, on his final night, Socrates was experiencing exactly that kind of sleep. Deep, dreamless, peaceful. Was this a preview, a taste of what death might be like? If so, it was nothing to fear. It was actually quite pleasant. Or maybe, if death turned out to be continuation rather than cessation, the peaceful sleep was Socrates' way of showing that he had no fear of that possibility either. He wasn't staying awake fretting about the afterlife, worrying about judgment or punishment, or whether he'd measure up. He'd lived well. If there was an afterlife with judgment, he was ready for it. Either way, he could rest. And rest he did. There's something else worth considering about sleep as a metaphor for death. Sleep is a kind of daily death, isn't it? Every night, we lose consciousness. We cease to be aware of the world around us. We're vulnerable, helpless, essentially dead to the waking world for hours at a time. And yet we do this willingly, eagerly even. We look forward to sleep. We crave it when we're tired. We create comfortable beds and quiet rooms specifically to facilitate sleep. We don't lie awake thinking, if I go to sleep, I'll lose consciousness and that's terrifying. We just sleep. Why? Because we've done it before, because we wake up refreshed, because sleep is natural and necessary and good. Socrates might have been thinking about this parallel. If we can trust sleep, this daily mini-death, why can't we trust death, the final sleep? If every night we surrender consciousness without fear, why should the final surrender be different? Unless, of course, death isn't sleep at all, but awakening. In which case, Socrates would wake from this final night into something even more interesting than another day in Athens. He'd wake into whatever reality lay beyond the physical world. And that prospect didn't frighten him either. It intrigued him, so he slept. Peacefully, deeply, without worry or fear or regret. The sleep of someone who has lived well and is ready for whatever comes next. And as the night passed, as the stars wheeled overhead and the moon set and the first grey light of dawn began to touch the horizon, Socrates slept on, his breathing steady, his face calm, no nightmares troubling him, no anxiety keeping him awake. Crito sat watching, perhaps dozing himself occasionally, then waking with a start to check if Socrates was still there, still breathing, still with him for a few more hours. And when the sun finally rose, when the light grew strong enough to fill the cell, when the sounds of Athens waking began to filter through the small window, Crito still couldn't bring himself to wake his friend. Let him have this last bit of peace, this final deep sleep. Let him rest as long as possible before the day's grim business begins. But eventually, sounds came from outside the cell. Footsteps, voices, the guards moving about, the prison official who would oversee the execution preparing for his duties. The morning was advancing. The ship from Delos must have arrived, or would arrive soon. It was time. Time for Socrates to wake. Time for the final conversations, the final preparations, the final hours. Crito leaned forward. He probably put his hand on Socrates' shoulder gently. "Socrates," he said quietly, "it's morning. It's time to wake up." And Socrates opened his eyes, not startled or disoriented, but calmly, as one wakes from a good night's sleep. He looked at Crito. Maybe he smiled slightly. "Good morning, my friend," he might have said. "Is it time?" "Yes," Crito answered, and his voice probably broke a little. "It's time." Socrates sat up, stretched perhaps, oriented himself to the day, his last day, and according to every account we have, he greeted it with the same calm he'd shown the night before. No panic, no last-minute regrets, no breakdown or crisis, just acceptance, readiness, peace, because he'd slept well. He'd rested. His conscience was clear, his principles intact, his soul at peace. Whatever this day brought, he was ready for it. The examined life had given him this gift, the ability to face his final morning with tranquility, to wake from peaceful sleep into the day of his death without fear. And that gift, that profound, inner peace in the face of ultimate loss, was the culmination of everything he taught and lived. It was proof that philosophy wasn't just words, wasn't just clever arguments and abstract principles. It was something real, something powerful, something that could sustain you even when everything else was being taken away. Socrates had slept peacefully on his final night. And in doing so, he demonstrated something extraordinary about what human beings can achieve when they live deliberately, examine thoroughly, and choose virtue over everything else. He'd shown that death, the thing we fear most, can be faced without terror. That life, even when it's about to end, can still be lived with grace. That the soul, properly tended, can remain at peace even when the body faces destruction. He'd shown, in the simplest and most profound way possible, what the examined life makes possible. And now, as morning light filled his cell and his final day began, he would show one more thing: how to die well, how to face the end with dignity, with courage, with philosophical grace. But before we get to that final scene, we need to understand what Socrates believed about death itself. We need to explore his two possibilities in depth: the dreamless sleep or the journey to another realm. We need to understand why neither option frightened him, and what that tells us about how to think about our own mortality. Because Socrates' peaceful sleep was rooted in his philosophical understanding of death. And that understanding, radical in its time and still challenging today, is the key to everything that follows. Now that Socrates is awake, now that his final day has begun, we need to step back and really understand what he believed about death. Because his calm in the face of execution wasn't just personal courage or stoic resignation. It was rooted in a carefully thought-out philosophy of death that challenged everything most people believed, and still challenges us today. Let's return to the argument Socrates made to the jury after they'd sentenced him to death. This wasn't his defense speech trying to avoid conviction. That was over. The verdict was in. Death was certain. And with nothing left to lose, Socrates could speak with complete honesty about what he really thought. He told them that death was one of two things. Just two possibilities, that's all. And either way, there was nothing to fear. Let's explore both possibilities deeply, because understanding them is crucial to understanding how Socrates could face his execution with such tranquility. The first possibility: death is complete annihilation, total cessation of consciousness, the end of perception, thought, feeling, awareness. When you die, you simply stop existing. There is no you anymore to experience anything. No pain, no boredom, no loneliness, nothing. Just nothing. For most people, this is the terrifying option. We think non-existence, the end of me, never experiencing anything again, never seeing, hearing, feeling, thinking. That's horrible. But Socrates asked, is it? Really? He compared death to dreamless sleep. Think about the times you've slept so deeply that you had no dreams, no awareness of time passing. You close your eyes at night, and then, instantly, from your subjective experience, it's morning. Hours have passed, but you experienced none of them. There was no you during that time to experience anything. Was that terrible? Was it frightening? Or was it actually quite pleasant? Don't we often wake from deep, dreamless sleep, feeling refreshed, restored, peaceful? Socrates asked the jury to think about the best sleep they'd ever had. That night when you were perfectly comfortable, perfectly safe, perfectly tired from a good day's work. You lay down and simply stopped. And when you woke, it felt like mere moments had passed, and you felt wonderful. Now, he said, compare that single night of perfect sleep to all the other days and nights of your life. Days filled with worry, pain, frustration, disappointment. Nights of anxiety, bad dreams, restless tossing. Even your best days, aren't they filled with needs and wants and efforts and struggles? If you had to choose between one more night of perfect, dreamless sleep and one more day of ordinary life with all its troubles, which would you choose? When you frame it that way, Socrates suggested, death as annihilation starts to look less like a tragedy and more like a gift. It's eternal rest, perfect peace, freedom from all suffering, all anxiety, all the exhausting business of being alive and conscious. You won't be bored because you won't exist to be bored. You won't miss anything because you won't exist to miss it. You won't regret the loss of consciousness because you won't be conscious to feel regret. It's not like being trapped in a dark room aware of your confinement. It's just not being. And not being has no experience of itself. Think about this carefully, because it's a radical reframing of death. We fear death as a loss, the loss of everything we are, everything we have, everything we might experience. But loss is something that happens to someone. You can only lose something if you exist to experience that loss. If death is annihilation, there's no you left to experience the loss. The loss happens to your loved ones, certainly. They lose you, but you don't lose anything because you're not there anymore to have or to lose. Socrates was essentially arguing that fearing death as annihilation is philosophically incoherent. You're fearing a state in which you won't exist to experience fear or anything else. You're worried about a condition in which you won't be present to be worried. It's like being afraid of the time before you were born. Were you suffering during the millions of years before you existed? Were you anxious about not being alive yet? Of course not. You weren't there to suffer or be anxious. Death as annihilation is just returning to that state. And that state wasn't bad. It wasn't anything at all. The Roman philosopher Lucretius, who was influenced by Greek thought, put it beautifully a few centuries after Socrates. He said, "Why should we fear death? When we exist, death is not present. And when death is present, we do not exist. Death is nothing to us." Socrates anticipated this argument. If death is nothing, if it's just the cessation of being, then it's not something to fear. At worst, it's neutral. At best, it's the most perfect rest you could ever have. But Socrates didn't stop there, because there was a second possibility. What if death isn't annihilation? What if consciousness continues? What if the soul, the psyche, the essential you, survives the death of the body and goes somewhere else? For many people, this might seem like the comforting option. At least you still exist. At least there's something rather than nothing. But it could also be terrifying. What if you go to a place of punishment? What if you're judged and found wanting? What if the afterlife is worse than this life? Socrates addressed these concerns head-on, and his answer reveals something beautiful about how he understood justice, virtue, and the nature of reality itself. He said, "If there is an afterlife, if consciousness continues after death, then I'm going to Hades, the Greek underworld, where all the dead were believed to go. And what's in Hades? According to the traditional stories, the place is ruled by just judges: Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus. These were legendary figures known for their fairness and wisdom. So if I go there, Socrates reasoned, I'll be judged justly, not by corrupt politicians or frightened mobs, but by truly just judges who can see into my soul and know what I really am." And that prospect didn't frighten Socrates at all. In fact, it excited him, because he believed he'd lived a good life, not a perfect life. He never claimed perfection, but a life devoted to virtue, to truth-seeking, to helping others examine their lives. If his soul was going to be judged by truly just judges, he was confident the judgment would be fair. Think about what this reveals. Socrates wasn't afraid of divine judgment because he had examined his own life thoroughly. He knew himself. He'd spent 70 years questioning his own motives, examining his own actions, checking whether he was living according to his principles. He wasn't perfect, but he was honest, and he believed that genuine, examined honesty was what mattered. If you've spent your life lying to yourself, pretending to be virtuous while acting viciously, then yes, you should fear judgment, because judgment will reveal the truth you've been hiding from. But if you've lived the examined life, if you've been honest with yourself about your flaws and worked to improve, if you've tried genuinely to be good rather than merely to appear good, then judgment is nothing to fear. It's just truth-telling, and truth is what philosophers seek. So that was Socrates' first reason not to fear an afterlife with judgment. He'd lived well enough that he had nothing to hide from just judges. But there was more. There was something that excited him about the possibility of an afterlife, something that made him almost eager for death if this was what awaited him. All the dead are in Hades. All of them. Every person who ever lived and died before you, which means, and this is what made Socrates' eyes light up when he talked about it, he would get to meet all the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Homer, the legendary poet whose works defined Greek culture. Hesiod, who wrote about the origin of the gods. Odysseus, that clever hero who spent 10 years trying to get home from Troy. Agamemnon, who led the Greek army. Ajax, the great warrior. All the wise men and women who had puzzled over the same questions Socrates spent his life asking. Imagine being Socrates and thinking about this. You've spent your entire life seeking wisdom, asking questions, trying to understand virtue and justice and the good life. You've talked with thousands of people, but most of them didn't really understand what you were trying to do. They got defensive or confused or angry when you questioned them. But in Hades, you'd be surrounded by the greatest minds in history, and you'd have eternity to talk with them. No interruptions for meals or sleep or bodily needs, because you wouldn't have a body anymore. Just pure conversation, pure thought, pure philosophical inquiry, forever. For Socrates, this sounded like paradise. This was his idea of heaven, not harps and clouds, but endless philosophical dialogue with the most interesting people who ever lived. And here's the best part. According to Socrates, they don't execute you in Hades for asking annoying questions. He'd be free to do what got him killed in Athens. Question everyone, examine every claim, pursue truth relentlessly, without any risk of being silenced. He could ask Odysseus whether he really was as wise as Homer claimed. He could question the famous lawmakers about whether they truly understood justice. He could spend centuries just exploring the meaning of courage with Achilles and Ajax. The work he'd started in Athens could continue forever, but without all the inconvenient limitations of having a body. Can you hear the genuine excitement in this? Socrates wasn't just making the best of a bad situation, wasn't just rationalizing away his fear. He was genuinely intrigued by the possibility of death as continuation. If that's what death was, it might actually be better than life. And he pointed out something else interesting. In Athens, his questioning had made him enemies. It had gotten him condemned to death. But in Hades, the only authority figures were just judges. And they wouldn't condemn him for pursuing truth. They would understand. They would appreciate. They might even join in. So if death was continuation, Socrates win-win. He'd either be with just judges who would recognize his virtue, or he'd be free to do what he loved most without fear of persecution. Either way, it was good. Do you see what Socrates did here? He took the two basic possibilities that most people fear, either non-existence or judgment, and reframed both of them as potentially positive. Non-existence. That's perfect rest, dreamless sleep, freedom from all suffering. Judgment. That's finally being evaluated fairly by those who truly understand justice, plus the opportunity to pursue wisdom forever. Neither option is frightening. Both could be good. Therefore, death itself is nothing to fear. But there's something even deeper in Socrates' argument that we need to understand. His lack of fear wasn't just based on abstract logical possibilities. It was rooted in something more fundamental, his understanding of what really matters. Remember what Socrates believed was most important, the quality of your soul. Not your body, not your possessions, not your reputation, your soul, your character, your virtue, your wisdom. That was what really mattered, what really defined who you were. And here's the crucial point. Death can't touch that. If death is annihilation, then yes, your soul ceases to exist along with everything else. But in that case, there's no you left to regret it or suffer from it. And before you cease to exist, your soul was good. You lived well. The quality of your existence while it lasted was high. That's what mattered. If death is continuation, then your soul is literally all you take with you. Your body gets left behind. Your possessions stay in Athens. Your reputation is in the hands of whoever wants to gossip about you. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, everything you've cultivated through examination and effort that goes with you, that's yours forever. So either way, having invested in your soul rather than in external things, you're prepared. You've put your energy into the one thing that either doesn't matter if you cease to exist, or is all that matters if you continue to exist. This is why Socrates could say that a good person has nothing to fear from death. Not because good people get special treatment or divine protection, but because if you've cultivated your soul, if you've lived virtuously, if you've examined your life and found it good, then you've prepared for either possibility. The person who has spent their life accumulating wealth, death takes that away. The person who has invested everything in their body, their beauty, their strength, their physical pleasures, death destroys that. The person whose entire identity is wrapped up in their social status or their career or other people's opinions of them, death strips all of that away. But the person who has cultivated virtue, who has gained wisdom, who has developed their character, death can't touch any of that. It either preserves it eternally or ends everything, including the capacity to suffer, loss. This is the genius of Socrates' philosophy of death. It's not wishful thinking or blind faith. It's a careful analysis of possibilities combined with a clear understanding of what's valuable. If you value things that death can take away, you'll fear death. If you value the one thing death either preserves or makes irrelevant, you won't fear death. It's almost that simple. Of course, Socrates acknowledged that he didn't know which possibility was true. He couldn't know. No one who was alive could know for certain what happened after death. That was one of the few things he was absolutely certain of, his own ignorance about death's true nature. But that's the point. He didn't need to know. He'd examined both possibilities, thought them through carefully, and found that neither was frightening. So death itself, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror. This is the examined life applied to the ultimate question. Instead of just inheriting fears about death from culture or religion or other people, Socrates examined those fears. He looked at what death might actually be, thought through the implications of each possibility, and realized that there was nothing there that should frighten a person who had lived well. And this brings us back to why he could sleep peacefully that final night. He wasn't in denial about death. He wasn't pretending it wasn't happening or suppressing his fear. He had genuinely examined death, understood it as well as anyone could, and concluded that it was, at worst, nothing, and, at best, wonderful. So, why not sleep? Why lie awake worrying about something that might be perfect rest, or might be the greatest adventure? Why fear losing consciousness when that's either the end and thus not fearful, or the beginning of something better? The examined life had given him this gift. The ability to think clearly about death without panic, to analyze it rationally, to strip away the culturally inherited fears and see what was really there. And what was really there was either nothing or something good, not much to lose sleep over. But we need to be honest about something. This works if, and only if, you've lived well. Socrates' calm in the face of death was rooted in his confidence that he'd cultivated his soul, that he'd lived virtuously, that he had nothing to be ashamed of before just judges. What if you haven't? What if you've spent your life pursuing wealth and power and pleasure? What if you've betrayed your principles for comfort? What if you've harmed others for personal gain? What if you've lived unexamined, driven by appetites and fears rather than reason and virtue? Then death becomes terrifying. Because if it's annihilation, you've wasted the only existence you had. You spent your one life accumulating things that don't matter, neglecting the one thing that does, your soul. And if it's continuation with judgment, then you face an accounting that you're not prepared for. You've built a soul that's corrupt, weak, driven by base desires rather than wisdom. And that's what you take with you into eternity. Socrates' philosophy of death is comforting, but it's not cheap comfort. It's not, everyone goes to heaven regardless of how they lived. It's, if you live well, examining your life and cultivating virtue, then death holds no terror because you've invested in what matters. The comfort comes from the work. The peace comes from the examination. The fearlessness comes from the virtue. You can't fake it. You can't suddenly adopt this philosophy on your deathbed and expect it to work. It's the culmination of a lifetime of living examined, thinking clearly, choosing virtue over vice, soul over body, truth over comfort. Socrates could face death with calm because he'd spent 70 years preparing for it. Not intentionally preparing for this specific execution. He'd hoped to live longer, but preparing nonetheless, by living the kind of life that made death, whenever it came, nothing to fear. This is what the examined life offers. Not immortality, not escape from death, but the ability to face death without terror, to meet it with curiosity rather than dread, to see it as a friend rather than an enemy, because you've done the work. You've cultivated what matters, you've lived well, and whatever death brings, perfect rest or eternal conversation with the greatest minds in history, you're ready for it. That readiness, that peace, that freedom from fear, that's the gift of philosophy properly lived. That's what Socrates demonstrated in that prison cell. That's why he could sleep peacefully and wake calmly and face his final hours with grace. He'd examined death, found it good, and was ready to experience it. But before he would drink the hemlock, before the final moment came, there would be more conversations, more examinations, more demonstrations of how to live and die with wisdom. Because even in his final hours, Socrates had lessons to teach. There's an aspect of Socrates' philosophy that might seem strange to us, even troubling. But to understand why he could face death not just calmly, but almost eagerly, we need to explore it. This is the idea that the body is a kind of prison for the soul, and that death, which separates soul from body, is actually a liberation. Now, before we go further, we should be clear. This doesn't mean Socrates hated life or was suicidal, or thought existence was inherently bad. He loved good conversation, beautiful ideas, his friends, the city of Athens. He laughed, ate, walked in the sunshine. He appreciated life, but he also believed that the body was, in many ways, an obstacle to what he really wanted to do. And what he really wanted to do was think clearly, pursue wisdom, understand truth. Let's explore this idea carefully, because it's central to understanding his philosophy of death. Think about your typical day. How much of it is consumed by the needs of your body? You wake up and within an hour or so, you're hungry. You need breakfast. Then you need to clean yourself, shower, brush your teeth, attend to basic hygiene. You need to dress yourself appropriately for the weather and social situation. Then, a few hours later, you're hungry again. You need lunch, and you need to go to the bathroom. And maybe you're getting tired. Your body needs rest, even though you just woke up a few hours ago. Or you're getting stiff from sitting, so you need to move around. Or you're cold, or hot, or thirsty, or experiencing some discomfort that demands attention. Then you need dinner, more bathroom trips, more adjustments to your environment to keep your body comfortable. And eventually, whether you want to or not, you need to sleep. Your body shuts down for approximately a third of your life, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is every single day. your body constantly interrupting, your mind with demands: feed me, rest me, warm me, cool me, empty me, scratch this itch, adjust this position. Pay attention to this pain. For most of us, this is just normal life. We don't think much about it. It's just how things are. But Socrates looked at it differently. He saw all these bodily needs as interruptions to what really mattered: thinking, learning, pursuing wisdom. He'd be in the middle of a fascinating philosophical conversation, and someone would say, "Socrates, let's continue this over lunch, I'm starving." The body's needs would interrupt the mind's work. Or he'd be lying awake at night, turning over a difficult philosophical problem, and his body would demand sleep. The very moment when he might be on the verge of understanding something important, his body would force unconsciousness on him. Or he'd want to spend hours thinking about justice, but his body would get sick, or feel pain, or need to be somewhere else to earn money to feed itself. The body, from this perspective, is demanding and needy and constant. It requires maintenance the way a machine requires maintenance. Except, you can't just take a day off from maintaining your body. It needs attention every single day, multiple times per day, for your entire life. And that's when everything goes well. When your body is healthy and young and strong. As you age, the maintenance becomes even more demanding. Things hurt. Things stop working properly. You need more rest, more medical attention, more accommodation for increasing limitations. Socrates was 70 when he died, old by ancient standards, though not unheard of. He'd lived long enough to experience his body's decline, to feel things that used to be easy become difficult, to need more rest, to have less energy, to feel the body becoming less obedient to the will. And through all of this, his mind, his soul, remained sharp, still asking questions, still pursuing wisdom, still trying to understand, but increasingly trapped in a body that was wearing out. Now, contrast this with what Socrates imagined consciousness without a body would be like. In his vision of the afterlife, if there was one, souls existed as pure mind, no bodies, no physical needs, no hunger or thirst or tiredness or pain, which meant no interruptions to thinking. You could pursue a philosophical question for as long as you wanted without needing to stop for lunch. You could have a conversation with Homer or Hesiod that lasted centuries without anyone needing to sleep. You could focus completely on ideas without any bodily discomfort distracting you. From Socrates' perspective, this sounded wonderful. This was what philosophy had been training him for all along. Life as pure thought, pure reason, pure consciousness, without all the messy biological needs getting in the way. This is why he said that philosophy was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or death-obsessed, but because philosophical practice was essentially learning to separate your soul from your body's demands, learning to think clearly despite physical discomfort, learning to prioritize mental cultivation over physical pleasure, learning to identify yourself with your mind rather than your body. Every time Socrates stood in the agora for hours, so absorbed in conversation that he forgot to eat, he was practicing this separation. Every time he endured physical hardship, in military campaigns without complaint, he was strengthening his soul's independence from his body's discomfort. Every time he chose to live in poverty rather than abandon philosophy, he was demonstrating that his soul's health mattered more than his body's comfort. He was training himself to be essentially less attached to his body, less identified with it, less controlled by its needs and wants and demands. And this training, this lifelong practice, was what made death less frightening, because death was just the final and complete version of what he'd been practicing all along. The ultimate separation of soul from body, the final liberation from physical demands. Now, we need to be careful here. There's a version of this philosophy that can become unhealthy, the idea that the body is evil, that physical pleasure is wrong, that we should punish or deny our bodies. That's not what Socrates was teaching. He wasn't an ascetic who tortured his body or denied it all pleasure. He ate when he was hungry. He appreciated good food when it was offered. He had a family, which implies physical intimacy. He wore simple clothes, but he wore clothes. He went barefoot, but not because he thought feet were evil, more likely because it was comfortable for him, and he didn't care about social conventions. The point wasn't that bodies are bad. The point was that bodies are temporary and demanding, while souls can be permanent and self-sufficient. So if you have to choose where to invest your limited time and energy, invest in your soul. Think of it this way. Imagine you're renting an apartment temporarily. You know you'll only be there for a year, maybe less. How much time and money do you put into renovating it? Probably not much. You keep it clean and functional, but you don't invest heavily in improving something you'll have to leave soon. But if you're building a house you'll live in for decades, or that you'll pass on to your children, you invest differently. You put in the time and effort to make it strong and beautiful and lasting. For Socrates, the body was like the rental apartment, temporary housing. You maintain it sufficiently, but you don't mistake it for your real home. Your real home is your soul. That's what you invest in, what you improve, what you cultivate with care. And death was just moving day. Time to leave the temporary housing and either move to a permanent home if there's an afterlife, or simply end the lease if death is annihilation. Either way, you weren't supposed to be overly attached to the apartment. It was never really yours. This metaphor helps explain why Socrates could face his execution with equanimity. The state of Athens was going to destroy his body, his temporary housing. So what? He'd known from the beginning it was temporary. He hadn't invested his identity in it. He'd focused on his soul, on cultivating virtue and wisdom, and that couldn't be destroyed by hemlock. There's a story that illustrates this beautifully. During Socrates' imprisonment, a friend came to visit and found him sitting up, rubbing his leg where the chains had been removed. The guard had just taken off the leg irons, and Socrates was experiencing that mixture of pain and pleasure as circulation returned. He remarked on how strange it was, pain and pleasure, such opposites, yet they follow each other so closely. Remove the pain, and pleasure comes. Indulge in too much pleasure, and pain often follows. They're bound together, these physical sensations. And then he made an offhand comment about how if someone were going to write a fable about pain and pleasure, they could describe them as two creatures that Zeus decided to tie together by their heads, so that wherever one goes, the other follows. This is revealing. Here's Socrates, hours or days from execution, and he's philosophizing about the nature of pleasure and pain, based on having his leg irons removed. He's not despairing about his fate or raging against injustice. He's observing, analyzing, trying to understand. And his observation is essentially this. Physical sensations, pleasure and pain, are bound together and inherently unstable. You can't have one without the other, but that's a feature of bodily existence, not of the soul. The soul, properly cultivated, can be at peace regardless of whether the body is experiencing pleasure or pain. This is what Socrates had achieved. His body was in prison, his body had been chained, his body would soon be poisoned. But his soul was free, free from the dominance of physical sensation, free from the tyranny of bodily needs, free from fear of bodily death. And this freedom, this independence of soul from body, was what philosophy had given him. It was what the examined life had cultivated. And it was what made death not just bearable, but, in a strange way, a culmination of everything he'd been working toward. Think about what death represented for Socrates. If his philosophy was right, if death was either annihilation or continuation as pure mind, then either way it meant freedom from the body's constant demands. No more hunger interrupting thoughts, no more tiredness forcing sleep when you want to think, no more pain distracting from philosophy, no more aging body limiting what you can do, no more biological needs determining how you spend your time. Just consciousness, just thought, just the soul, doing what it does best, thinking, understanding, pursuing wisdom, without any physical obstacles. For someone who had spent their entire life frustrated by the body's interruptions, this was genuinely appealing. Not because life was bad, but because this aspect of life, being bound to a needy, aging, mortal body, was finally ending. It's like being a painter who loves to paint, but whose hands are arthritic and painful. Every brushstroke costs something. The thing you love most is impeded by your physical condition. And then imagine someone offers you a way to paint without hands, to create directly from imagination without physical limitations. Wouldn't that be appealing? Not because you hate painting or hate life, but because you could finally do what you love without the physical impediments. That's how Socrates thought about death. He loved wisdom, loved philosophy, loved thinking and understanding, and his body increasingly got in the way. Death promised either perfect rest, fine, he was tired anyway, or pure consciousness, even better, philosophy without physical limitations. This is radically different from how most of us think about death. We fear losing our bodies because we identify with them. We are our bodies, in our understanding, our experiences, our pleasures, our connections to the world, all mediated through our bodies. To lose the body is to lose everything. But Socrates had spent his life cultivating a different identity. He identified with his soul, his mind, his consciousness. His body was something he had, not something he was. And when you have that perspective, death becomes much less frightening. There's a deeper philosophical point here about suffering and happiness. Socrates believed that most human misery comes from being too attached to the body and its pleasures. We suffer when our bodies are in pain. We suffer when we can't have the physical pleasures we crave. We suffer when our bodies age and decline. We suffer when we compare our bodies to others and find them lacking. All of this suffering comes from over-identifying with the body, from thinking that bodily condition determines happiness. But what if it doesn't? What if happiness comes from the soul's condition, from wisdom, virtue, integrity, self-knowledge? Then physical suffering becomes much more bearable. Not because it doesn't hurt, it does, but because it doesn't threaten what really matters. Your body can be uncomfortable, imprisoned, even dying, and your soul can still be at peace. This was Socrates' lived experience in that prison. His body was confined, awaiting execution, but his soul was free. He spent his final days having fascinating conversations, thinking through difficult problems, teaching and learning and doing what he loved most. The prison couldn't confine what really mattered, and the hemlock would soon kill his body. But his soul, if it continued, wonderful. If it didn't, he wouldn't be there to regret it. Either way, the hemlock was powerless against what truly mattered. This is the ultimate freedom that Socrates' philosophy offered. Freedom from the fear of bodily death, because you've learned to distinguish yourself from your body. Freedom from dependence on physical circumstances for happiness, because you've cultivated something interior that circumstances can't touch. It's not easy to achieve. It takes a lifetime of practice, of examination, of choosing soul over body, again and again. But for someone who does achieve it, death loses its sting. The body might be a prison, but the soul can be free. And death? Death was just the prison door opening. Socrates was ready to walk through that door. Not because he hated the prison, but because he'd never really been imprisoned in the first place. His soul had been free all along, and death would just make that freedom complete and obvious. In a few hours, he would demonstrate this one final time. He would show his friends that a man who has cultivated his soul can face bodily death with grace, with calm, with philosophical clarity. He would prove that the body's death is not the person's death, or at least not the death of what really matters. But we're not quite there yet. We have a few more things to understand about those final hours, about the people who gathered to say goodbye, about the conversations that happened, and the children who came to see their father one last time. Because even as Socrates prepared to demonstrate his philosophy of death, he remained fully human, a father, a friend, a teacher, a man saying farewell to the life he had loved, even as he welcomed what came next. The sun is climbing higher now. Morning has fully arrived, and with it comes the certainty. Today is the day. The ship from Delos has been sighted. The sacred period is over. There are no more delays, no more waiting, no more maybe tomorrow. Today, Socrates will die. His friends have been arriving at the prison since early morning. Not just Crito, but others, many others. They've come to spend these final hours with him, to say goodbye, to be present for whatever wisdom he might offer in his last moments. Plato would later write down the names he remembered. Apollodorus, who was emotional and dramatic, prone to tears. Critobulus and his father Crito, of course. Hermogenes, Epigenes, Aeschines, Antisthenes, Ctesippus, Menexenus, and others, about 18 or 20 men in total, crowding into that prison cell. Plato himself was sick that day, he tells us. He wasn't there, but he heard about it from those who were, and he reconstructed it as best he could. So what we know about Socrates' final hours comes to us filtered through the memories of grieving friends and the literary artistry of Plato. But even accounting for that, the basic story seems reliable, and it's extraordinary. When his friends enter, they find Socrates sitting up on his cot. His wife Xanthippe is there, holding their youngest son. She's been allowed to visit, but when she sees all the friends arriving, when she realizes this is it, this is the final day, she breaks down. "Socrates," she cries out, "this is the last time your friends will speak to you, and you to them." It's a raw, human moment of grief. Whatever their relationship had been over the years, ancient sources suggest it was complicated. She's losing her husband today. Her sons are losing their father, and she can't contain the anguish of that. Socrates looks at Crito and gently asks him to have someone take Xanthippe home. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's cold, but probably because he can see this is too much for her. And maybe because he knows that if he lets himself fully feel her grief, fully acknowledge what he's doing to his family, it will be harder to maintain his philosophical composure. So Xanthippe is led away weeping, holding their child, and Socrates turns to his friends, his philosophical companions. The men who have followed him through the agora, listened to his questions, tried to learn his methods. These are the people he'll spend his final hours with. And what does he do? What would you do if you knew you had only a few hours left to live? Socrates does what he's always done. He philosophizes. He asks questions. He pursues truth. Even now, especially now, he demonstrates what it means to live the examined life until the very end. They talk about the soul, about whether it's immortal, about what happens after death. The conversation goes deep. Plato reconstructed it later as the dialogue called Phaedo, and it's one of the most beautiful and philosophically rich texts we have. Socrates presents arguments for why the soul might be immortal. Not with certainty, he never claims certainty about what he doesn't know, but with reasonable arguments that give hope and comfort to his friends. He talks about how the soul might be like a harmony, or perhaps not like a harmony. He considers whether opposites come from opposites, whether life comes from death as death comes from life. He discusses the theory of recollection, the idea that learning is really remembering what the soul knew before birth. His friends raise objections. They question his arguments. And Socrates welcomes this, encourages it. Even in his final hours, he wants genuine philosophical inquiry, not just comfort or agreement. He wants to pursue truth, or at least pursue it as far as they can go. At one point, the conversation gets particularly intense. A friend named Cebes raises a powerful objection to Socrates' arguments about immortality, and the whole room goes quiet, uncertain. Has Cebes found a flaw in Socrates' reasoning? Does the soul's immortality rest on shaky ground after all? Socrates responds with one of the most beautiful passages in all of philosophy. He talks about the danger of misology, hatred of reason, just as there's misanthropy, hatred of humanity. He says that misology happens when you trust reasoning too much without examining it carefully, and then when that reasoning fails, you lose faith in reason itself. We must not allow into our souls the conviction that there is no soundness in reasoning, he tells them. Rather, we should believe that it is we who are not yet sound, and we must take courage and be eager to become sound. Even here, facing death, he's teaching them not to give up on reason and philosophy, even when it's difficult, even when the arguments are hard, even when the stakes are this high. They continue talking. The sun moves across the sky. Hours pass. And then, late in the afternoon, the prison servant enters. This is the man whose job it is to prepare the hemlock, to administer it, to oversee the execution. He's done this many times before. It's his duty, but he stops when he sees Socrates, and he starts to cry. "Socrates," he says, struggling to maintain his composure, "I know you won't be angry with me. You know I'm not responsible for this. Others are to blame. You've been the noblest, gentlest, best man who has ever come to this place. I know you won't rage at me, but at those who are responsible." And then he breaks down completely. "Farewell," he manages to say through his tears. "Try to bear what must be borne as easily as you can." This moment is heartbreaking. This prison servant who has seen countless executions, who has learned to be professional and detached, cannot maintain that detachment with Socrates. He's moved by something he's witnessed in these final weeks. The grace, the calm, the kindness of this condemned man. Socrates responds with characteristic gentleness. "Farewell to you too," he says. "I'll do as you say." Then he turns to his friends. "What a gracious man. Throughout my time here, he's visited me and talked with me, and now see how generously he weeps for me. Come, let's obey him. Let someone bring the poison if it's ready. If not, let the servant prepare it." Crito, still hoping for delay, suggests waiting. "The sun is still on the mountains, Socrates. It hasn't set yet. Others have delayed, feasting and drinking, spending time with their loved ones. There's no rush." But Socrates is firm. "Those men you mention have their reasons for doing that. They think they gain something by it, but I have my reasons for not doing it. I think I'd gain nothing by drinking the poison a little later, except to become ridiculous in my own eyes, clutching at life when there's nothing more to gain." "Go on," he tells Crito. "Do as I say." So Crito nods to the servant, who leaves to prepare the hemlock. While he's gone, there's a heavy silence in the room. Everyone knows what's coming. Some of the men are weeping openly now. The philosophical discussion seems impossible to continue. But then Socrates breaks the silence with something almost mundane. He asks if he should bathe before drinking the poison. It's a practical question. The custom was to wash the body before death, to save the women the trouble of washing a corpse. They tell him yes, that would be appropriate. So Socrates goes off to bathe, accompanied by Crito. The other friends wait, talking among themselves in low voices, thinking about what's about to happen, thinking about the loss they're about to suffer. When Socrates returns, clean and prepared, his 3 sons are brought to him, 2 older boys and the youngest, just a child. Xanthippe returns with them for a brief time. We don't know what Socrates said to his sons. Plato doesn't record it. Maybe it was too private, too painful. Maybe Plato wasn't told. But we can imagine instructions on how to live, encouragement to pursue virtue, apologies perhaps for leaving them, love expressed in whatever way Socrates expressed love, probably through teaching, through trying to make them understand why he had to do what he was doing. Then Xanthippe and the children are taken away again. Socrates returns to his friends, and the servant enters carrying a cup. The hemlock is ready. Socrates takes the cup without any hesitation, without any trembling. His friends later remarked on this, how steady his hand was, how calm his face. He asked the servant, with apparent genuine curiosity, "What do I need to do? Can I pour a libation from this to some god. Or not. The servant explains that they've prepared only enough for the required dose, no extra for religious ritual. But, he adds, after you drink it, you should walk around until your legs feel heavy, then lie down. The poison will do its work. Socrates nods. Then he says something that reveals his true feelings beneath the philosophical calm. But surely, it's permitted to pray to the gods that my journey from this world to the next will be fortunate. That's my prayer. May it be so. And he raises the cup and drinks it. Drinks it, according to Plato's account, cheerfully and easily, without tremor or change of color or expression. This is the moment his friends have been dreading. Up until now, it's been theoretical, impending, soon, but not yet. Now it's happening. Socrates has drunk the poison. There's no reversing it. In minutes, he'll be dead. Most of them have been holding back tears, trying to be strong for Socrates' sake. But now they can't hold back anymore. The weeping starts. Apollodorus, who's been on the verge all day, begins to wail. Others join in. The sound of grief fills the cell. Socrates, who has just drunk hemlock, who is experiencing the first effects of the poison, stops and looks at his friends with something close to exasperation, though a gentle exasperation. "My friends, what are you doing?" he asks. "I sent the women away mainly so they wouldn't behave in this way. I've heard that one should die in silence. Be still and control yourselves." It's a rebuke, but a loving one. He's trying to give them one last lesson. This is how to face death. With calm, with dignity, with philosophical grace, not with wailing and grief, but with acceptance and peace. Ashamed, the men try to control their tears. The room grows quieter, though you can hear stifled sobs, see wet faces. Socrates begins walking around, as the servant instructed. He's talking, still teaching, still present. But then he says his legs are getting heavy. He lies down on his back. The servant who gave him the poison comes over and begins checking his feet, his legs, pressing them, testing for sensation. The poison is working. Starting from the extremities and moving inward, the servant presses Socrates' foot and asks if he can feel it. Socrates says no. The numbness is spreading. The servant keeps checking, moving up the legs. Still no feeling. The hemlock is paralyzing him gradually, shutting down his body bit by bit. His friends watch in anguish, seeing him slip away, knowing there's nothing they can do, nothing to say that hasn't been said. When the numbness reaches his waist, Socrates uncovers his face. He'd covered it at some point, perhaps for privacy in these final moments, and speaks his final words. "Crito," he says, "we owe a rooster to Asclepius. Pay the debt. Don't forget." Crito, through his tears, says he'll do it. "Is there anything else?" he asks. But there's no answer. A moment later, Socrates makes a slight movement. The servant uncovers his face and checks his eyes. They're fixed, staring, lifeless. Socrates is dead. Crito closes his friend's eyes and mouth, the task that he'd hoped never to perform, that he'd tried to prevent by offering escape, by pleading for Socrates to value life over principle. That task is done. His friend is gone. Plato, writing about this years later, having heard the story from those who were there, concluded his account with words that still resonate. "Such was the end of our friend, a man who, we would say, was of all those we have known the best, and also the wisest and most just." The prison cell was quiet now, except for the sound of men weeping. The greatest philosopher Athens had produced lay dead on a cot, his body still, his final words, a cryptic instruction about paying a debt to the god of healing. What did he mean, owing a rooster to Asclepius? Scholars have debated this for centuries. Asclepius was the god of medicine and healing. You sacrificed to him when you recovered from illness. So was Socrates saying that death was a healing, a cure for the disease of life? Was he suggesting that life itself was an illness, and death the recovery, or was it simpler? just a debt he owed, a promise he'd made, one final practical matter to attend to even as he died? We don't know. Maybe Crito didn't know either, but he would pay the debt as he'd promised. One last service to his friend. The men eventually left the prison. They went back to their homes, to their lives that would continue even though Socrates had ended. They carried with them the memory of what they'd witnessed, a death that was unlike any other death. A man who had faced execution with calmness, with grace, with philosophical integrity maintained to the very end. Some of them, like Plato, would spend the rest of their lives thinking about what they'd learned from Socrates, writing about him, teaching his methods, trying to live up to his example. The death of Socrates would become more influential than the life of almost anyone else in history. But that comes later. Right now, in this prison cell on this afternoon in Athens in 399 BCE, there's just the quiet after death, the body of an old man who drank poison rather than betray his principles, the grief of friends who loved him and couldn't save him, the end of a life that had been devoted to examining life itself, and the question that would haunt everyone who heard the story. Could I do that? Could I face death with such calm? Could I value my principles more than my survival? Could I drink the hemlock without trembling? For most of us, the honest answer is probably no. We couldn't. We aren't Socrates. We haven't spent 70 years preparing for this moment. We haven't examined our lives so thoroughly, cultivated our souls so completely, achieved such clarity about what matters and what doesn't. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the death of Socrates isn't meant to make us feel guilty about our fear of death. Maybe it's meant to show us what's possible, what a human being can achieve through examination, through philosophy, through living deliberately and consciously. Maybe it's meant to inspire us to start our own examination, to ask our own questions, to cultivate our own souls. Not so we can face death without fear, though that would be nice, but so we can live our lives more fully, more consciously, more truly. Because Socrates didn't spend 70 years preparing to die well. He spent 70 years living well. The peaceful death was just the natural conclusion of a well-lived life. The final demonstration that all the philosophy, all the questioning, all the examination actually worked, that it actually delivered what it promised: freedom from fear, peace of mind, a life worth living, and a death worth dying. The body lay still on the cot. But the ideas, the questions, the methods, the philosophy that Socrates had lived and died for, those were just beginning their journey through history. And that journey continues today, more than 2,000 years later, as we tell the story again, examine it again, try to understand what this strange, ugly, brilliant man discovered about how to live and how to die. The hemlock did its work. The body ceased functioning. The breath stopped. The heart stopped. The brain stopped. But what about the soul? Did it cease too, returning to the dreamless sleep Socrates had described? Or did it continue, making its way to Hades to meet all those ancient heroes and thinkers he'd been eager to question? We don't know. We can't know. Just as Socrates didn't know. But he'd examined both possibilities and found neither frightening, and he'd lived in a way that made him ready for either one. That was his final lesson. That was his gift to everyone who would hear his story. Not certainty about death, but preparedness for it. Not knowledge of what comes next, but peace about whatever does come next. And that peace, that readiness, that freedom from fear, it came from living the examined life. The sun was setting now on Athens. The light that had filled the prison cell was fading. Soon it would be dark. But something was just beginning to dawn. The news of Socrates' death spread through Athens quickly. By evening, everyone knew. The strange old philosopher who questioned everyone, who had been convicted of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods, had drunk the hemlock. He was dead. For his enemies, it must have been a relief. The gadfly was finally silenced. The questioner who had made them look foolish, who had exposed their ignorance, who had turned young men against traditional values. He was gone. Athens could return to normal now. But they were wrong, profoundly wrong, because Socrates' death didn't end his influence. In many ways, it was just the beginning. Think about what would have happened if Socrates had escaped, if he'd fled to Thessaly, as Crito had begged him to do. He would have lived a few more years, perhaps. He could have continued teaching in exile. Some students might have followed him, but he would have been diminished. A man who talked about principles, but abandoned them when they became inconvenient. A philosopher who preached virtue, but chose survival over integrity. His enemies in Athens would have said, "See?" All his fine talk about the examined life, and when it mattered, he ran away like a coward. His teachings would have lost their power. His example would have been compromised. He might have lived longer, but his philosophy would have died. Instead, by refusing to escape, by drinking the hemlock with calm dignity, by dying exactly as his philosophy said a wise person should die, Socrates did something extraordinary. He proved that everything he'd taught was real, not just clever words or abstract theory, but a genuine way of living and dying that actually worked. His death became the ultimate validation of his philosophy. It said, this isn't just talk, this is real. A person who lives the examined life, who cultivates their soul, who values virtue over survival, really can face death without fear. I'm showing you. I'm proving it. Watch. And people did watch. People are still watching. More than 2,000 years later. Plato was 28 when Socrates died. He'd been studying with him for 8 years or so. He was devastated by the death. So devastated that he left Athens for a while, traveling, processing his grief, trying to make sense of what had happened. But then he came back, and he began to write. Not abstract philosophical treatises, but dialogues, conversations, dramatized recreations of Socrates in action, questioning, examining, pursuing wisdom. He wrote about the trial, about the prison conversations, about the death scene. He wrote dialogue after dialogue, always with Socrates as the central character, the questioner, the searcher for truth. Through Plato's writings, Socrates became immortal. Not just remembered, but present. Anyone who read Plato's dialogues could meet Socrates, hear his voice, see him at work. The man was dead, but the method lived on, and Plato wasn't the only one. Xenophon wrote about Socrates too. Other students wrote, taught, founded schools based on what they'd learned from him. Within a generation, Socrates was famous not just in Athens, but throughout the Greek world. And the philosophers who came after, the Stoics, the Cynics, the Skeptics, various schools with different interpretations, almost all of them looked back to Socrates as the founder, the exemplar, the one who showed what philosophy really was. He became, in death, what he'd never quite been in life, the father of Western philosophy. Not because he wrote anything, he didn't. Not because he founded a school, he didn't do that either. But because he lived and died in a way that proved philosophy wasn't just intellectual games. It was a way of life that could transform how you thought, how you lived, and how you faced death. The Stoics in particular were profoundly influenced by Socrates' death. They built an entire philosophy around the idea that virtue is the only true good, that external things like health and wealth and even life itself are indifferent, neither good nor bad in themselves. What matters is how you respond to them, what choices you make, how you maintain your character regardless of circumstances. And when they wanted to illustrate this philosophy, when they needed an example of someone who had truly achieved Stoic virtue, they pointed to Socrates. Look at how he died, they said. That's what we mean. That's what it looks like to value virtue over everything else. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher who lived centuries after Socrates, used him as an example again and again. When Epictetus wanted to explain that you can't be harmed by external things, only by your own vice, he pointed to Socrates. Did Athens have the power to harm Socrates? No, it could kill him, but it couldn't harm him. the harm would have come only if he'd betrayed himself by escaping. The cynics, who rejected conventional society and lived with radical simplicity, also looked to Socrates. They saw in him someone who cared nothing for wealth or status or comfort, who lived according to reason and virtue alone. Even the Epicureans, who disagreed with much of Socratic philosophy, respected his death. Their whole philosophy was about achieving tranquility by understanding that death is nothing to fear. And Socrates had demonstrated that tranquility perfectly. So Socrates' death became a touchstone for all of Greek and Roman philosophy. Different. Schools interpreted him differently, claimed him as their predecessor, argued about what he really meant. But they all agreed on one thing: his death mattered. It showed something important about how a philosopher, how any wise person, should face mortality. And this influence didn't stop with ancient philosophy. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, Christian thinkers had to grapple with Socrates. Here was a pagan who had died for truth, who had remained faithful to his principles even unto death, who had spoken of the soul's immortality and divine judgment. In some ways, he seemed almost like a Christian saint avant la lettre, before Christianity even existed. Some early Christian writers, like Justin Martyr, argued that Socrates had been inspired by the divine Logos, the same force that would later be fully revealed in Christ. They saw his death as a kind of proto-martyrdom, a prefiguring of Christian witness. Throughout the Middle Ages, despite being a pagan, Socrates was respected and studied. Medieval philosophers read Plato's dialogues, encountered Socrates, and had to reckon with this man who seemed to have discovered important truths through reason alone, without revelation. The Renaissance humanists were even more enthusiastic. They saw in Socrates an example of human dignity, of the power of reason, of the nobility of dying for truth. He became a hero of the humanist movement, proof that human beings could achieve wisdom and virtue through their own efforts. And in the modern era, Socrates has remained endlessly fascinating. Philosophers, historians, playwrights, novelists, all have returned again and again to this story. The trial, the prison conversations, the death scene, they've been retold, reimagined, reinterpreted countless times. Why? What is it about this death, this particular death of one old man in Athens 2,400 years ago, that continues to grip people's imagination? Part of it is surely the drama. It's a great story. The unjust accusation, the dignified defense, the refusal to escape, the calm. Death. It has all the elements of tragedy, except Socrates himself doesn't seem to experience it as tragic. He's at peace. That paradox is fascinating. But it's more than just dramatic. Socrates' death asks us a question that never gets old, never becomes irrelevant. What would you die for? What principles? What values? What truths matter enough to you that you choose death rather than betray them? Most of us, if we're honest, don't have a good answer to that question. We'd like to think we have principles we'd die for. But we're not sure. We haven't been tested. We hope we never will be. Socrates shows us what it looks like when someone actually faces that test and passes. When someone really does value their soul more than their body, truth more than survival, integrity more than life itself. And in showing us that, he forces us to examine our own lives. Would we drink the hemlock? Could we? What would it take for us to develop the kind of wisdom, the kind of courage, the kind of clarity that Socrates had? This is why the death of Socrates is still taught in philosophy classes, still referenced in ethical discussions, still appearing in books and films and plays. Because it represents something we aspire to, even if we doubt we could achieve it. It represents the examined life taken to its logical conclusion. It shows us what philosophy looks like when it's not just academic or theoretical but actually lived, when it actually transforms how you face the ultimate test. But there's something else important about Socrates' legacy that we need to understand. His death didn't just validate his philosophy, it also changed what philosophy was, what philosophers did, how they understood their mission. Before Socrates, Greek philosophy was mostly about understanding the natural world. What is everything made of? How did the cosmos come into being? What are the fundamental elements? These were important questions, but they were external. They were about the world out there. Socrates changed the focus. He made philosophy about the self, about how to live, about virtue and the soul. He made it personal and practical. Philosophy wasn't just about understanding nature. It was about improving yourself, examining your life, becoming a better person. And he showed that this kind of philosophy had real stakes. It wasn't just interesting, intellectual work. It was a way of life that could get you killed because it challenged power, exposed hypocrisy, questioned authority. But it was also a way of life that could give you a kind of peace and freedom that nothing else could. After Socrates, that's what philosophy became. Not just natural science or logic puzzles, but a guide to living. A way of achieving wisdom and tranquility. A path to the good life. The Stoics made this explicit. They divided philosophy into 3 parts: logic, physics, and ethics. But they said ethics was the most important, and the others only mattered insofar as they helped you live well. Philosophy was about how to live and how to die. This Socratic understanding of philosophy dominated for centuries. Whether you were Stoic or Epicurean or Cynic or Skeptic, you agreed that philosophy was supposed to transform your life, not just fill your head with theories. It's only in the modern era that philosophy has become primarily academic, primarily theoretical, primarily separated from life. And even now, there's a counter-movement. People trying to recover philosophy as a way of life, trying to make it practical again, trying to return to the Socratic ideal. And when they do, when they ask what that ideal looks like, they look back to Socrates, to his method of questioning, to his focus on ethics, to his calm in the face of death. The death itself becomes a teaching. It says, this is what matters. This is what philosophy is for. Not publishing papers or winning arguments, but developing the kind of wisdom and courage that lets you face anything, even death, with tranquility. There's a famous painting of the death of Socrates by Jacques-Louis David, painted in 1787, more than 2,000 years after the event. It shows Socrates, upright in bed, one hand reaching for the cup of hemlock, the other hand raised as if still teaching, still making a point. Around him are his grieving students. His body is idealized, heroic, like a classical statue. It's not historically accurate. Socrates was 70 and probably didn't look that noble. But it captures something true about how his death has been remembered. As noble, as heroic, as a moment of supreme moral courage. That painting influenced how generations of people thought about death, about principle, about courage. It became an icon of the Enlightenment, of the power of reason, of the dignity of dying for truth. And it's just one of hundreds of artistic representations of Socrates' death. Sculptures, paintings, plays, operas, films. Artists keep returning to this moment, trying to capture it, to understand it, to show what it means, because it does mean something, not just historically, not just philosophically, but personally. It asks each person who encounters it, how will you face death? What will you have lived for? When everything is stripped away, what will remain? Socrates had an answer. He'd examined his life thoroughly. He'd cultivated his soul carefully. He'd lived according to his principles consistently. And when death came, he was ready. He'd done the work. His soul was in order. There was nothing to fear. Most of us haven't done that work, haven't examined that thoroughly, haven't lived that consistently. And so death remains frightening, because we know we're not ready. We know there are things unexamined, things unresolved, things we've been putting off. But Socrates' death tells us it's not too late. Start now. Begin the examination. Ask the questions. Pursue wisdom. Cultivate your soul. Live deliberately, consciously, according to principles you've actually thought through. You probably won't have to drink hemlock. You probably won't be condemned to death by your city, but you will die someday. That's certain. And when that day comes, wouldn't it be better to face it as Socrates did? With calmness, with clarity, with a well-examined life behind you. That's the gift his death gave us. Not a formula for avoiding death. We can't. Not even certain knowledge about what happens after death. We still don't have that. But an example of how to face death when it comes. An example of a life well lived, a soul well cultivated, a death well met, and the knowledge that it's possible, that a human being really can achieve this, that through examination and philosophy and virtue, you really can develop the kind of wisdom that makes death nothing to fear. Socrates did it. We saw him do it. We have the testimony of his friends who were there, who watched him drink the hemlock without trembling, who heard his final words, who witnessed his peaceful end. It happened. It's real. It's possible. And that possibility has been inspiring people for 2,400 years, inspiring them to examine their own lives, to question their assumptions, to pursue wisdom over wealth, to value their souls over their bodies, to live deliberately, to prepare, not just for death, but for life, for living it fully, consciously. Well, the hemlock killed the man, but the example, the teaching, that can never die, it lives in every person who hears the story and asks, could I do that? Should I try to live that way? What would the examined life look like for me? Those questions keep Socrates alive. Those questions are his immortality, far more certain than any afterlife in Hades. He wanted to spend eternity questioning the great thinkers of the past. Maybe, in a way, he got his wish, because we're still questioning him, still thinking about him, still examining his life and death and trying to understand what he discovered. And in doing that, in examining his examined life, we're doing exactly what he wanted us to do. We're questioning, we're thinking. We're not accepting easy answers. We're living more consciously. That's the legacy. That's what his death taught us about life. Not that death is nothing, it's real and it matters, but that a life well lived makes death bearable, maybe even beautiful. That wisdom is real and achievable. That courage isn't the absence of fear, but the ability to act rightly despite fear. That the soul really is more valuable than the body, if by soul we mean character, wisdom, virtue, everything that makes you who you truly are. 2,400 years, that's how long Socrates has been dead. But his death is still teaching, still challenging, still asking each of us, will you examine your life? Will you cultivate your soul? Will you live deliberately? Will you face death with wisdom rather than terror? The answer is up to each of us. But we have an example, we have a teacher. We have the story of a man who did it, who showed it was possible, who proved that philosophy isn't just words, but a real way of transforming how you live and die. That's what death taught us about life. That's what Socrates gave us. That's his gift to every generation that comes after him, including ours. The body has been dead for millennia, but the soul, the teaching, the example, the questions, that's immortal, just as Socrates hoped it would be. So we've traveled with Socrates from his questioning youth to his peaceful death. We've examined his philosophy, understood his courage, witnessed his final moments. But now we need to ask, what does this mean for us? How do we actually live? With these insights, how do we practice what Socrates taught? Because that's what it is, a practice, not a belief system you adopt once and forget about, not a philosophy you agree with intellectually, but never apply. A practice, something you do regularly, intentionally, as a way of life. Let's talk about what it means to live with death in mind, not morbidly, not obsessively, but consciously, the way Socrates did. The Stoics, who learned so much from Socrates, had a specific practice for this. They called it memento mori, remember that you will die. It sounds grim, it sounds depressing, but they didn't mean it that way at all. The point of remembering death isn't to make you sad or fearful. The point is to wake you up, to help you see what matters and what doesn't, to give you perspective on all the trivial things that consume your attention and energy. Think about how we normally live. We act as if we have infinite time. We put off important conversations until later. We waste years in jobs we hate, planning, to do what we really want someday. We hold grudges, nurse resentments, avoid difficult but necessary actions because, well, there's always tomorrow. Except there isn't always tomorrow, not infinitely. We know this intellectually, but we don't live like we know it. We live like we're immortal. But what if you really internalize the truth that you will die? Not just believed it abstractly, but felt it, knew it, lived with that awareness present. You'd probably waste less time on trivial things. That argument about nothing important, maybe not worth having, that grudge you've been holding. Maybe time to let it go. That thing you keep putting off that you know you should do. Maybe you should do it now. This is what memento mori does. It doesn't make you depressed. It makes you focused, clear, intentional. It helps you distinguish between what matters and what doesn't. Socrates lived this way naturally. He'd spent so much time thinking about death, examining it, understanding it, that he was always aware of mortality, not in a way that paralyzed him, but in a way that freed him. He knew his time was limited, so he used it well. He pursued wisdom, cultivated relationships, lived according to his principles. No time to waste on trivialities. And here's the paradox. Thinking about death regularly doesn't make life worse. It makes life better, richer, more vivid, more meaningful. When you're aware that today could be your last day, you pay attention. You notice things. You're present. That conversation with a friend isn't just something to get through so you can get back to scrolling on your phone. It's precious, irreplaceable time with someone you care about. That sunset isn't just weather. It's a beautiful thing you might never see again. Better really look at it. That chance to say, I love you, or I'm sorry, or thank you. Better take it. You might not get another chance. This is what Socrates understood. This is what his philosophy of death gave him. The ability to live fully, presently, consciously, because he knew it wouldn't last forever. So how do we practice this? How do we incorporate memento mori into our lives without becoming morbid or anxious? Here are some practical approaches drawn from Socratic and Stoic wisdom. First, start your day with a simple acknowledgement. Before you get out of bed, before you check your phone, take a moment to recognize, I woke up. I'm alive. This is not guaranteed. Today is a gift, and it's finite. How do I want to use it? This isn't about inducing anxiety. It's about inducing clarity. What actually matters today? What should I prioritize? What should I let go of as unimportant? The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius did this. He'd remind himself each morning that he might not see evening, and each evening that he might not see morning, not to frighten himself, but to help himself focus on what was truly important. Second, practice the evening examination that Socrates would have approved of. Before you sleep, review your day. Not to beat yourself up over mistakes, that's not productive, but to examine. Did I live according to my values today? Did I act with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance? Where did I do well? Where did I fall short? What can I learn? This is the examined life in practice. Daily examination, regular reflection, constant course correction. You're not trying to be perfect. You're trying to be conscious, to be intentional, to be improving. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, described doing this every night. He'd review his day's actions, his words, his thoughts, not harshly, but honestly. What did I do well? What could I have done better? How can I be wiser tomorrow? This practice, done regularly, compounds over time. You become more self-aware, more conscious of your patterns, better able to catch yourself when you're about to make a mistake, more aligned with your actual values rather than just reacting to circumstances. Third, and this is crucial, identify what you value most. Really examine this. Don't just accept the default values of your culture or your family or your peer group. Question them, the way Socrates questioned everything. What do you actually believe is important? Not what you're supposed to believe, not what sounds good to say, but what you really, genuinely value when you think about it deeply. Is it wealth? Be honest. Is accumulating money really what you want your life to be about? If you knew you'd die in a year, would you spend that year trying to make more money? Is it status? If you're gone tomorrow, how much will it matter what people thought of you? Would you trade a year of your life for a better title or more social media followers? Is it pleasure? If life is just about maximizing pleasant experiences, what happens when you can't have those experiences anymore? What happens when you're too old or too sick, or simply when the pleasures become boring? Or is it something else? Wisdom, perhaps? Love? Creativity? Service? Growth? Meaning? Virtue? Socrates was very clear about what he valued. Wisdom, virtue, the quality of his soul. And because he was clear about that, he could make hard decisions. He could refuse escape. Because he valued integrity more than survival. He could face death calmly because he'd invested in things that death couldn't touch. If you're not clear about your values, you'll be blown around by circumstances, by other people's expectations, by whatever seems urgent in the moment. But if you examine your values, really think them through, make conscious choices about what matters most, then you have a foundation, a center, something to navigate by. Fourth, practice small deaths. This might sound strange, but bear with me. What I mean is, practice letting go of things before you're forced to. That argument you want to win but doesn't really matter. Let it go. That grudge you're holding, release it. That attachment to being right, to being admired, to being comfortable. Practice loosening your grip. These are small deaths, small experiences of losing something, accepting loss, surviving it, and discovering you're okay. You're still you. The loss didn't destroy you, and this practice, repeated many times, prepares you for bigger losses, for aging, which is the body slowly dying, for the loss of loved ones, eventually for your own death. If you've never practiced letting go of anything, if you cling desperately to everything you have, then every loss will be devastating. But if you've practiced, if you've learned that you can lose things and be okay, then even major losses become more bearable. This was part of Socratic philosophy too. The recognition that everything external to your soul, your body, your possessions, your reputation, other people's opinions, all of it can be taken away. And if your happiness depends on keeping all of that, you'll be miserable, because loss is inevitable. But if your happiness comes from your soul's quality, from your wisdom and virtue and character, then you're free, because those can't be taken away unless you abandon them yourself. Fifth, contemplate worst-case scenarios. Not to induce fear, but to remove it. The Stoics called this premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils. What's the worst thing that could happen? Really think about it. You could lose your job. You could get sick. Someone you love could die. You could die. And then ask, if that happened, would I survive it? Could I handle it? What would I do? Usually you realize that even worst-case scenarios are survivable. Not easy, not pleasant, but survivable. And this realization is liberating. It removes much of the fear that controls us. Socrates faced the actual worst case, unjust execution, and he handled it. He demonstrated that even that was survivable in a sense. His body died, but his soul, his integrity, his wisdom, his principles remained intact. Most of us will never face anything that extreme. But if we contemplate difficult scenarios ahead of time, we prepare ourselves psychologically. We remove the shock factor. We have a plan, or at least a sense that we could handle it. Sixth, and this is perhaps most important, live in a way that you wouldn't be ashamed of if you died tomorrow. This is the heart of the Socratic practice. Ask yourself regularly, if I died tonight, would I be satisfied with how I spent today? With how I treated people? With what I prioritized? With who I was? This isn't about being perfect. It's about being honest, about living authentically, according to your actual values, rather than on autopilot. Socrates could face death calmly because he'd been asking himself these questions for 70 years. He'd lived examined. He'd course-corrected when he'd gotten off track. He'd prioritized what mattered. So when death came, he was ready. His life had been what he wanted it to be. There was nothing major left undone. Most of us can't say that. Most of us are putting off important things, compromising our values for convenience, living unconsciously, planning to really live someday when circumstances are better. But someday might not come. And even if it does, the habit of postponing, of compromising, of living unconsciously, those habits get stronger with practice. They don't magically disappear when circumstances change. So start now, today, this moment. Live as if this were your last day, not frantically, not desperately, but intentionally, consciously, according to your examined values. Say the things that need saying. Do the things that matter. Let go of the grudges and petty concerns. Be present with the people you're with. Create what you want to create. Love who you want to love. Become who you want to become. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. This is what living with death in mind really means. Not being obsessed with dying, but being committed to living. Really living. Consciously, intentionally, according to examined principles. And here's the beautiful thing. If you live this way, if you really practice this, then death loses much of its power over you. Not because you stop caring about life, you care more, not less. But because you're living so fully, so consciously, that death becomes just a transition rather than a tragedy. You've done the work. You've examined your life and found it good. You've cultivated your soul. You've lived according to your principles. Whatever death brings, you're as ready as a person can be. This doesn't mean you'll never fear death. Fear is a natural response to the unknown, to loss, to change. Even Socrates might have felt some fear, though he chose not to be controlled by it. But the fear becomes manageable. It doesn't paralyze you. It doesn't prevent you from living well. It's just an emotion, passing through, acknowledged, but not obeyed. The practice of living with death in mind, the Socratic practice, gives you this freedom. Freedom from the tyranny of unconscious living. Freedom from being controlled by trivialities. Freedom from wasting your precious, finite time on things that don't matter. And it gives you something else too. Gratitude. When you really know that today might be your last, you stop taking things for granted. The ordinary becomes precious. Another sunrise, another conversation, another moment of being alive and conscious. Socrates experienced this. You can hear it in how he talked about simple pleasures, how he appreciated good conversation, how he valued his friends. He wasn't jaded or bored with life. He was grateful for it, right up until the end. That's what the practice offers. Not depression or anxiety, but clarity and gratitude. Not a worse life, but a better one. Not more fear of death, but less and more appreciation for life. So start today. Practice a little examination. Acknowledge your mortality. Consider your values. Let go of something unimportant. Live a bit more consciously, a bit more intentionally. You don't have to be Socrates. You don't have to face execution with perfect calm. You just have to be a little more awake than you were yesterday, a little more examined, a little more alive. Do that consistently, over time, and you'll be amazed at the transformation, at how much clearer life becomes, how much more meaningful, how much more free you feel. This is the Socratic practice. This is what living with death in mind really means, and it's available to anyone who chooses to begin, even now, even you, even today. And so we return to where we began, to that image of Socrates sleeping peacefully on his final night, his friend watching over him, the dawn approaching, the end certain, yet the sleep undisturbed. What did he know that allowed him to rest so completely? What had he discovered in his 70 years of questioning, examining, seeking wisdom? Perhaps it was simply this: that the unknown is not the same as the terrible. That uncertainty is not the same as fear. That not knowing what comes after death doesn't mean what comes after death is bad. We spend so much of our lives demanding certainty. We want to know what will happen. We want guarantees. We want the future mapped out so we can feel safe. And when we can't have that certainty, especially about death, we fill the void with fear. But Socrates took a different approach. He examined the unknown. He looked at what death might be, thought through the possibilities, and found that none of them were necessarily frightening. And then he let go. He accepted that he couldn't know for certain, and he found peace in that acceptance. This is a profound lesson, one we can carry with us not just about death, but about all the uncertainties in life. You don't know what tomorrow will bring. You can't know. But does that mean tomorrow will be terrible? Or does it just mean tomorrow is unknown, which means it could be good, could be bad, could be neutral, could be surprising in ways you can't predict? When you frame it that way, when you recognize that uncertainty doesn't equal disaster, something shifts. The anxiety loosens its grip just a little. You can breathe a bit easier. This is what Socrates found in his philosophy of death. Not certainty. He never had that. But peace in uncertainty. The recognition that he'd done what he could, lived as well as he could, examined as thoroughly as he could, and whatever came next, dreamless sleep or eternal conversation with the great minds of history, he was ready. That readiness, that peace, that's what we've been exploring throughout this long night together. Think about how far we've traveled. We met young Socrates, questioning the parable of the birds, already seeing the world differently than those around him. We watched him develop his method, his mission, his commitment to the examined life. We saw him make enemies, face trial, refuse escape, drink the hemlock without fear, and through it all we've been asking, how? How did he do it? What made this possible? And the answer, complex as we've explored it, comes down to something simple. He did the work. He examined. He questioned. He cultivated his soul. He aligned his actions with his values. He lived consciously, deliberately, intentionally. And when you do that work, really do it, over years and decades, death becomes different. Not easy, perhaps. Not without natural fear or sadness at leaving life behind, but not the terror that haunts so many. Not the desperate clinging and denial, just a transition, a change, the next thing. As you lie here now, in this moment, thinking about these ideas, you're doing something Socrates would have approved of. You're examining, you're thinking. You're not just accepting the default fears and assumptions about death. You're looking at them, questioning them, trying to understand. That's the beginning. That's how it starts. One question, one examination, one moment of conscious thought instead of unconscious reaction. And if you continue that practice, if you make examination a habit, if you question your assumptions regularly, if you cultivate your soul consciously, then over time, you'll find what Socrates found. Not certainty, not perfect peace, but something real and valuable. You'll find that you're less controlled by fear, less driven by unconscious impulses, more aligned with your actual values, more present in your life, more able to face difficulties with clarity rather than panic. And yes, more able to face death, when it eventually comes, with something approaching calm, Because you'll have done the work. You'll have examined your life and found it good, or at least found it honest. You'll have cultivated what matters. You'll have lived deliberately, and that's all anyone can do. That's all Socrates did. He was just a man, after all. Not a god, not perfect, not immune to human feelings. Just a man who questioned everything, thought deeply about how to live, and then lived according to what he discovered. You can do that too. Maybe not as thoroughly as Socrates. 70 years is a long time to devote to philosophy. But you can do some of it. Start where you are. Examine what you can. Question what seems questionable. Live a bit more consciously each day and over time that compounds. The examined life becomes easier, more natural. The peace becomes more accessible. The fear becomes more manageable. You might not ever sleep as peacefully as Socrates did on his final night, but you might sleep better than you do now. You might face each day with more clarity, more purpose, more presence. And when death does come, whether soon or far in the future, you might be able to greet it not with joy perhaps, but without terror, with acceptance, with readiness, with the knowledge that you lived well, that you did what you could, that your soul is in order. That's what Socrates gave us. Not a way to avoid death, not certainty about what comes after, but a way to face death without being destroyed by fear. A way to live that makes death bearable. And maybe, just maybe, if his philosophy is right, if death really is either perfect rest or beautiful continuation, then it's not just bearable. It's actually fine. Maybe even good. We won't know until we experience it ourselves, but we don't need to know. We just need to live well, to examine, to cultivate wisdom and virtue, to care for our souls, to be present, conscious, intentional. Do that, and whatever comes, whether in this life or after it, you'll be as ready as any person can be. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the story of Socrates wash over you. Not as something to figure out or solve, but as something to absorb. A reminder, an inspiration, an example. He slept peacefully on his final night because he'd lived an examined life, because he'd done the work, because he was ready. You're not on your final night. You have time still. Time to examine. Time to question. Time to grow. Time to cultivate your soul and live deliberately. What a gift that is. Not the gift of certainty or immortality or perfect peace, but the gift of time, the gift of consciousness, the gift of choice. You can choose, as Socrates did, to examine your life, to question your assumptions, to live according to your actual values rather than unconscious habits. You can choose to prioritize your soul, your character, your wisdom, your growth, over the temporary pleasures and pains of the body. You can choose to practice small deaths, letting go of attachments, learning to accept loss. You can choose to live with death in mind, not morbidly, but as a clarifying force that helps you see what matters. These choices are available to you. They were available to Socrates 2,400 years ago. They're available to you now. They'll be available tomorrow and the next day and every day you have left. That's the beauty of philosophy as a practice. It's never too late to start. Never too late to begin examining. Never too late to live a bit more consciously, a bit more deliberately. And who knows, maybe decades from now, when your own final night comes, you'll find yourself able to rest peacefully. Not because you've achieved perfection, no one does, but because you've done the work. You've examined your life. You've lived according to your principles. You've cultivated your soul. And if death is dreamless sleep, then you'll rest well. The best rest imaginable. Perfect, undisturbed, eternal peace. And if death is continuation, if consciousness goes on, if there's something after, well, then you'll have taken the best of yourself with you. Your wisdom, your character, your virtue. The things that really matter. The things that really are you. Either way, you'll be ready. As ready as Socrates was, as ready as any examined life makes possible. That's the promise. That's what this philosophy offers. Not certainty, but readiness. Not the elimination of death, but the ability to face it without terror. Not a perfect life, but a conscious one, an examined one, a meaningful one. So sleep now. Rest. Let your mind settle. Let your body relax. Tomorrow you'll wake and you'll have another day to examine, to question, to grow. But tonight, for these remaining hours, just rest. Rest as Socrates rested. Not because everything is certain, but because you've done what you could today. Because you're working on examining your life. Because you're cultivating your soul, even if imperfectly. That's enough. More than enough. The unknown still lies ahead. Death still waits in the future for all of us. But the unknown is not the terrible. Death is not the enemy. Fear is the enemy. Unconsciousness is the enemy. Living unexamined, unintentionally, on autopilot, that's the enemy. And you're here now, thinking, examining, questioning. You're not that enemy. You're something else. Something better. Something wiser. You're someone who's willing to look at death, to think about mortality, to examine the ultimate question. That takes courage. That takes wisdom. And if you can do that, if you can face these questions now, then you're already practicing what Socrates practiced, already walking the path he walked. Maybe you won't walk it as far as he did. Maybe you'll take a different path eventually. That's fine. That's good even. Socrates would want you to question him too, to examine his philosophy, to make your own choices. But for now, for tonight, you've walked with him. You've heard his story. You've understood his method. You've glimpsed what the examined life makes possible. That glimpse is valuable. Hold on to it. Let it inform how you live. Let it help you examine a bit more, question a bit more, live a bit more consciously, and rest. Rest peacefully, as Socrates did. Not because you've solved the mystery of death, but because you don't need to solve it tonight. Because you've done enough for today. Because you're on the path, even if you've only taken the first steps. The woman in white from Socrates' dreams said he would reach fertile Phthia in 3 days. For him, that meant death. But for you, it might mean